Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Indira. I arrive at the sponsor's headquarters on a brisk afternoon. The London skyline a steel gray backdrop behind me. My ribs are still tender from a job 2 nights ago. Some overconfident drunk who needed escorting out of a private MMA after-party. He took a swing at me, and I handled it, but not before he got in a lucky shot with a bottle. The bruise spans from my side to just beneath my left shoulder, pulsing with a dull ache each time I inhale. That's the sort of pain I can live with. It reminds me I'm still here, still fighting for what matters. The building is a towering column of glass and brushed chrome, with a gleaming reception area that smells of citrus polish. Sharp-suited businessmen and a scattering of public relations personnel stride past me with curated smiles, each step echoing on the marble floor. A woman at the front desk wearing a pin bearing the sponsor's iconic racing logo looks up. "Name?" she asks in a crisp accent. "Indira Khan," I say, pausing to roll my shoulders in an attempt to ease a flash of tension. "I have a meeting with Mr. Donovan." I glance at the clock behind her. 2:13 p.m. I'm 2 minutes early, which is the closest I get to being late. She checks her screen, eyes flicking back to me. "He's expecting you. 22nd floor. Elevator is on your right." I nod my thanks. I'm careful not to flash too much friendliness. In my line of work, everything about my demeanor needs to project control and calm. My tank top is hidden under a tailored blazer, but I still feel the crackle of the bandages under my clothes. The bruise throbs again as I step into the elevator. The ride-up is silent, aside from a faint hum of mechanical movement. My reflection in the mirrored wall catches my attention. A tall, lean figure with short-cropped hair on the sides and a neat bun on top. Dark brown skin that looks a bit sallow under the fluorescent lighting. Eyes that can go unreadable when I want them to. Right now, they're reflecting tension. My features betray little else. I need this job. The money is nearly double what I typically earn in 6 months, and I have to bring my daughter home. Zara. Her name is a chord in my chest, vibrating with every breath. My ex is playing dirty in the custody battle. I'll do anything to secure an advantage. If that means babysitting some arrogant race car driver, so be it. The elevator doors open onto a corridor lined with portraits of successful Formula One champions, each sponsor's brand emblazoned on the frames. There's a massive image of Zion Vale near the end, arms crossed over his chest, an infuriating smirk curving his lips. I've heard rumors about him, reckless, addicted to adrenaline, a poster boy for talent wasted on wild impulses. Untouchable, the tabloids call him. The next shot shows him kissing a trophy, hair tousled and eyes blazing with triumph. I notice the tattoos wrapping his fingers, half hidden by racing gloves. Another story altogether. I press my lips together and push open the frosted glass door at the end of the hall. Inside is a tastefully decorated waiting room with plush cream chairs and a sofa. A man in a tailor-down navy suit stands as I enter. He's in his early 40s, with hair styled so precisely it might not move in a hurricane. "Miss Khan," he greets, voice warm but businesslike. "I'm Trevor Donovan, Director of Special Client Relations. Please have a seat. I make sure to maintain eye contact, a subtle sign that I'm in control of myself and my environment. Thanks, I say, remaining standing for a moment before I finally sit. He takes the sofa across from me. He folds his hands. I appreciate your coming on such short notice, but I trust you understand the urgency. I've been briefed, though not in detail. I respond. Something about your driver, Zion Vale, needing a full-time security specialist. Trevor exhales, a quiet nod, acknowledging the problem. Zion is a public relations goldmine and a nightmare, all in one. He's one of the youngest driver to break certain records on the track, but he also finds trouble faster than we can handle it. You might have seen the headlines. There was a viral video last week of him punching a fan outside a club. That's turning major sponsors skittish. I glance at my bandaged knuckles, half hidden by the sleeves of my blazer. I heard about the altercation. Here's the thing, Trevor continues, crossing his legs at the ankle. We can't afford any more catastrophes. Zion's father, Rupert Vale, owns the team, and he's managed to shield his son from total career collapse. But everyone has their limits. With brand deals on the line, I've been instructed to hire professional protection and damage control. That's where you come in. I tilt my head, letting the details sink in. So I'm a bodyguard/babysitter? Trevor flashes a half smile. If that's how you want to phrase it, but we prefer personal security manager. You'll stick to him like glue, keep him from injuring himself or anyone else before the next race. My posture stiffens. And if he crosses a line? You neutralize the threat, preferably without adding to the scandal columns. Then his smile fades. Zion has talent. No one denies that. But he's untouchable in the sense that his father's influence runs deep. That doesn't mean we can't try to minimize the chaos. I nod, pressing my lips into a thin line. Understood. He stands, motions for me to follow him down a short hallway. The walls are filled with more framed racing memorabilia, signed gloves, pieces of car bodywork, trophies captured in photographs. I can sense the capital and power behind every glossy surface. We enter a smaller conference room. A round table sits in the center, with a folder neatly placed in front of each seat. Trevor gestures for me to sit again, and I do. He opens a folder, revealing Zion's photo and a dossier that looks thick enough to kill a small rodent if thrown properly. I've already read some of the basic details, I say. But if there's anything crucial I should know, now's the time. Trevor's expression hardens. Zion is, well, he's got plenty of emotional baggage, a controlling father, a rocky home life. He turned to racing at a young age, and it was the one area where he excelled without question. Now, though, he's letting every bit of anger spill into the public eye. Just last month, after a race in Monaco, we had to pay off half a dozen bar owners to hush up various bar fights. I flicked through the pages, noticing repeated mentions of aggression, erratic behavior, and a note about pain-seeking tendencies. Pain-seeking? I make a mental note to ask about that, but not now. Trevor continues. We tried hiring a typical security firm, guys in suits who'd stand behind him and look intimidating, but it didn't work. He either ditched them or provoked them. He's a cunning individual. But from what I hear, you're different. An ex-MMA fighter with a strong track record and close protection for high-risk clients. My jaw tightens as I remember the fights, the bruises, the echo of the crowd's roar in my ears. I left that world for a reason, I say quietly, but I still know how to handle myself. That's precisely why we want you. Zion respects strength, not bureaucracy. Maybe he won't respect anything at all, but if we've got a chance, it's with you. Silence hovers. I'm aware of the tension in my muscles. I want to ask if they expect me to wrestle Zion into compliance. but I need this job too badly to start second-guessing the entire arrangement. The hush stretches until Trevor clears his throat. Your fee is substantial, he says, and it'll be transferred upon completion of each race you get him through without significant incident. As we discussed, there's an extra incentive if you keep him from tangling with paparazzi. Sponsors are threatening to jump ship if he pulls another stunt on camera. I nod. The money could change everything. Legal fees for my custody case have been strangling me, and my ex is a man who thrives on control. The less financially stable I am, the more he stands to keep Zara. That is not an option. I close the folder. Fine, I'll do it. Where do I meet him? Trevor checks his watch. He's wrapping up a private training session at an exclusive gym on the outskirts of the city. We can arrange a car for you, or you can go on your own, but watch yourself. Zion Vale is a force of nature, one that even his own father can't fully rein in. Something about the way Trevor says it sends a ripple of curiosity through me. I don't bother showing it. I can handle force of nature. We exit the conference room, and he leads me back to the lobby. People in polished shoes and expensive suits continue streaming past, likely dealing with million-dollar decisions every day. Meanwhile, I'm about to sign up for something that might be more volatile than any contract I've ever accepted. At the front desk, Trevor hands me a small envelope. Inside, I find a key card and a neatly printed address. Your hotel suite is booked for 2 nights. Zion's schedule has him heading overseas in less than 72 hours for the next race. You're expected to accompany him. I arch a brow. So I'm uprooting my life until further notice? That's the reality of traveling security, Miss Khan. And with him, it's more than a standard watch and protect gig. You'll need to be prepared for unpredictability. Understood. My voice stays level, even though my thoughts whirl with the magnitude of the arrangement. This means I'll be away from Zara even longer, but the payoff will be worth it. One big score could secure our future. Trevor hands me a business card. Call if you run into any complications. And Miss Khan, good luck. You'll need it. I meet his gaze. I don't rely on luck. Leaving the building, I step onto the crowded London street. Cars pass in a blur. Double-decker buses rumble by, and a light drizzle has started to fall. There's a tension in the air, or maybe it's the tension in me. The buzz in my pocket startles me. I pull it out to see my lawyer's name. Derek, I answer, raising my voice over the noise of the traffic. How'd it go? He asks. I keep walking, weaving past a group of tourists who have stopped abruptly. I have a job. The pay is big, so no more stalling tactics on the custody front. Let's push forward. We'll do everything we can, Derek says. But your ex is playing the dangerous environment angle hard. Says you surround yourself with violence. My teeth clench. I protect people, Derek. That's the opposite of violence. I know, the judge might not see it that way, but keep your nose clean, gather proof of steady employment, and we stand a fighting chance. Count on it. I hang up, stuffing the phone back into my pocket. I catch sight of my reflection in a glossy storefront. My posture is rigid, coiled like I'm ready to spring. If there's one thing I've learned from the cage, it's how to channel that energy when it matters. Right now, it matters for my daughter. For us. Pushing through the drizzle, I head toward the tube station that'll take me out of central London to the address Trevor provided for Zion's private gym. It's an exclusive spot in the city's outskirts, known for hosting celebrities and wealthy clients who can afford top-tier trainers and all the secrecy they demand. Once on the train, I settle in a corner seat, ignoring the sideways looks at my battered duffel bag. The city slips by outside the window. Brick facades, steel structures, bright graffiti bridging the old and the new. My thoughts wander to Zion Vale. I recall his face on those polished posters. Young, proud, eyes full of something I can't quite name. Pain, maybe. Or the thrill of living a split second away from disaster. The tabloids paint him as a cautionary tale. A man unafraid of consequences. Could be an overblown myth, but Trevor's remarks echo in my mind. He's untouchable. That suggests a protective shield around him, courtesy of his family's wealth and power. It also suggests he's never faced real accountability, or he's faced something so severe that no public scorn can faze him anymore. I arrive at my stop and transfer to a taxi, giving the driver the address. In less than 20 minutes, we pull up outside a squat building with high walls and tinted windows. Large men in black polo shirts stand at the entrance, but they don't look like your standard gym employees, more like specialized security. When I step out, I notice one man immediately sizes me up, his gaze flicking to my shoulders, measuring my stance. Good. He's assessing potential threats. I walk past him without a word, and he just nods. Inside, the space opens into a reception area decorated with framed photographs of world-class athletes, MMA fighters, boxers, even some track stars. The air smells of sweat and disinfectant. A lean woman behind the desk glances up. Membership's private. You have an appointment? I hold up the key card from Trevor, but she doesn't even glance at it. I'm here for Zion Vale? My voice is even, not a question. She arches a brow. He's in the back, finishing up. Good luck. That last part drips with meaning. Everyone here seems to know exactly what Zion is like. I walk deeper into the gym, following the sound of fists hitting a heavy bag. My heart thuds once, a memory of countless training sessions. For a moment, I can't decide if I feel nostalgia or tension. The corridor leads me to a large practice room where a single punching bag sways. A figure stands behind it, his hands still raised. It's not Zion, just a staff trainer. He points further down a hallway. He's in the private ring. Quietly, I step around the corner, and that's when I see a row of glass windows overlooking an enclosed sparring ring. 2 men are inside. One of them is definitely Zion Vale. I recognize the messy golden brown curls damp with sweat, the ink on his forearms, and the posture of someone who thrives on physical intensity. He's shirtless, wearing only track pants and gloves. Across from him stands a trainer, but from the ragged look on the man's face, Zion hasn't been pulling his punches. Vale lunges forward, cracks a hook into the trainer's pad, then spins and delivers a lightning-quick cross. I don't step forward yet. Instead, I remain at the glass observing. He moves with lethal fluidity, like a predator shaped by both skill and desperation. Every movement is sharper than I'd expect from a typical driver. He's clearly accustomed to pain. He's seeking it out, trying to find the sweet spot where exertion becomes punishment. My fingers tighten on the strap of my duffel. Zion is exactly the kind of man I've avoided for years, unpredictable, fueled by anger, on a collision course with everything around him. But I'm not here to like him. I'm here to protect him, whether he wants it or not, so that I can secure the future I've been fighting for. I watch another combination from him, jab, cross, low kick, and the trainer shakes his head, looking winded. Then the man raises a hand to call time, but Zion doesn't halt immediately. The trainer yells something, likely telling him to stop. Finally, Zion relents, ripping off his gloves and throwing them to the side. His chest rises and falls in quick bursts, muscles under a sheen of sweat. I can't help but note the bruises on his torso, purple and yellow blooms that speak of either frequent collisions or an obsession with physical punishment. Possibly both. The trainer steps out of the ring, rubbing his shoulder like it's strained. Zion tosses him a half-hearted apology. It might not even be an apology. It's more of a grunt. Then he leans against the ropes, head tilted back, breathing hard. I exhale, press a hand to my bruised side, and push open the door. Time to meet the man I'm supposed to protect. I don't expect him to appreciate it, but appreciation isn't part of the job description. I'm ready. That thought steals me as I head to find his manager or someone who can introduce us. Because once I set foot in that ring, metaphorically or literally, there's no turning back. This is the assignment that can change my life, and I will not fail. I exit the viewing area, duffel bag on my shoulder, footsteps silent. It's time to meet the legend himself. I tell myself not to get attached, not to let his chaos seep into my world. With Zara's future on the line, I can't afford to lose control. A deep breath echoes in my chest. My heart rate quickens as I envision walking up to Zion Vale and saying the words that will lock us in this arrangement. The door to the training hallway looms ahead. I step forward. This job is mine, whether he likes it or not.
Chapter 2. Zion. I'm slumped on a wooden bench in the far corner of the training facility, wincing at the sting in my right hand. The ice pack I press against my knuckles has turned watery, leaving rivulets running down my wrist. It's the third time this week I've had to deal with a swollen hand, but that's what happens when a camera-happy parasite decides to shove his lens in my face at the wrong moment. I warned him. He kept snapping, so he got what was coming. Sometimes I wonder if I'm addicted to that jolt of impact, the brief flash of clarity that comes with pain. For a second, it drowns out everything else. This place is one of London's most private gyms, tucked away behind tall brick walls and tinted windows. My father demanded I stay here and train, keep my head low after this morning's incident. The staff are used to celebrities walking in, but I know they're not used to the brand of trouble I bring. The hush in the air every time I move from one area to the next isn't exactly subtle. The employees keep their eyes on me, probably expecting me to break another piece of equipment or chew out an innocent bystander. Maybe I'll do both if I feel like it. The facility itself is state-of-the-art, full of specialized equipment for top-tier athletes. Treadmills line one wall, each with a personal screen displaying scenic routes through the Alps or the Sahara. Boxing gear, kettlebells, rows of free weights, everything is neatly organized, carefully maintained. The smell is an odd mix of antiseptic and sweat, a reminder that I'm here to shape my body into a competitive machine while also pretending I don't mind the forced discipline. Motorsports might be my calling, but I need cross-training to keep my reflexes razor-sharp. My father's always insisted I do more than drive circles around a track. He says if I have excess energy, I should put it to good use, though his definition of good use generally means avoiding headlines. I shift the ice pack, hissing at the fresh bolt of pain. My father's going to be furious. Yet again, I've made the front pages. He might own the team, but even he can't magically erase every negative story. My phone lies face up on the bench next to me, silent for the moment. He hasn't called yet, which means the lawyer or my PR manager is probably keeping him updated while they scramble for damage control. I'm used to that routine. They'll patch things up, find hush money for the paparazzo, and I'll be expected to apologize on some sanitized social media statement. I'll do it if it keeps the sponsors happy, but it doesn't mean I won't throw another punch the next time someone steps on my last nerve. All I want is the chance to race without the suffocating demands of everyone around me. I'm good at what I do, one of the best. My father says I'm a natural. I've broken track records, outrun world champions, and caught the attention of entire nations with my skill behind the wheel. Still, that isn't enough. People expect me to be a squeaky clean poster boy. Let them keep dreaming. My trainer, Marco, hovers across the room, sorting boxing gloves on a rack. He keeps glancing over his shoulder, looking like he wants to approach me, but he's holding back. Maybe he's worried I'll lash out if he says the wrong thing. I'm on edge, ready to storm off or blow up, but a sliver of reason holds me here. A PR manager named Greta threatened to yank me out of the next race if I don't cooperate with the new arrangement, something about a security specialist. My eyes roll reflexively at the thought. They've thrown bodyguards at me before. I either slip away or provoke them until they quit. If my father has come up with yet another hired shadow, it'll be more of the same. By next week, they'll be gone. The door to the main hall opens. I catch movement in my peripheral vision, so I glance up. A woman walks in, tall and lean, with a purposeful stride that screams discipline. She's wearing a sleek black jacket over a fitted tank top, and her hair is styled in a tight bun with the sides shaved close to her scalp. She heads toward Marco, who says something quietly in her ear. The minute she looks my way, I realize I'm staring. It's automatic, some inner caution or curiosity telling me she's not just another trainer or publicist. Her gaze is dark, intense, and completely uninterested in flattery or politeness. It's like I can touch the wave of detachment rolling off her. There's no small talk, no meandering nonsense. Her focus locks on me like she's sizing up a threat or a job. I pop my neck, letting the ice pack slip off my knuckles. My hand throbs, but I ignore it, bracing my palms on my knees and pushing myself upright. She crosses the room, her footsteps calm and silent, stopping just a few paces away. I notice a faint bruise on her right temple, partially hidden by her hair. She's about my age, maybe a little older, but there's a certain maturity in her eyes that suggests she's seen more fights than me, and probably won them all. "Zion Vale," she says, voice low and measured. "I'm Indira Khan." I push out a breath, letting my lips curve into the faintest hint of a smirk. "Let me guess. My father hired you to keep me from punching every idiot that crosses my path. He loves acting like the best father." Her expression flickers, but she doesn't break eye contact. You could say that. Great. I ease onto my feet, rolling my shoulder to ease the tension from my earlier training session. That means you're the latest in a string of unlucky souls who think they can tame me. Newsflash. You can't. Her eyes narrow a fraction. I'm not here to tame you. I'm here to protect you. I let out a short laugh. From who? The world or myself? She doesn't reply. Instead, she just keeps her gaze locked on mine, reading me like I'm an open file. I can see the flicker of analysis in her eyes. She's checking my stance, the tilt of my head, the bruise on my jaw. It's the look of someone who's used to scanning a room for danger. I don't like being scrutinized, but there's something about her calm that draws me in. Everyone else either wants to worship me or tear me down. She looks like she wants neither. She adjusts her jacket, revealing the tight black tank underneath. Her shoulders are strong, the definition clear even at a glance. I remember hearing about my father's desperate search for an MMA specialist who wouldn't be intimidated by me. This must be her. Indira Khan, ex-fighter, rumored to have left the cage after an opponent was nearly taken out permanently. That's the gossip anyway. No idea if it's true. But she carries herself like she can handle any scenario, including me. I hear you had an interesting morning, she says quietly, glancing at my knuckles. I doubt the paparazzi enjoyed meeting your fist. My smirk sharpens. He got in my personal space. I didn't invite him there. She studies the redness on my hand. Might want to wrap that next time. Minimizes damage. If you insist on punching people, at least do it properly. I let out a humorless chuckle. A security guard telling me how to punch? That's a new one. She doesn't smile, but a faint, almost amused glimmer crosses her eyes. I didn't say I approve. I'm just pointing out that you need better technique. My interest spikes. I straighten, stepping closer until only a few feet separate us. She doesn't back away. In fact, she holds her ground so steadily that a small thrill dances along my spine. Usually, people shift uncomfortably or widen their stance to appear bigger. Indira just stands there, unshakable. My heart beats faster than I want to admit. Not many folks can stare me down so effortlessly. You know what I need? I say, my voice dropping. A drink and a break from everyone breathing down my neck. Her expression doesn't change. I don't provide those services. I tilt my head, letting my gaze wander over her face. She's attractive in a stark, no-nonsense way, high cheekbones, smooth skin, a mouth set in a firm line. There's a scar near her left temple, slight but jagged, and it intrigues me more than any polished glamour could. So you're here to follow me around and keep me out of trouble? That's the gist? She nods once. I'm here to make sure you stay alive and uninjured enough to drive. Sponsors aren't happy, and from what I understand, you want to race. That's not all I want, I mumble, half to myself, half to see if she'll rise to the bait. She doesn't. Her eyes stay locked, unyielding, like she's heard it all before. I brush past her shoulder, crossing the room to where the staff keep water bottles lined up. My father's voice echoes in my head. Some lecture about how everything I do is under a microscope, how each misstep damages the Veil name. I used to care about that, back when I thought my father had a heart somewhere beneath all those tailored suits. Now I just want to get through each race, keep my place in the circuit, and avoid letting him pull every string in my life. Indira stands behind me, silent. I sense her presence, though, like a calm center in a storm. I twist the cap off a water bottle, down half of it in a single gulp, then slam it onto the table. You're probably supposed to say something comforting, right? I look over my shoulder, arching an eyebrow. Tell me to let go of my anger or be mindful. Isn't that part of your job description? She crosses her arms over her chest. You mistake me for a therapist. I look back at her fully, noticing the sculpted lines of her arms and the controlled set of her jaw. I might have to let you fight me someday. See if you can keep up. If it keeps you from throwing random punches at bystanders, maybe I will. A genuine laugh surprises me. It's short but real. Interesting. You're not like the others. She doesn't blink. From what I hear, you chew them up and spit them out. Maybe I'm not so easy to chew. I throw the melted ice pack onto the bench and flex my swollen knuckles. There's a tension coursing through my veins that's unrelated to the bruise. She challenges me in a way that's more enticing than annoying, though I wouldn't admit it out loud. My father's goons usually try to appease me, or they wave their authoritarian stripes until I scare them off. Indira does neither. She simply stands there, confident, not a single ounce of fear. It's refreshing, and it's also fueling the spark of confrontation that's always burning in my chest. Before I can come up with another remark, my phone buzzes on the bench. I see the name across the screen. Harold Spencer, my father's lawyer. The man's more of a mouthpiece than anything, but he's lethal in negotiations. I grab the phone, giving Indira a pointed look as if to say, "Don't move," then put the device to my ear. "Zion," Harold says, skipping greetings. "I trust you're still in London, correct?" I clench my fist, ignoring the pain. "I'm here. Thanks for checking." He sighs. "Word's out about the incident this morning. Your father wants to remind you that negative press impacts the upcoming race. You're scheduled to fly to Tokyo in 2 days for the first leg of the promotional tour leading into the next Grand Prix. Everything needs to be flawless from here on." I glance at Indira, who's busy observing the facility, probably cataloging threats. She's got a lethal grace to her stance. Yeah. Tokyo in 2 days. I got it. What else? There's a private plane departing early to accommodate your new security liaison. You'll fly together. The local sponsor reps want to see you do a charitable event in Shibuya before the race. Keep your fist to yourself. Understood? I grit my teeth. Who do you think I am? Some thug who can't manage his temper? He doesn't dignify that with an answer. Just refrain from causing further disruption and be ready for a press briefing as soon as you arrive. Rupert expects you to represent Veil Racing with dignity. I almost laugh at the choice of words. My father built Veil Racing on grit and cunning, not dignity. But I'm not about to start that argument over the phone with his lawyer. Fine. I'll be there. Harold's tone shifts, turning more clinical. One more thing. The bodyguard. Miss Khan. She's under strict orders to keep you in one piece. If you step out of line, she's authorized to use necessary force. Don't test her. I bite back a snide remark. Consider me warned. He hangs up without a goodbye, and I tuck the phone back into my pocket. When I turn around, Indira's already watching me. Her head tilts slightly, as if she can sense the conversation didn't exactly leave me in a good mood. I take a calming breath, then let it out, feeling the ache in my hand pulse once again. "We fly to Tokyo in 2 days," I say flatly. "That means you'll have to stick to me like glue until then, right?" Her voice is steady. "That's the job." My gaze drifts to the battered punching bag in the corner of the room. I can still feel the echo of my last strike in my knuckles. "You might regret taking it." She shrugs. "We'll see. Unless you plan on trying to get rid of me." "Would it work if I did?" She meets my stare dead on. "Probably not." The corners of my mouth tug upward, a sardonic lift. I feel a hot coil of energy, some mix of annoyance and attraction, swirling around the center of my chest. I've never been a fan of babysitters, but there's something different about her. Something that keeps me from simply walking away. She's not here to fawn over me, and she's definitely not here to scold me like a child. She's just present, calm, even a bit dangerous. That kind of presence commands respect. "Fine," I say, lifting my chin. "Then let's set some ground rules. First, I go where I want, and you don't stop me unless it's absolutely necessary." She studies my face, then answers in that quiet voice. "I'm not here to control you, just to keep you safe." "Second," I continue, stepping closer, "don't hover. I can't stand it when people breathe down my neck." Her expression is unwavering. "Noted. Anything else?" I glance at her from head to toe, taking in the muscular lines of her arms, the slight tension in her posture. She's ready to fight or walk away at a second's notice. My heart does a sudden hammer in my chest, a response to the unspoken challenge behind those eyes. "Yeah," I say. "Don't lie to me, and give me your loyalty. My father might have hired you, but you're working for me now." She arches a brow. "I have no reason to lie, and yes, you're now my employer as long as you're the one paying me." Good. For a moment, neither of us moves. Then I break the stare first, cursing the way my pulse thrums. "So, you want to get started on this protective detail or stand here all day?" A faint curve touches the corner of her mouth, gone almost before I notice it. "Let's start. I need to assess your routine." I point toward the hallway leading to the back rooms. Showers, lounge, offices. My trainer sets up a schedule, though I tend to do my own thing. You'll see for yourself soon enough. She follows, steps light but precise, like she's already memorizing the layout. The hush in the corridor is thick, broken only by the low thrum of the overhead fluorescent lights. When we reach the lounge, which doubles as a staff break room, I swing the door open and flick on the switch. Inside are a few chairs, a coffee station, and a half-stocked fridge. I lean against the wall, letting her take in the details. "You do everything alone?" she asks, scanning the bare space. "Mostly. My trainer's a decent guy, but he knows not to babysit me. This place is for me to clear my head before or after I spar." She meets my eyes, curiosity flickering. "Sparring's a big part of your routine." "Helps keep me sharp. I spend hours strapped into a multi-million-dollar machine going hundreds of miles an hour. Adrenaline isn't optional. This helps me manage it when I'm out of the car." She takes a slow breath. There's no judgment on her face, only understanding. "I get it." Without warning, I grab a water bottle from a mini fridge and throw it her way. She catches it smoothly, her reaction time quicker than most security clowns I've tested. The corner of my mouth twitches in a reluctant grin. "She's good." "Thanks," she says, not an ounce of surprise in her voice. I nod. "So you do your thing, and I'll do mine. Tomorrow. I've got a press appointment around noon. Cameras, candor, the usual nonsense. You'll have to be there to ensure I don't lose my cool, I guess." "I'll be there," she confirms. "Then we're done for the day. Sound good?" She gives a slight shrug. "If that's how you operate. But if you plan on leaving for a bar at midnight, I'll need to know. You're not going to bed at 9 every night? She almost smiles. I doubt you ever let me sleep. My chest tightens. I'm not sure if her words carry a hidden spark or if I'm just reading into it. Either way, there's an electric undercurrent in the air, as though something between us is primed for ignition. Sparks are flying, no denying that. She's so composed it makes me want to poke and prod her defenses until they crack. Yet a part of me admires the calm that drapes over her like a second skin. "All right, Miss Khan," I say, crossing my arms. "We have an uneasy truce. Try not to quit on me before we even reach Tokyo." A flicker of a challenge lights her eyes. "I don't quit." I push off from the wall, stepping close enough to sense the controlled power beneath her stance. For half a heartbeat, I consider something reckless leaning in, just to see if she'd flinch. But I hold back, letting the tension simmer. We're practically strangers, yet I feel like I've slammed headlong into a force that can match my own drive, maybe even surpass it. My phone buzzes again in my pocket. I glance at the screen and see Greta Leong's name, the team's PR manager, lighting up in a text. She's probably screaming about the morning's publicity nightmare. I ignore it, sliding the phone back. Indira nods toward my pocket. "You going to answer that?" "Nope. It can wait." She studies me for a moment as though trying to peel back layers without me noticing. Then she turns, walking out of the break room. I follow, curiosity at war with annoyance that my father has forced this situation on me. But as I watch the set of Indira's shoulders, the way she glides with lethal grace, I find myself less bothered than I expected. There's something about her that feels real. And I've had enough of sycophants, managers, and shallow fans to last a lifetime. We head back into the main training area. The overhead lighting casts a stark glow on the ring in the center, though I'm done working out for the day. My knuckles are a throbbing reminder of earlier chaos, and any more strain would be pointless. Across the facility, a couple of staffers hustle to tidy up. Marco, who's likely overheard half of my exchange with Indira, keeps his distance. He's learned not to interfere when I'm dealing with new security people. I stride over to the bench, grabbing my hoodie. Indira stands nearby, scanning the space. I notice the slightest roll of tension in her shoulders. Even at rest, she's coiled. There's an urge in me, wanting to see her fight. Watch that self-possession explode into something fierce. Another part of me thinks it's best not to poke that bear. I might end up with more bruises. "Tomorrow we'll start at 8 in the morning, I say, pulling the hoodie on carefully over my damp hair. I'll run a few laps on the treadmill, do some sparring if I feel like it, then we'll head to the press event." She nods. "I'll be here." I sling my duffel bag over my shoulder, trying not to wince at the twinge in my hand. "You're taking this role seriously." "That's why I'm here." My gaze catches hers, and for a moment, everything else fades. The staff, the hum of lights, the dryness of my mouth. It's just her and me, tension circling in the air, intense and immediate. There's no mistaking the friction. She might be here on my father's payroll, but I can sense her personal motivation. She's not the type to do a job halfway, and that shouldn't fascinate me as much as it does. I exhale slowly and jerk my chin toward the exit. "I'm out. See you tomorrow, Miss Khan." She follows me with her eyes, her expression unreadable. I can almost feel her analyzing every breath I take, every angle of my body language. Let her try. I'm not so easy to decipher. Then again, neither is she. I march out of the building, stepping into the late afternoon light of London. The sun peeks through clouds, setting the wet pavement shimmering. Behind me, the door closes with a gentle click. I stand there for a moment, letting the cool air wash over me. My phone buzzes again. Harold's name. My father's minions never rest. With a sigh, I flick the phone open. "What now?" "You're scheduled to depart in exactly 48 hours, he says, voice clipped. "Check your email for flight details. Do not miss it." I let the tension gather between my shoulder blades. I know. You're not going to lecture me? This is your final warning to keep your fists in check, Zion. Your father's had enough surprises for 1 week. My teeth scraped together. Right. I'll be a perfect angel. He doesn't laugh. Sure you will. Try not to embarrass the family name any further. The line goes dead, and I'm left glaring at my screen. I slip the phone into my pocket. The crisp London breeze brushes against my cheeks, and I think about Indira inside that building, probably speaking with the staff to get more information. She'll find out soon enough that I'm not the type to cooperate easily. Even if she is different. Even if she intrigues me. I push off the wall, heading for my car, determined to shut out the swirl of conflicting emotions churning inside my chest. Despite my annoyance at being watched, a treacherous part of me is looking forward to tomorrow. I want to see how she handles my world, the cameras, the invasive fans, the demands of the racing circuit. If she thinks she can protect me from every threat, especially the ones I set in motion myself, she has her work cut out for her. Yet for the first time in a long while, I feel a flicker of genuine anticipation, a small jolt that's not tied to horsepower or apex turns. There's an undeniable tension whenever her gaze locks with mine, something powerful and immediate, something I can't quite name yet. I slide behind the wheel of my vintage sports car, pushing past the throb in my hand as my hold on the tightens. The engine roars to life, a throaty rumble that resonates up my spine. I should head home, ice my knuckles, maybe get some rest before tomorrow's schedule. Instead, I sit there for a moment, letting the vibrations of the car's idle seep into my bones, letting myself think about her. Indira Khan, ex-MMA fighter, not afraid to speak bluntly, not afraid to hold my gaze until I'm the one who looks away. I wonder what secrets hide behind those cool eyes. What drives her to accept a job that involves babysitting a volatile speed junkie like me? A smirk tugs at my lips. 2 days until Tokyo, where the entire world will be watching. Something tells me the real fight is just beginning. With one last glance at the gym, I shift into gear and peel out onto the road. My father wants me quiet, obedient, and uncontroversial. He should know by now that's not who I am. And if Indira thinks she can handle me, I almost want to let her try. Because if there's one thing I know, it's that I thrive where tensions run high. That's where I truly feel alive. And if she's anything like me, we're in for a collision that neither of us will walk away from unscathed.
Chapter 3. Indira. Tokyo is a study in contrasts. Neon billboards beam overhead, washing the crowded streets in flashes of color. Traditional shrines rest quietly amid towering skyscrapers. Noise and stillness coexist here, the kind of balance I'd normally appreciate if I weren't assigned to shepherd a combustible driver through a city brimming with cameras. We arrived late last night, both of us exhausted from the flight. The organizers booked us at a luxury hotel in Shinjuku, all gleaming marble floors and hushed corridors. Everything is immaculate, from the staff's measured bows to the fresh orchids in every vase. I'm used to rundown motels or cheaper business hotels whenever I travel for a protection gig, but Zion's world demands 5-star accommodations. I accepted that reality from the moment I signed this contract, yet stepping onto the plush carpet of the lobby, I felt an odd dissonance, like someone dressed my life in designer clothes that don't quite fit. After checking into our separate suites, I did a preliminary walkthrough of the hallway. No suspicious bystanders, no flicker of trouble. Zion said a cool goodnight at his door. Neither of us attempted small talk. That was the only peaceful moment we've shared since we met. This morning, the tension picks right up where it left off. Zion's phone rings at dawn, rousing him for an early breakfast interview. He ignores it until there's pounding on his door from a PR assistant named Reiko, who begs him not to be late. I'm already outside his room, leaning against the wall in my dark cargo pants and a fitted blazer. He swings the door open, hair still damp from the shower, phone in hand, eyes blazing with reluctant frustration. "Ready for the show?" I ask. He grimaces. Define ready. He's wearing a crisp black t-shirt that can't hide the bruises across his forearms. I can only guess if they're from sparring or from punching a paparazzo. Either way, he doesn't seem bothered. There's a coiled energy in him that hums beneath the surface, like he's always a second away from either lashing out or roaring away on a racetrack. I give him a steady look, refusing to mirror his agitation. "The sponsors arranged a meet and greet," I say, crossing my arms. "Your father's rep wants you to smile for the cameras." He lets out a hollow laugh. "My father wants a lot of things. Let's just get this circus done." We move through the hotel corridor, footsteps muffled by thick carpeting. Reiko flutters alongside, checking her phone every few seconds. She's a petite woman with meticulously styled hair and a pointed efficiency in her movements. She's part of the local PR team that will escort us to the first press event, then to a sponsor luncheon. She greets me politely, but her entire focus centers on Zion and his volatile nature. Downstairs, staff usher us into a sleek car waiting outside under the hotel's awning. The driver, wearing white gloves, bows and opens the back door. Zion slides in first, and I follow, settling on the seat across from him. Reiko sits next to me, already fidgeting with a schedule that lists media appearances, photo ops, and the official press junket in the afternoon. She explains it all in a clipped voice, glancing at Zion as if expecting him to protest at any moment. He stares out the window, jaw tense, gaze roaming over Tokyo's busy sidewalks. When we arrive at the event venue, a sprawling convention center with banners for the upcoming Grand Prix, I notice the swarm of journalists waiting near the entrance. Cameras flash, strobe-like, capturing every angle. Security personnel form a barrier, letting us exit the car without being mobbed. I scan for any potential threat, but mostly I see curious expressions and hungry reporters jostling for a better shot. Zion steps out, wearing a half-hearted grin that doesn't quite reach his eyes. I follow a few paces behind, watchful for any sudden movement. Reiko scurries ahead, smoothing her skirt and gesturing for us to keep up. Inside, there's a massive room filled with sponsor booths, racing simulators, and a small stage at the front. A podium has been set up for Zion and a few other drivers to make statements. Everywhere I look, I see brand logos, from energy drinks to luxury cars. There's a polished gleam to it all, an undercurrent of money spent to dazzle the audience. Zion's part of that spectacle, a key attraction. He hates it, yet he can't escape it. He makes his way to a designated area where the press is gathered. Questions are already flying, half in Japanese, half in English. Reiko stands by his side, interpreting and occasionally interjecting. I circle the perimeter, ensuring no one gets too close, stepping in whenever an overeager reporter pushes forward. "How does it feel to be in Tokyo for the first race of the season?" asks one reporter. Zion shrugs. "I like the track here. Fast straights, tight corners. Always good for a little chaos." Several cameras flash, capturing the slight twist of his mouth. Another journalist leans forward. "You've had some controversies lately. Any comment on your rumored altercation in London?" His eyes flick in my direction briefly, then back to the reporter. "No comment. Move on." The reporter won't let it go. "Are you worried about how sponsors will react?" Zion's shoulders tighten. "I'm here to race, not to play spokesperson. If they've got a problem, they can talk to my PR team." Reiko gives him a slight nudge, a reminder to behave. He ignores her and moves away from the mic. As he steps back, journalists clamor for more. He has no interest in indulging them. From my vantage point, I see the tension in his stance. The way his hands clench at his sides, I shift closer, half expecting him to snap. Instead, he keeps a lid on his frustration, but the heat in his gaze is unmistakable. After a few more questions from other drivers, the official portion of the press conference concludes. A PR staffer announces a short break before private interviews. Zion practically bolts off stage, weaving through the throng and aiming for the exit. I follow, keeping pace. He stops in a quiet hallway lined with framed racing posters. I stand a few feet away, watching him press his palms against the wall, shoulders heaving in controlled breaths. "You good?" I ask softly. He lifts his head, eyes cutting toward me. "I'm outstanding. Didn't you see me charm them back there?" His tone drips sarcasm, but there's something else there, an edge of pain he's trying to hide. I don't ask about it. My job is protection, not therapy. Yet I can't ignore the flicker of empathy that rises unbidden in my chest. I remind myself that this man courted trouble a dozen times over. He thrives on it. "Take a minute," I say. "We have private interviews in 15 minutes. You can survive that long without throwing a punch." He scoffs, pushing off the wall. "Why so serious? You're no fun." My voice stays even. "I'm not here to entertain you." He steps closer, narrowing the space between us. The hallway is deserted, except for a passing staffer who hurries by, clearly not wanting to intrude. Zion tilts his head, studying my face. "Not even a little fun?" he asks. "Surely you have a sense of humor buried under all that stoicism." "I keep it locked away for special occasions." He smirks, but there's a frustration simmering under that lazy expression. "You know what your problem is? You're too rigid." I meet his gaze, unflinching. "You don't know me." "Maybe I want to." A hum of tension sparks through my veins. His presence is magnetic, I'll give him that. The heat rolling off him ghosts over me like a breath, a fierce energy that both repels and compels, but I'm not about to feed his ego. I step back. "Pull yourself together," I say. "We're going back out there. Stay calm, or I'll have to step in." A flicker of challenge dances in his eyes. "Keep me calm, Miss Khan? Sounds like you've got a plan." My jaw tightens. "Yes. It's called do your job without injuring your public image or yourself." He exhales, some twisted amusement playing across his features. "Fine. Let's get this over with." We return to the press area, where the event staff directs Zion into a small side room for one-on-one interviews. A glossy black table sits in the center, and a local media crew is already set up with cameras and lights. The interviewer, a chic woman in a tailored suit, stands to greet Zion. Her name tag reads Yuki Sakamoto. She bows politely, and Zion offers a curt nod in return. I position myself along the wall, scanning the room. Yuki begins, voice soft but direct. "Zion, the Tokyo Grand Prix is always a highlight of the season. How do you feel coming into this race, especially after some recent difficulties?" He leans back in the chair, arms folded. "I feel ready to push the limits." "Any concerns regarding your recent controversies? Fans might worry it affects your focus." He pauses. There's a moment where I expect a snide remark, but instead, something flickers in his eyes, a subtle shift. Racing is the one place my head is always clear. Everything else is just background noise. Yuki nods, pressing a small remote that shifts the camera angle. "Do you see yourself as a role model for young fans, or do you prefer to avoid that responsibility?" His lips curl in a faint grin that doesn't reach his eyes. "I'm not here to be anyone's role model. I'm just a guy who drives fast and sometimes hits back when cornered." It's an honest statement, but I can almost taste the tension crackling around us. Yuki scribbles a note, unruffled by his bluntness. "And how does your team support you through the stress?" He flicks a glance my way, as if deciding whether to mention my presence. "They hire good people." The barest hint of a surprise tingles in my chest. Good people. He said, not specifically me, but it's close enough. I stay still, arms folded, face impassive. The interview continues with a few more questions about racing, his training regimen, and his expectations for the season. He answers with guarded precision. Yuki thanks him, and the cameras shut off. He stands immediately, ignoring the extended time for courtesy chatter. I follow him out into the bustling hallway. We spend the rest of the afternoon weaving through sponsor booths, signing autographs for a line of excited fans, and dodging more reporters who want a piece of his time. I keep my stance ready for any sudden approach. Zion picks up on my vigilance, occasionally flashing me a smirk whenever I maneuver a pushy photographer out of his path. Near the end of the day, the event coordinator directs us to a final podium for a group photo with other racers. Zion's father is not here. He never attends these smaller promotional stops unless the stakes demand it. Instead, the local sponsor reps pose with forced smiles. Zion barely masks his impatience, glancing at his watch the second the flash goes off for the last photo. By dusk, we're back in the hotel, stepping out of the elevator onto our floor. I'm about 10 paces behind him, scanning the corridor for anything out of place. Other guests bustle by, some in formal attire, others in casual clothes. The plush red carpeting matches the opulent decor, and I notice that each suite is spaced well apart, ensuring privacy. Zion stops in front of his door, rummaging in his pocket for the keycard. He freezes, noticing a slip of paper sticking out from beneath the door. His eyes flick to me. I move forward, kneeling to pick it up. It's a single sheet, folded once. When I open it, I see bold black letters scrawled across. Back out before it's too late. My pulse jumps. This doesn't look like a random piece of hate mail from a jealous fan. The paper is plain, the letters almost jagged, as if someone wanted to send a direct message without leaving a signature. Zion reads it over my shoulder, tension rippling through him. Typical threat, he mutters. I get a lot of those. I study the handwriting. I'm not so sure this is typical. Usually, fans rant about how you messed up their bets or ignored them at an event. This is short, direct. He snatches it from my hand. Probably someone stirring up drama. Nothing new. I press my lips together. Regardless, I'll treat it as a threat. Next time, they might escalate. He shakes his head and swipes his keycard, pushing into the suite. I follow, verifying no one lurks inside. The space is massive, a spacious living area with floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking Tokyo's bright skyline. A low table rests in the center, surrounded by modern couches in shades of gray and white. The faint hum of the city drifts through the glass, a reminder that life continues at a frenetic pace outside these lofty walls. Zion tosses the note onto a side table, eyes flicking to me. You think it's a competitor? Or just some thrill-seeking fan? I shrug. Too soon to guess. I'll speak to hotel security, check their CCTV. He stalks across the room, tension visible in the set of his shoulders. Let them handle it. It's nothing. My chest tightens. He's brushing it off, but this could be serious. I step forward, my voice low. Threats should never be dismissed. If someone's bold enough to leave a note under your door, they've already bypassed some level of security. That's not trivial. He looks at me, and for a second, his bravado falters. There's a flicker of something else. Fear, maybe, or a deeper unease he doesn't want to show. Then he sets his jaw, rolling back into that stubborn stance. I know how to handle myself. I don't need you acting like it's the end of the world. I keep my voice level. You hired me. Let me do my job. He scoffs. My father hired you. There's a difference. It's a blow, but I don't let it show on my face. Instead, I nod once. I'm here either way. His eyes snapped to mine, brimming with challenge. Why? Because you're obsessed with being the perfect protector? Or because you're getting paid a fortune? That hits too close to home. I grit my teeth, reminding myself not to let him bait me. I have responsibilities. That's all you need to know. He steps closer, and the atmosphere colts tight. I can almost taste the unspoken friction. He's frustrating, yes, but there's a dangerous charm in his defiance. My pulse quickens despite my better judgment. I keep my spine straight, refusing to show weakness or attraction. You don't like me, he says, voice low. You're not exactly likable, I reply, matching his tone. He huffs out a near laugh. Yet here you are. It's my job, Zion. For a heartbeat, we stand too close, neither of us backing down. The swirl of city lights outside casts shifting shadows across his face, making his features appear sharper. I notice the faint bruise along his jawline, the tension in the tendons of his neck, the way his chest rises and falls in shallow breaths. He smells of soap and the faint trace of cologne, something crisp that stirs the air between us. There's an undercurrent of raw attraction, a spark that could ignite if we let it, but neither of us is willing to feed the flame, not now. His phone buzzes, cutting through the charged silence. He glances at the screen, expression tightening. Without a word, he answers, turning away from me. I catch fragments of conversation. His father's name, a complaint about unnecessary drama, a mention of the upcoming race schedule. He keeps his voice low, but frustration radiates off him. I take the moment to step back, letting the tension recede. Gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, I trace the neon sprawl of Tokyo below. The city pulses with life, as if every building, every sign, breathes in unison. It makes me think of my own life, the responsibilities I carry beyond this job. I have a daughter waiting back home, caught in a custody battle I can't afford to lose. Every step I take is one I hope brings me closer to providing her a stable future. Looking at Zion's reflection in the glass, I remind myself that I can't afford to get distracted by the volatile pull between us. He hangs up the call with a rough exhale. That was my father's lawyer. He heard about some note. Apparently, the hotel reported it to local authorities. He snorts. Everything's so amplified. It's ridiculous. I turn to face him. Your father might be paranoid, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. Zion's expression flickers. Right, because he's the model parent. I don't reply, sensing the raw emotion behind his sarcasm. I know enough to realize his father is more of a controlling force than a supportive figure. It's not my place to pry. I focus on the practical. Let's call it a night. We have to be up early for track inspections, then more media obligations. He tosses his phone onto a nearby couch, frustration twisting his mouth. I hate this schedule. I'm aware, but it's part of the job. His gaze flicks over me, a subtle once-over that makes my pulse jump. So I'm stuck with you all night too? I'm in the room next door. Don't worry, I won't be tapping on the walls to check your heartbeat. He forces a crooked grin. Pity. You might learn something if you listen close enough. Heat flares in my cheeks, but my features stay unreadable. Good night, Zion. He stands there, watching me in silence as I step past him toward the door. My whole body hums with an uneasy mix of attraction and wariness. The second I'm in the hallway, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The note is still fresh in my mind, its sharp-edged message reverberating like an alarm. Back out before it's too late. That threat lingers, a reminder that the race is only one piece of the puzzle. Something bigger is at play, something that wants Zion out of the picture. I head to the elevator, intending to speak with hotel security, to demand any footage of the corridor. This is my job. Keep him safe, keep him alive, keep him in one piece until the final checkered flag waves. Yet my thoughts drift to that moment we stood face to face, the quiet crackle of tension that nearly lit a fuse between us. I remind myself it's a spark best ignored. No way am I letting personal attraction compromise my mission. As I wait for the elevator doors to slide open, I glance back down the hallway. Zion's door remains closed, the corridor empty under soft lighting. Somewhere behind that door, he's likely brooding over his father's latest demands or planning his next rebellion. He can keep his troubles to himself. I have enough of my own, and I won't let him under my skin. Not when there's a threat lurking around. Not when my own daughter needs me back home in one piece with the money to win our fight. The elevator arrives, and I step inside, fists clenched at my sides. Tomorrow promises more press events, more uneasy tension, and more chances for trouble. I brace myself for all of it. One thing is certain, Zion Vale isn't going to make this easy, but neither am I.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Zion. Tokyo at night radiates neon from every corner, a constant electric heartbeat surging through the streets. I slip out of the hotel lobby, Indira at my heels, her silence as oppressive as the humidity that clings to the air. She insisted on shadowing me wherever I go. I told her I had research to do and almost expected her to argue, but she simply crossed her arms and said, "Fine." That single word carries more weight than any protest, because it means she's determined not to let me out of her sight. She doesn't know the full story, though. My father's demands, the forced grins for sponsors, the suffocating press conferences, all of it grates on me, stirring something restless in my veins. I crave a distraction that only comes from raw intensity. Illegal street racing in Tokyo is notorious for delivering it. I'm not after money or glory here. I just want to taste the edge. Maybe I need to remind myself that I'm alive, no matter how reckless it might seem. A black sedan picks us up outside the grand entrance, headlights cutting through the colorful glow. Indira slides in beside me, leaving a couple of inches between us. I can feel the tension radiating off her as I give the driver an address in Shibuya. She arches an eyebrow, but doesn't comment on my choice of destination. When we pull into traffic, her gaze moves to the passing lights outside, checking for anything unusual. I notice how her hand rests near her jacket pocket, probably where she keeps some form of protective tool. She's coiled and ready for trouble, a caged panther pacing behind human eyes. "We're heading to a bar," I say, flicking her a quick glance. Her voice is even. "Really, what kind of bar?" "A local dive," I lie. "Some street racers gather there, talk shop. I want to hear rumors, see what they're up to. Could give me insight before the real season starts." She levels me with a skeptical look. Research. Exactly. She doesn't press further, but I sense her disbelief. The car weaves through steady traffic, neon signs in kanji and English competing for attention on every block. I rest my elbow on the door, letting my head tilt toward the window. The city is mesmerizing, 1,000 colors blending into one unstoppable wave. It reminds me of the adrenaline I chase on the track, overwhelming, exhilarating, just shy of total chaos. We arrive in a narrow alley flanked by tall buildings. Garish pink signage announces some late-night host club above us, and below it, a cramped entrance leads to a basement bar known as Garuda's Nest, if the discreet sign is any indication. I pay the driver and step out onto damp pavement. Indira stands close, scanning the shadows with a practiced eye. Her hair is pulled back in that tight bun, shaved on the sides, accentuating her high cheekbones and the quiet threat in her stance. A dull throb lingers in my knuckles, a reminder of past scuffles. Pain calls to me like a siren. As we move toward the doorway, a faint beat of rock music hums beneath the ground, vibrating up through the cement. I push open the door, motion for Indira to follow, then descend a short flight of stairs. The air grows thick with cigarette smoke and the tang of cheap liquor. A single bartender with a bright pink mohawk nods when we enter, then returns to polishing a glass. The place is small, lit by flickering neon signs featuring stylized dragons and racing emblems. A cluster of men and women gather around a corner table, tattoos peeking from under their sleeves. They pause to size us up, conversation dipping for a split second. I move deeper into the bar, stepping around a few stools. Indira trails behind, posture stiff, glancing at every face with that impenetrable calm. I settle at the bar and order 2 drinks, ignoring her frown. She shakes her head, clearly not wanting anything to do with alcohol, but I wave a hand dismissively. I won't force you to drink, I say, but you might look less suspicious if you join me. She exhales, perching on a stool beside me. The bartender sets 2 glasses in front of us, and I pay in cash. The group by the corner keeps casting glances our way. I recognize a few signs, embroidered patches on jackets that belong to a local underground racing crew called Stormbringers. They're known for challenging foreign drivers to high-stakes bets. Perfect. My heart drums faster, anticipating the jolt of competition. One man, older than the rest, stands and meanders over. He's broad-shouldered with a thick scar running across his jaw. His hair is buzzed close to his scalp, and a gold chain glints against a plain black t-shirt. Without asking, he drags a stool closer to us. Indira tenses. "Never seen you here before," he says in Japanese-accented English, directing his question at me. I take a small sip of my drink. Tourists with a passion for racing. Heard this was the place to get some info. He looks me over, then shifts his gaze to Indira. "Your friend doesn't seem like a tourist." Indira's expression remains neutral. "I'm just here to keep him breathing." He snorts. "That's so? Well, if you want real racing talk, head to the docks around midnight. There's a run happening. Big money, big risk. You up for it?" "Always," I reply, my fingers tightening around the glass. He studies me, then leans in. "Word is a foreign driver's got a target on his back. Some local crews don't like outsiders stealing the show. You sure you want that heat?" A flicker of a challenge sparks in my chest. "I can handle it." "You have a car?" "Not on me. Might need to borrow or rent one." He shrugs. "Talk to the right people, you'll find something. But be warned, if you're messing with Stormbringers, you best bring skill or money. Otherwise, you'll leave in worse shape than you arrived." He jerks his chin at Indira. "Maybe your bodyguard can handle what's left." She bristles, but keeps her cool. He slides off the stool and lumbers back to his group. They all smirk in our direction, not bothering to hide their interest. I rotate in my seat, half-faced toward Indira. She's glaring at me with an intensity that matches the neon glow above her. "You're not racing tonight," she says softly. "I'm just investigating," I counter. "Like I said, research." Her eyes narrow. Don't lie to me. I see what you're chasing. I press the rim of my glass to my lips, ignoring the wave of adrenaline flooding my veins. She's right. I want the rush that comes with pushing my body and mind to the limit, whether on a track or in some back alley race. But I won't admit it out loud. That would be too honest, and honesty's not my strong suit. She stands abruptly. We're leaving. Before I can argue, a burst of laughter erupts from the Stormbringer's corner. One of them, a wiry man with bleached hair, strides over and plants himself in Indira's path. He gives her a long, appraising look, then grins in a way that sets my teeth on edge. Going so soon? He asked, voice dripping condescension. We're about to toast to the next race. Join us. Indira steps aside, but he mirrors her movement, blocking her path. Move, she says, tone clipped. He chuckles, lifts a hand as if to grab her shoulder. Faster than I can blink, she twists his wrist, forcing him off balance. He yelps, stumbling backward, the grin wiped clean from his face. A hiss of tension spreads through the bar as the rest of his crew stands. I slam my glass down, adrenaline spiking. You want a broken arm? Indira asks quietly, still holding the bleached-haired man's wrist in a painful lock. He snarls something in Japanese, twisting to free himself. A second man lunges at her, but I intercept, driving a fist into his torso. Pain flares through my knuckles, bright and addictive. He staggers, and a third tries to flank me, swinging wildly. I duck and counter with an elbow. The heavy ache in my hand wakes my senses, fueling me. I catch a movement at the edge of my eye. I catch Indira pivoting, hooking the bleached-haired man's leg and sending him crashing to the floor. She's fluid, almost graceful, each movement deliberate. The bartender shouts, but no one listens. Another Stormbringer charges at Indira. She slams him backward with a perfect front kick that could crack ribs. Something about seeing her fight, the raw skill in each strike, makes heat coil in my stomach. I'm impressed, sure, but there's also a fierce attraction burning under my skin. She's lethal in the best way, and that knowledge pumps adrenaline into every nerve. She doesn't stop until the bleached-haired man is on his knees, coughing for breath, and the rest are stumbling away from us. The bar falls silent except for the low thrum of music. My hand throbs, but I welcome it, each pulse reminding me that I'm alive. Indira dusts off her pants, eyes scanning the scene. A faint flush colors her cheeks, not from embarrassment, but from the exertion of a well-executed takedown. She turns to me, chest heaving. Let's go, now. Agreed, I say, though a part of me craves more of this savage intensity. I motion at the stunned bartender. Sorry for the mess. He nods, too shell-shocked to respond. We push our way up the stairs, stepping into the cool night air. City lights dance around us, forming a kaleidoscope of color in the alley. Indira checks our surroundings, her breathing still rapid. She doesn't say a word to me until we're halfway down the block, the adrenaline of the brawl still buzzing in my veins. You're a real magnet for trouble, she mutters. You didn't exactly stand by and watch, I shoot back. Nice moves, by the way. She stops under a flickering street lamp. They were looking for a fight, but you set it off. I never asked them to come at us like that. They targeted you first. Her eyes narrow. We both know you love conflict. Don't pretend otherwise. I lean in, ignoring the curious stares of a few pedestrians passing by. And you handled it like it was second nature. Looks like conflict doesn't faze you either. She stiffens, refusing to budge. The tension between us ignites again, scorching the space. My pulse thuds hard, remembering the sight of her swift kicks and lethal punches. There's power in her, a simmering fire that draws me in even as it warns me away. She exhales. What now? That stunt will put a target on your back if you try to race with those guys. I give a sharp laugh. That's half the thrill. She grips my arm, expression darkening. Enough. You want to get yourself killed? My voice drops to a murmur. I'm not trying to die. I'm just not afraid of it. She meets my gaze, the air thick with unspoken currents. You think pain makes you invincible? A pang echoes in my chest. Pain's the only thing that never lies. Something flashes in her eyes, pity or maybe anger. She releases my arm. I can't protect you if you insist on seeking danger for fun. I step away, my fingers combing through my scalp. You're free to walk away if you hate this so much. Her jaw tightens, that scar near her temple catching the light. I'm not walking away. I have a job to do. Try not to make it impossible. We continue down the alley, merging onto a busy street filled with late-night crowds. Laughter echoes from nearby clubs, and the smell of yakitori drifts through the air. My heart still thumps at a frantic pace, the leftover rush from the fight refusing to fade. Indira's eyes scan the sidewalks and rooftops, ensuring we're not being followed. I can't ignore the sensation of being watched. It's a prickling awareness buried deep where I don't want to look. The sense that someone's gaze lingers too long. At first, I chalk it up to paranoia. Then I catch a glimpse of movement behind us, a shape darting behind a parked motorcycle. Indira notices too. She touches my shoulder lightly. Keep walking, she says under her breath. I nod, forcing my steps to remain casual. The neon signs overhead flash pink, blue, and green, reflecting off the mirrored windows of tall buildings. Tourists cluster by a ramen stand, oblivious to the tension curling through the night. Indira and I pick up our pace, slipping around a corner. My pulse spikes again, not from adrenaline this time, but from genuine unease. In the reflection of a store window, I see a figure in dark clothes trailing at a distance. My father's men, perhaps? Or maybe someone from that Stormbringer's crew. I feel Indira's hand at my back, guiding me forward. She's not panicked, but she's not relaxed either. We dive into another alley, narrow and shadowy, hoping to lose our tail among the maze of buildings. The city hums around us, traffic roaring somewhere beyond the concrete walls. I press myself against a metal door. Indira stands beside me, poised to strike. I hold my breath, waiting for the footsteps. Seconds pass. No one appears. She peers around the corner, scanning for movement. Gone, she whispers. I release a low exhale. Must have lost them. She turns to me, eyes burning with questions. This isn't random. They knew who you were. That fight downstairs. The note under your door. It's adding up. I clench my fists, that dull throb returning to my injured knuckle. Maybe Stormbringers are just protective of their turf. Her features are etched with skepticism. That might be part of it. But I get the feeling we've got bigger problems than a few territorial racers. She's likely right. Something about that note in the hotel and the run-in tonight suggests a pattern. My father's connections, the upcoming race, the possibility that someone wants me out of the picture. There's a web of threats closing in, and my tendency to seek danger only tangles me deeper in it. Indira steps back out into the main street, beckoning me to follow. We should head to the hotel. I need to speak with security. I exhale slowly. You always this practical? Her expression softens by a fraction. You need me to be. We walk in silence, weaving through the thinning crowd. Overhead, a giant screen displays an advertisement for the Tokyo Grand Prix, featuring a close-up shot of me in my racing suit, helmet under my arm. The caption reads, Zion Vale, the reckless genius, in bold letters. I let out a scoff, half amused, half irritated. It feels like a caricature, a simplified version of the chaos roiling inside me. Indira notices the billboard but doesn't comment. Maybe she recognizes the conflict in my eyes. Maybe she just doesn't care to push. The heat between us hasn't dimmed. It's still there, sizzling beneath the surface. Even after a brawl and a tense escape, I'm far too aware of her presence at my side. The memory of how she moved in that bar is imprinted on my mind. I can't decide if I'm more impressed by her skill or the fierce pride she exuded while standing her ground. We catch a taxi a few blocks away, sliding into the back seat in silence. Indira gives the driver our hotel's address. As we merge into the late-night traffic, the city continues its endless dance of neon and shadows. I rest my head against the seat, letting the faint hum of the engine lull the tension in my muscles. But my thoughts race, turning over every possibility of who might be after me and why. It could be a rival team, my father's enemies, or something bigger lurking behind the scenes. I've never cared much about the consequences of my actions, but now they're piling up, threatening to pull me under. Indira stares out her window, one hand curled into a fist on her thigh. I can tell she's still on edge from the confrontation. Does she sense the same chaotic blend of excitement and unease that I do when things spiral? She's calmer, more disciplined, but there's a spark in her that lights up in a fight. It mirrors my hunger for risk, except she channels hers with purpose, while I let mine run wild. At the hotel, we step out onto the polished marble of the lobby. The doorman gives us a polite bow. We respond with curt nods, too keyed up to manage social niceties. The elevator ride up to our floor is quiet, tension filling every square inch of space between us. She smells faintly of sweat and something floral, an intoxicating combination that coils in my chest. When the doors slide open, we walk to my room first. I pause at the threshold, keycard in hand. The memory of that threatening note surfaces, making me hesitate before sliding the card. Indira stands at my shoulder, watchful. I open the door, stepping inside. The lights are low, illuminating the sleek modern furniture and the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Tokyo's shimmering expanse. Indira moves past me, swiftly checking the suite. I wait near the entrance, letting out a quiet breath. She returns after a minute, shaking her head. No signs of intruders. Good. I suppose we can relax now. She gives me a pointed look. Don't do anything reckless. If you have some wild scheme in mind, you tell me first. My pulse kicks up. Worried about me? She folds her arms, her expression guarded. I'm worried about the people you'll drag into your mess. That stings more than I care to admit. You think I asked for all this chaos? I think you feed on it. But maybe I can keep it from swallowing you whole. I struggle for a response. She's not wrong, but I refuse to admit it. The tension between us crackles, a live wire pulsing with attraction and irritation. I step closer. She doesn't back away. Thank you for earlier, I say, my tone clipped. Your move saved me a few bruises. Her gaze flicks to my battered hand. You got your hits in too. A beat of silence, and we're locked in a stare that sets my nerves on fire. Every breath is heavy with unspoken words. For a second, I consider closing the distance, see if that spark between us burns as hot as it feels. Instead, I swallow back the urge. You should get some rest, she says, voice thinning. I nod, turning away. She leaves the suite, the soft click of the door echoing in the stillness. My reflection in the glass wall stares back at me, the city lights painting my face in red and blue. I flex my sore knuckles, letting the sting anchor me. Someone followed us tonight. Someone is sending threats. I'm charging headlong into a world of trouble, and Indira is caught in the crossfire. Despite every warning, I can't deny the electric current that pulses whenever she's near. It's an ache that rivals the craving for speed or the rush of a fist connecting with flesh. I'm sure it's dangerous, but I've never been one to back away from danger, especially when it comes in a lethal, captivating package like Indira Khan. I stare out at Tokyo's skyline, the hum of the city beckoning me to take one more leap into the unknown. Tonight I learned two things. I can't outrun my own impulses, and I'm definitely not the only one stirring the pot. Someone else is pulling strings in the shadows, someone who wants me gone or at least threatened. The street racing scene is only the beginning, and whether Indira likes it or not, we're in this together.
Chapter 5. Indira. Days pass in a flash, and arriving in Dubai feels like stepping into another universe. The airport alone is a cathedral of glass and chrome, every corner sparkling with wealth I can't begin to fathom. As I follow Zion through the sleek corridors, I'm struck by how effortlessly he navigates this world. He barely blinks at the grand architecture or the advertisements for luxury brands covering entire walls. Meanwhile, I can't quite shake the sense that I'm an outsider in an upscale dream. I adjust my bag on my shoulder, keeping my composure even though I want to stare at everything. We're greeted by a sponsor representative who escorts us through the VIP lanes. It's almost too smooth. No lines, no delays, just polite smiles and quick nods. Zion walks with a restless edge, hands deep in his pockets, gaze flicking around as if searching for an exit. I'm used to his tension by now. I can sense it in the way he exhales, the slight clench of his jaw. We haven't spoken much since Tokyo. He was quiet on the plane ride, lost in his own thoughts, and I didn't pry. Outside, the desert heat clings to my skin the moment we step off the final escalator. We're met by a black SUV with tinted windows, waiting on the curb. The sponsor rep gestures for us to hop in. I notice Zion's shoulders relax a fraction once the door shuts, cutting off the outside world. The driver greets us with measured politeness, then merges onto a wide highway lined with palm trees and towering skyscrapers that gleam in the sun. Zion presses his forehead against the window and watches the city pass by. I remain alert, checking for any sign that we're being followed. But everything seems routine. The lines of traffic are orderly, the roads nearly immaculate. This place is the exact opposite of the neon chaos of Tokyo. Here, the word of the day seems to be excess. Gold-tipped rooftops, giant malls advertised on every billboard, a shimmering sea in the distance. It's surreal. Eventually, we pull up to our hotel, a monolithic structure of gleaming glass overlooking the Arabian Gulf. The doorman in a crisp uniform opens the SUV door, bowing slightly in greeting. Inside the lobby, marble floors reflect sparkling chandeliers. My boots click loudly on the polished surface, and I resist the urge to fidget. This place is a massive upgrade from the modest apartments and budget accommodations I've known for most of my life. I can practically feel the weight of every dollar spent to make this place shine. Zion, for his part, seems unfazed, as if he's used to a constant stream of luxury. The clerk at the front desk hands us electronic key cards wrapped in gilded envelopes. Zion pockets his, and I tuck mine into my jacket. A bellhop offers to carry my bag, but I decline with a curt shake of my head. His eyebrows lift slightly at my refusal, but he doesn't press. When we reach our adjoining suites on one of the top floors, Zion stops in the corridor and turns to me. "You okay?" His voice is quiet, words clipped. I can tell he's trying to read my mood. "Fine," I say. Why wouldn't I be? He doesn't answer, just studies me for a moment. Then he reaches for his suite door, sliding the key card in with a practiced motion. "We've got a few hours before the expo. Try to get settled." I nod, but my thoughts remain occupied by the sheer difference between his life and mine. He disappears into his room, and I enter mine, flicking on the light. Immediately, a wave of cold air caresses my face. The space is huge. Plush rugs, a king-size bed with pillows arranged like an art installation, and a panoramic window that showcases Dubai's skyline. The unstoppable extravagance makes my chest tighten. I shake it off, reminding myself that this is all temporary. I'm setting my bag on a sleek table when my phone buzzes. The moment I see my ex's name, a chill runs through me that no air conditioner can rival. I hesitate, then answer, bracing myself for whatever he's about to fling my way. "Interesting job you've landed," he says, voice oozing contempt. "Bodyguard for some reckless race car star? Bet that's a perfect environment for our daughter." My heart beats faster, but I keep my tone calm. "This doesn't concern Zara. Everything you do affects her, including sticking around violent men and making headlines for it. I already heard about your scuffle in Tokyo. I grit my teeth. That was self-defense. He laughs, the sound sharp. Doesn't matter in court. You think a judge wants a child around someone who spends her nights cracking skulls? Anger tightens my grip on the phone. You have no right to act like you care about her safety when what? He interrupts. I have a stable home. I'm not hopping across the globe with a brawler's resume, protecting a man known for landing in tabloids. I force myself to breathe slowly. I'm providing for her. Your lawyer might spin it that way, but I've got plenty of evidence to show you're knee-deep in trouble. Keep it up, Indira. You're only making my job easier. He hangs up before I can retort. My hand trembles slightly, and I catch my reflection in the glass window, face stern, eyes furious. Every muscle in my body tenses at the idea of losing my daughter because of a handful of carefully framed accusations. I want to punch something, but I rein in the impulse and focus on the reason I took this job in the first place. I need the money to secure custody, to prove I can give Zara a stable future. Letting my ex's words throw me off now would be a mistake. I force myself to breathe. Inhale, exhale. Slowly, the tension eases. I set my phone on the nightstand and wash my face in the luxurious bathroom. The mirror reflects back a woman who's trying to stay calm. I focus on that. I can't let fear dictate my actions. A short while later, I get a message from Zion. Sponsor wants us at the expo in 1 hour. Dress suitably. I snort at the word, suitably. He probably expects me to show up in some designer outfit. Too bad. My function is to protect him, not dazzle the cameras. I throw on a black blouse, tailored pants that allow for movement, and low-heeled boots. My hair is braided back tightly, so it won't distract me or block my vision if anything goes sideways. We meet in the lobby, where a private car awaits. Zion looks restless again. His posture is tense, hands clenched into light fists. He's wearing a sleek jacket and dark jeans, which is about as casual as he gets for official sponsor appearances. He gives me a once-over, and a flicker of approval crosses his expression, but he says nothing. We drive across the city to an exhibition center that resembles a glass fortress. Banners hang from tall pillars, showcasing pictures of racing icons. Zion's face is among them, accompanied by the tagline, "The Rising Star." I emerge from the car, scanning the crowd. A cluster of media crews stands outside, angled lights and cameras poised to capture every moment. Zion tugs at his jacket sleeves, then heads into the building with me right behind. Inside, we're swallowed by the hum of high-end engines and the murmur of well-dressed corporate types. Lined up on a polished floor are the latest concept cars, each more futuristic than the last. Rows of sleek vehicles sparkle under overhead lights, while staff members in matching uniforms stand ready to explain every engineering detail. It's a giant playground for those who live and breathe racing, brimming with wealth and status. Zion threads his way through the crowd, nodding at a few well-known drivers, ignoring the rest. I keep close, staying alert. My phone vibrates in my pocket again, but I ignore it, certain it's my ex continuing his threats or my lawyer checking in about them. I can't deal with that now. A sponsor liaison quickly ushers Zion toward a stage setup, and I follow at a short distance. He takes part in a brief photo op with corporate executives. The cameras flash nonstop, capturing Zion's half smile. He doesn't seem thrilled, but he musters enough charm to avoid appearing like a complete brat. I stand with my arms crossed, scanning the onlookers for threats. Nothing jumps out. The environment is controlled, and security staff roam the floor, watchful of any unauthorized visitors. Once the photo session ends, the liaison directs Zion to a private lounge area, inviting me as well. It's a VIP suite overlooking the expo floor through a massive glass window. Plush seating lines the room, and waiters circulate with silver trays of refreshments. The place is bright and ostentatious, every surface either gleaming or upholstered in expensive fabrics. I hover near the entrance while Zion meets a small group of sponsors. They chat about the upcoming season, the potential for endorsements. He answers politely, nodding in the right places, though I can sense his patience wearing thin. I remain a silent observer, wondering how he navigates this daily grind of forced pleasantries. Eventually, the meeting wraps up, and the sponsors depart. Zion drifts my way, exhaling sharply. There's a driver's gathering tonight, some sort of exclusive party. You should come. I raise an eyebrow. Why would I do that? He lifts a shoulder in a half shrug. Could lighten the mood, free food, music. Plus, you might want to keep an eye on me anyway. I'll be keeping an eye on you, whether or not I'm at your party. A faint smile tugs at his lips. You take your job seriously. It's not a hobby, Zion. He slips his hands into his jacket pockets, frustration lacing his voice. Have a little fun, or are you too strict for that? I level him with a cool stare. I'm not paid to party. I'm paid to ensure you don't get yourself into another scuffle. The mention of Tokyo's bar brawl is unspoken but clear, and a flicker of something crosses his eyes. He steps closer, close enough that I catch a subtle hint of his aftershave. I steady my breathing, refusing to move back. There's a constant sizzle in the air when we face each other, like a power line sparking just under the surface. I know he feels it too. It's impossible not to. He arches an eyebrow. And if I say your presence would help me avoid trouble, keep the idiots away? I almost snort. Knowing you, you'd seek it out. He presses his lips together, a half smile forming. Come on. It'll be in a fancy lounge, not some shady dive bar. Safe enough for your standards, right? My spine stiffens at the playful challenge in his tone. I'm not mixing business with pleasure. He exhales, stepping back. Your call. He strides across the lounge, picking up a bottled water from a table and draining half of it in one go. I can't help but watch the flex of his hand gripping the bottle, noticing the faint bruises on his knuckles that never seem to fully fade. He meets my gaze, eyes flaring with the same tension that's been under our conversations since day one. We both know it's there. Neither of us wants to cross that line. A staff member pokes their head in, announcing that Zion's presence is needed in another part of the expo. He nods, motioning for me to follow. We navigate a series of corridors until we reach a hallway lined with promotional posters. Every few feet, I see Zion's face, capturing different triumphant moments on various tracks. It's an odd reminder of the status he holds in this world, a status that feels foreign to me. He's about to push open a door that leads to another sponsor booth when his phone rings. He glances at the screen and scowls. Without waiting for me, he steps aside, raising the phone to his ear. I can hear his voice, agitated from the start. I told you I'm handling it, he says sharply into the phone. Stop micromanaging me. I stand a short distance away, feigning interest in a nearby poster. Zion's voice rises in waves, and I can't help but pick up fragments of the conversation. I'm not a pawn in your empire, he snaps, eyes blazing. Yes, I know what's at stake. Don't lecture me about family obligations. There's a pause. Then he growls, I'll handle it, or I won't race. Got it? He clenches his free hand into a fist, the tendons in his neck standing out. There's another bout of silence, presumably while the person on the other end fires back. Finally, Zion all but snarls into the receiver. Enough. I've heard enough. If you want to talk about reputations, look in the mirror. He ends the call with a violent tap on the screen, then exhales as though he's been physically hit. I stay still, giving him space, but my mind is whirring. This is more than sponsor drama. His father must be leaning on him again, maybe demanding compliance or threatening something. The mention of family obligations is not lost on me. It's a deeper wound than I realized. Zion glares at the phone as if it's betrayed him, then shoves it into his pocket. He glances up, spots me watching, and his jaw tightens. For a moment, we both stare at each other in the deserted hallway. I don't speak. I don't need to. He lets out a harsh breath, rakes back his strands, then storms through the door to face whatever sponsor activity awaits him. I'm left behind for a second, heart pounding from the intensity I just witnessed. The phone call rattled him in a way I haven't seen before. This is more than a rebellious streak or a thirst for danger. Something about his father's control stirs a darker frustration in him, and I sense it's tied to a legacy he can't escape. I follow him through the door, stepping into the bright lights and forced smiles of the expo once more. My mind reels with questions. The tension from that phone call still crackles in the air, and I feel it in my own body, adding another layer to the complicated relationship we're forging. He's fighting a war on multiple fronts: sponsors, family, himself. I'm part of it now, whether I want to be or not. As we move among the polished exhibits and endless cameras, I can't shake the image of him clutching his phone with barely controlled fury. That memory collides with my own phone call from earlier, my ex's threats ringing in my ears. The two of us are fighting private battles, refusing to show weakness. Sparks fly every time we cross paths, but we both keep our guard up, determined not to let the other in. Maybe that's the only way we know how to survive. Or maybe, if we're not careful, it'll be the thing that breaks us both.
Chapter 6. Zion. I'm standing in front of the mirrored bathroom sink in my hotel suite, adjusting the collar of a slim-fit shirt that cost more than a month's rent back in my old London flat. The fabric is soft against my skin, but I feel a tension winding through my shoulders that's completely separate from the clothing. Tonight is the VIP driver party, a glitzy affair hosted in one of Dubai's most exclusive clubs. I'm supposed to make an appearance, schmooze with sponsors and racing elites, maybe flash a cocky grin at the cameras. It's all part of my father's grand design to keep me in the public eye for the right reasons, not the wrong ones. My reflection scowls back at me. I can't shake off the conversation from earlier, the one that almost ripped the phone from my hand with sheer frustration. Family obligations, my father said, his voice cold as steel. He didn't bother asking how I was. He just reiterated that if I continue with the championship tour and actually try to win, I'll inherit my late mother's shares in his empire. That's the problem. My father doesn't want me near those shares. He wants me to be an obedient race driver, an asset rather than a threat. If I gain control of what my mother left behind, I'll have a say in Vale Holdings, a say he can't manipulate as easily. I exhale and push off the sink, checking the watch on my wrist. Time to go. Maybe if I down a few drinks, I can forget about the pressure smothering me from every angle. I walk out into the suite's living area, where Indira waits by the floor-to-ceiling window. She's dressed in all black, athletic pants and a fitted jacket, a practical ensemble that contrasts starkly with the lavish setting. I can sense her disapproval even before she speaks. "You're late," she says without turning her head from the view. "I'm never late. Everyone else is just early." She casts a sidelong glance at me, taking in my attire. There's a subtle flicker of something in her eyes, admiration, maybe, for how I clean up. But as quickly as it appears, she hides it behind her usual stoic mask. "Ready to play nice with the cameras?" she asks, stepping away from the window. I shrug. "I'll be there. That's as nice as it gets." We head out, making our way downstairs to where a private car is waiting. The driver opens the door and I slide into the back seat. Indira sits next to me, posture tight, scanning every corner of the street and the hotel driveway. Dubai at night glitters like a kingdom of neon and gold, each skyscraper a testament to opulence. We pass luxury cars, palm trees wrapped in lights, and groups of well-dressed people strolling past designer storefronts. It's the perfect backdrop for a VIP event, and I can already feel the paparazzi lurking like vultures, ready to snap a single shot that might make or break a headline. Indira remains silent during the ride, but her presence weighs on me. The sparks that ignite whenever we share a room are impossible to ignore. I wonder if she feels them too. The quickening of breath, the subtle heat that coils in my gut whenever her gaze meets mine. She's an enigma, wrapped in muscle and guarded stares. Part of me wants to tear that guard down, see what she's hiding, but another part warns me to keep my distance. I have enough chaos in my life already. We arrive at the venue, a towering structure overlooking the Persian Gulf. The exterior is lined with spotlights, and a red carpet extends from the curb to the entrance, where a mass of photographers and reporters bustle for prime positioning. I step out of the car, forcing a cocky grin to keep the cameras happy. The flashbulbs blind me for a second, but I move forward, Indira at my side, her expression stony as she intercepts a pushy paparazzo who tries to lunge closer. "Zion, over here!" one reporter calls, jostling for space. "Any comments on your next race?" Another shoves a microphone in my face. "Rumor says you're in talks for an extended contract. True?" I grit my teeth, adrenaline spiking. The reporters are always prying for drama, especially after my reputation for punching them when cornered. I clench my hands, ignoring the urge to lash out. Indira glides in front of me like a shield, arms raised to keep them from crowding. "Step back," she says, voice firm. "No more questions right now." A few paparazzi ignore her, and one tries to snap a close-up photo. She sidesteps, pushing him gently, though I can tell it's a controlled effort not to shove him harder. The man stumbles, camera flashing wildly. Another reporter sees an opportunity and hurls a barrage of questions about my father's empire, about the new sponsors, about my mother's legacy. My pulse slams in my ears. The mention of my mother sends a jolt of anger through me. I feel the rage bubbling up, the desire to smash the camera from his hands. I take a step forward, fists tightening. Indira slides an arm across my chest, physically holding me back. My breathing is ragged, but I let her do it. If I explode here, it'll be a field day for every tabloid. The paparazzo smirks, trying to provoke me further. Indira's restraint is the only reason I don't break his nose. I meet her gaze, jaw set. She shakes her head slightly, warning me to stand down. I hate this press circus, hate the fake smiles and the intrusive questions. But I hate my father more for orchestrating a life where every mistake is magnified. Event security arrives, pushing the paparazzi back. We slip inside the building, where the atmosphere transforms into subdued luxury. Soft lighting, polished marble floors, and a crowd of well-dressed individuals mingling with champagne flutes. A DJ spins low-key electronic music in a corner, and waiters circulate with trays of hors d'oeuvres. The entire place exudes money and prestige. Indira's gaze sweeps the room, assessing potential threats. I grab 2 glasses of sparkling water from a passing waiter, handing one to her. She takes it, looking surprised for half a second. "That was quick thinking out there," I say quietly. "Thanks." She sips, eyes scanning the crowd. "I'm doing my job." My lips twist into a wry grin. "You don't have to sound so enthusiastic." She returns my stare, and for a moment something sparks between us again. That invisible current that crackles every time we're in arm's reach. I swallow hard, setting my drink aside on a nearby table. I can't afford distractions. Tonight is about keeping up appearances, smoothing sponsor relations. I'm not sure how long I can manage the facade, but I owe it to myself not to burn every bridge. I notice a group of fellow drivers laughing by the bar, some of them raising their glasses in my direction. They're a mix of personalities, some genuine, some purely political. Greta Leung, the team's PR manager, is among them, sipping a cocktail, her expression as cool and polished as the diamond studs in her ears. She waves me over, so I walk that way, Indira following at a careful distance. The conversation is typical racing banter, talk of engines, times on the track, and sponsor demands. Greta tries to steer the topic toward my image, hinting that I should keep my temper in check and refrain from making any headlines beyond the usual race coverage. I nod along, but my patience thins quickly. The only thing tethering me here is the knowledge that if I blow this, my father will use it as proof that I can't handle the spotlight. He'll push me out of contention for my mother's shares, ensuring I never gain any real power within Vale Holdings. Suddenly, a flash goes off. A photographer apparently snuck inside to capture candid shots. I tense, but Indira steps in front of me again, her body language screaming back off without a single word. The photographer backs away, intimidated. I watch her with an odd sense of pride. She's fierce, unflinching, and for reasons I can't quite articulate, that draws me in deeper. There's a heat that flares whenever we lock eyes, like a brand that sears the distance between us. I drift toward the terrace for fresh air, ignoring a couple of sponsors who try to engage me in small talk. The terrace overlooks the Dubai skyline, towering spires lit up like a futuristic city. The warm night air brushes against my face, a relief from the stuffy atmosphere inside. Indira joins me, silent. Yet I'm keenly aware of her presence, the steady strength in her posture. "You almost lost it back there," she says finally, her voice low. I grip the railing, knuckles whitening. I'm tired of them bringing up my mother. They don't know anything about her, about what she stood for. She studies me in the dim glow of the terrace lights. What did she stand for? My chest tightens. I don't talk about my mother often, not even to the PR team who tries to spin her memory for sympathy. But Indira's gaze isn't invasive. It's calm, with a hint of curiosity. I swallow, wrestling with how much to reveal. She was the only one who ever believed I could be more than a puppet in my father's empire, I say, voice taut. She had shares in Vale Holdings, real power. My father wanted them. She refused to sign them over before she died. And now I'm next in line for them, but only if I prove I can handle it by securing major wins on the track. I laugh harshly. He's trying to break me, so I'll stay under his thumb. If I back out, he keeps total control. At the same time, he's trying to paint himself as the supportive father. That's why he hired you to protect me. She listens, face unreadable. And you won't back out. I clench my jaw. I'd rather crash and burn than let him win again. Silence hangs between us. The city sprawls below like a treasure hoard, every light a reminder of how much money flows through this place. I can't help but sense Indira's tension, the way she's absorbing my words without pity. Maybe that's what I need. Someone who doesn't coddle me or tell me it'll be all right. Someone who sees the situation for what it is. A raw power struggle. She shifts her weight, crossing her arms. So your plan is to keep racing, keep pushing until you gain control of those shares, and force your father to back down? I nod. Exactly. She exhales, gaze drifting to the interior of the party. Just don't get yourself killed in the process. I can't do my job if you're suicidal on the track. My pulse stirs. The concern in her tone is faint but real. I arch an eyebrow. Why do you care? Her eyes harden. I don't. But I protect what I'm paid to protect. That answer lands like a punch to the gut. I move my gaze away, scanning the terrace for a distraction. She's good at slamming the door whenever I try to nudge it open. Maybe it's for the best. This attraction between us is messy. Neither of us has the space for it in our lives. Still, my chest buzzes with frustration. We head back inside, and the atmosphere feels heavier than before. The mingling crowds, the clink of glasses, the hum of subdued music. None of it eases the tension coiled in my muscles. Indira steps away to deal with a small commotion near the entrance, leaving me alone for a moment. A figure slips into my peripheral vision, then draws close before I can sidestep. It's Harrington, my father's right-hand man. He's a tall, lean figure in a tailored suit, face set in a perpetual sneer of superiority. He leans in, speaking under the cover of the music. Zion, fancy seeing you play nice with sponsors. I force a tight smile. Is that an insult or a compliment? He doesn't break eye contact. Depends on your next move. My heartbeat quickens, old resentment surfacing. Harrington has been my father's lackey for as long as I can remember, always the one delivering messages and threats. If you're here to deliver a message, spit it out. He adjusts his cufflinks with deliberate precision. Your father wants you to know that your upcoming race has garnered far too much attention. Maybe it's time to step down, let someone else take the spotlight. You might find it healthier in the long run. It will be good PR. A flare of anger ignites in my gut. You're telling me to drop out or what? His lips curl slightly. He simply hopes you'll come to your senses. If you continue to stir up trouble, there will be consequences. This empire is bigger than you, Zion. My mouth goes dry. The threat is unspoken but clear. Back off, or your life gets complicated. Maybe more than complicated. I think of my mother's shares, the weight of her legacy. My father will do anything to keep me from obtaining them, including sabotage. Harrington stands there, radiating smug confidence as if already convinced I'll fold. Before I can respond, Indira returns, stepping up to my side with a lethal calm in her eyes. She glances at Harrington, expression cool. There a problem? He gives her a dismissive once-over. Just a friendly discussion about the future. Her gaze is unflinching. Doesn't sound friendly. Harrington's sneer grows. Zion and I have known each other a long time. I'm just reminding him that everything has a price. My fists clench, but I keep myself in check, channeling the impulse to strike him into a steely glare instead. We're done here! Harrington tilts his head in mock civility. For now. Think about your options, Zion. You can't outrun reality forever. He turns and glides away, vanishing into the crowd. My heart hammers. Indira shifts closer, reading the anger in my posture. I don't want to see the concern in her eyes, because it'll only remind me that I can't handle this alone, that the walls are closing in from all sides. Everything all right? She asks, her voice low. I tighten my jaw. I'm fine. She doesn't press further, but the tension between us is palpable, electrified by the conversation we just had outside, and the threat from Harrington. With each beat of my pulse, I feel the battle lines being drawn. My father wants me out, wants me to vanish from the circuit so he can keep Vale Holdings under his thumb. I'm too close to inheriting what he's spent decades building. I can't help suspecting that the recent threats, the note under my door, the suspicious figure tailing us in Tokyo are all connected to him. I glance at Indira, 1,000 conflicting urges churning in my head. Despite her insistence that this is just a job, she's become my lifeline in these choking social circles. Yet letting her in means giving her the power to hurt me. And I've learned time and again that trusting people leads to disappointment. I can't decide which is worse, fighting this war alone, or risking someone actually seeing the cracks in my armor. She gestures toward the exit. You want to leave? I swallow hard, tension thrumming in my veins. Yeah, let's get out of here before I do something I'll regret. She nods, and we move through the throng of well-dressed guests, offering curt goodbyes where necessary. A couple of paparazzi attempt to follow us, but Indira's silent glare keeps them at bay. My mind replays Harrington's words, the subtle menace woven into every syllable. That threat isn't idle. He and my father are fully capable of twisting the screws tighter, and I need to be prepared. We reach the hotel car waiting at the curb, the city's lights reflecting off the glossy paint. Indira opens the back door, and I slide in, my thoughts racing a mile a minute. She takes the seat next to me, tension still drawn across her features. Why do they want you to drop out so badly? She asks after a pause. I stare out the window at the passing skyline. Because if I win certain races, if I rack up enough success and goodwill, I get a bigger say in my mother's shares. They won't be able to claim I'm irresponsible or incompetent. I will step on my father's interest, his syndicate. She's silent, absorbing that. I can feel her gaze on me, a mix of curiosity and caution. Sounds like you're in deeper than I realized. A humorless laugh escapes me. Deep enough to drown, but I'm still kicking. She doesn't offer empty reassurance or pity. Instead, she shifts slightly, as if wanting to say something but unsure how. I catch a glimpse of concern in her expression before she schools it back to neutrality. The city rushes by in a blur of neon and shadows, reflecting my own chaos. I focus on the sound of my own breathing, trying to settle the riot of emotions inside. My father's empire looms large, Harrington's threat echoing in my head. Despite all this, I find myself gravitating toward the person seated next to me. Maybe it's because she's the only one who doesn't treat me like a ticking bomb or a prized commodity. She simply does her job, straight and unwavering, no sugarcoating. It's maddening and oddly reassuring at the same time. I glance her way, but she's gazing out the opposite window, face unreadable. Sparks still linger between us, humming through the confined space, but neither of us acknowledges them. We have enough on our plates without complicating matters further. Yet I can't ignore the pull, the way my pulse speeds up whenever we lock eyes. The car rolls to a stop in front of our hotel. Indira exits first, scanning the street for anything off, then motions for me to follow. We walk through the lobby in silence, heading for the bank of elevators. A few guests glance our way, maybe recognizing me from the tabloids, but I ignore them. My focus is on the anger twisting my gut, the threat of losing everything my mother stood for, the weight of expectation that grows heavier each day. Inside the elevator, we stand side by side. My reflection in the mirrored walls shows a man on the brink, jaw clenched, eyes shadowed by too many secrets. Indira's reflection is equally tense, arms folded, gaze fixed straight ahead. The tension crackles, unspoken but potent. I can't help but think if she feels the same knot of confusion that tightens my chest. When the elevator dings at our floor, we step out, both of us pausing in the corridor. I turn to her, words tangled in my throat. There's a part of me that aches say something real, something that acknowledges the warmth that flickers beneath the clashes and the snark. Instead, I clear my throat. Thanks for earlier, I manage. You stopped me from doing something stupid. She gives a small nod. That's my job. I swallow the frustration that her answer brings. Right. Good night, Indira. She slips her keycard from her pocket and moves to her door. I watch her for a second longer than I should, then head to my own suite. My father's words linger, the promise of consequences if I don't bow to his will. But I'm not bowing to anyone. I'd rather crash at top speed than coast on someone else's terms. Inside the suite, I lean against the door, heart pounding from the residue of the night's events. My mother's shares, Harrington's threat, Indira's unwavering stare. It all collides in my head, leaving me ragged at the edges. The partying, the glamour, the forced smiles for the press are just a veneer over a chasm of unresolved tension. But one thing is certain. I won't walk away from this fight. If my father wants a war, I'll give him one. And if Indira is caught in the crossfire, well, I can only hope she's as strong as she seems. Because neither of us knows how deep this conspiracy goes, and I'm not sure which one of us will crack first under the pressure.
Chapter 7. Indira. 3 days later, Mumbai greets us with a dizzying rush of heat and human energy. The airport exit opens to a city thrumming with traffic, motorbikes, and the constant sound of horns. Tall buildings and cramped storefronts stand side by side, each bursting with neon signs or handcrafted banners. The dense air clings to my skin, making me think I should have worn something lighter than these cargo pants. Still, I keep my posture confident as I follow Zion through a crowd of onlookers who recognize him immediately. A sponsor's SUV waits at the curb, the driver leaning out to wave us over. Zion steps aside to let me slide in first, wearing a faint smirk that might pass for politeness. The gesture is more loaded than it should be. My mind flashes to that tension we can't seem to shake. I'm used to ignoring attraction, compartmentalizing it the same way I bury pain. With him, it's a challenge I never asked for. He settles beside me, tapping his fingertips on the seat like a restless beat. Once we're on the road, the sponsor rep in the passenger seat starts rambling about our itinerary, an appearance at a street race promotional event, a quick cameo at some fancy motorsport event, then a possible dinner with local media. I don't bother memorizing each detail. My priority is to ensure Zion's safety, not to memorize every stop on his public relations tour. Still, I keep half an ear on the conversation in case something relevant to security pops up. Zion's gaze flicks my way occasionally, curiosity in his eyes. Maybe he's trying to figure out if I'm tense from the city's chaos or the job's pressure. Truth is, neither. My tension stems from a phone call I'm about to make. I can feel it itching beneath my skin, the urgent need to check on my daughter Zara. As soon as we reach the hotel, I plan to call home and hope for an update that doesn't shred my nerves. The SUV winds through a maze of narrow streets, dodging rickshaws and pedestrians. Colorful murals adorn the walls. In every corner, teams with life, vendors selling fruit, children chasing each other, stray dogs weaving between cars. The cacophony reminds me a little of my old neighborhood, the relentless pulse of humanity that never rests. It's comforting in a way, even if it's overwhelming. Dubai's immaculate excess feels distant now, replaced by Mumbai's vibrant commotion. Eventually, we pull up to a high-rise hotel that towers over the surrounding rooftops. I help Zion and the sponsor rep unload a few bags. The doorman rushes over to assist, but I wave him off, preferring to keep Zion's things in my own hands. After the problem in Tokyo with the threatening note, I trust few people with our luggage. Zion arches a brow but says nothing. Inside, the lobby is tiled in white marble, though it lacks the excessive grandeur of our Dubai accommodation. Still, it's a step above average, with polished floors and a strong blast of air conditioning that's almost too cold. Zion checks in at the front desk. I stay a careful step behind, scanning the area for any suspicious faces. The moment the receptionist hands him the key cards, my phone buzzes. I glance at the screen, heart lurching at the sight of my mother's name. Before I can answer, Zion leans over my shoulder, curiosity clear in his voice. I shift away, pressing the phone to my ear and walking a few paces off. "Hello," I say, voice sharp with anxiety. There's a pause. Then my mother's voice filters through. "Indira, child, I can't talk long. Zara's napping, but your ex he's making threats again." My grip tightens on the phone. "What happened?" My mother sighs. "He's saying he'll use every incident of violence or instability he can find against you. He wants to prove you're unfit. I tried to call your lawyer, but..." "Stop!" I close my eyes, steadying myself. We expected this. Let him bluster. We have Derek on our side. She exhales. "He's getting bolder. Zara's safe right now, but I worry this back and forth will wear her down." My throat feels thick. "I'll be back soon. Tell Zara I love her." "I will. You stay safe, hear me, and keep your temper in check." I hang up slowly, chest aching. The last thing I need is to hear that my ex is stepping up his intimidation. I tuck the phone away, forcing my face into a neutral mask before turning back. Zion is across the lobby, leaning against a sleek pillar watching me. There's no overt sympathy in his expression, but there's a flicker of concern. I ignore it, marching toward him with measured steps. "Everything okay?" he asks, voice low. "It's fine." I press my lips together. "We're expected at a promotional event later, right?" He doesn't push. "Yes, around 4. They're setting up a street circuit downtown to showcase local racers and a few big names. We're on the schedule to wave at cameras, maybe do a short interview." I nod, not trusting myself to say more. My emotions threaten to surface, and I loathe the idea of letting him see me on the verge of tears. I've never been one to cry easily, but the thought of losing Zara to my ex's manipulations is a weight that hovers in the recesses of my mind. Zion hands me my key card, his voice quiet. We have a couple hours until we head out. You want to rest or check out the city? City? I say, almost too quickly. I'd rather not stay cooped up. He hesitates, then motions for me to follow him back to the SUV. The sponsor rep tries to intervene, insisting we rest, but Zion waves him off with a dismissive smile. Within minutes, we're driving away from the hotel, deeper into the tangled heart of Mumbai. I remain silent, tension coiled in my gut, while the driver we hired navigates an array of honking cars and jam-packed rickshaws. Zion clears his throat. You're quiet. I turn my gaze to the window. Just thinking. He drums his fingers on his knee. If it's about that phone call, it's personal, I say, firmer than intended. Focus on you. That's what I'm here for. He lapses into silence, but I sense he wants to say more. The driver merges onto a busy road that leads us into a district teeming with market stalls. The smell of spice hits me first. Turmeric, cumin, cardamom, all blending into a heady aroma that saturates the air. Vendors line the streets, displaying baskets of dried peppers, pyramids of brightly colored powders, and fresh produce stacked high. Zion instructs the driver to park along a side road. When we step out, the midday sun is merciless, beating down on the bustling market. People swirl around us in kaleidoscopic waves, voices overlapping in multiple languages. I blink at the sheer intensity. Dubai was glamorous, but this place is real, raw, and immediate. He gestures toward the stalls. You wanted a distraction, right? I glance at him, surprised that he caught on. Yes. He shrugs, guiding me through the crowd. Then let's explore. Mind the pickpockets. He's navigating the market with a sort of quiet ease, making small talk with vendors in broken Hindi. I recognize some words, polite greetings mostly. His accent is terrible, but they smile at him anyway. I keep my attention split, half on the swirling crowd, half on Zion. A vendor tries to sell us saffron threads, insisting it's the purest variety. Zion laughs, saying he can barely boil water, so he doesn't need top-tier spices. The vendor winks at me, urging me to buy something for the handsome gentleman. I snort in response, turning away before Zion can read the flesh creeping up my neck. We push deeper into the market, passing a stall with stacks of fragrant chai masala. I pause, inhaling the comforting scent. It reminds me of my mother's kitchen and late nights I spent watching her brew tea when I was Zara's age. Zion notices my expression. You like this? I nod, swallowing a knot of homesickness. It's nostalgic. He nods toward the vendor. Let's get some. I protest that I don't need it, but he waves me off, fishing out cash from his pocket. The vendor grins, quickly packing a small pouch. Zion hands it to me with a soft smile. For when you need a taste of home, maybe. My throat tightens, and I can't muster a joke or sarcastic remark. Instead, I tuck it into my jacket, avoiding his gaze. We walk on, weaving between stalls, occasionally bumping shoulders in the crowd. Every brush of contact sizzles through me, a reminder of the tension we pretend doesn't exist. I find my breath quickening for no good reason. Ridiculous. Eventually, we stumble upon a fruit vendor selling freshly cut mangoes. Zion points at them, and I realize the vendor is blending a thick pulp into a cup. He offers us each a small container. I take a sip, the sweet, tangy flavor jolting me out of my heavier thoughts. Zion laughs at the expression on my face. You like it? It's good, I say, licking a stray drop off my lip. His eyes track the movement, and a moment of silence stretches between us. Neither of us moves, the cacophony of the market suddenly distant. His gaze flicks to my mouth, then back up. The beat of tension pounds like a second heartbeat. For a split second, I wonder if he'll close the distance, do something reckless. But he exhales, shoving a hand through his messy curls, and turns away to place his empty cup on a nearby crate. I do the same, pulse still fluttering. We keep walking, the sun inching higher, flooding the market with unforgiving light. Eventually, we circle back to the SUV. Zion offers to take a detour on the way to the track. I nod, half expecting him to pick some upscale cafe. Instead, he directs the driver through side streets, and we emerge near the racing circuit, a temporary track set up for the promotional event. Metal barricades line the roads, and spectators cluster around corners, hoping for glimpses of the cars. The official event won't start for another hour, but the place is already alive with the roar of engines. Zion hops out first, scanning the scene. A few local drivers rev their vehicles. In a makeshift pit area, tires screeching on the asphalt. I step out, feeling the pavement radiate heat through my boots. The sponsor rep from earlier hurries over, shouting greetings. He hands Zion a schedule, reminding him to do a short practice run with a showcase car, then some interviews. While they discuss logistics, I wander to the edge of the track. The engine's growl resonates in my chest, and I catch a glimpse of Zion watching me out of the corner of his eye. He's used to the showmanship, the cameras, the hype. I, on the other hand, am trying to figure out the best vantage points and potential exit routes in case the crowd surges or someone attempts to get near him. The Mumbai chaos is the perfect cover for anyone with bad intentions. The test laps begin. Zion straps into a sleek red sports car, roaring around the track with breathtaking speed. My heart pounds, not just from the noise, but from the primal rush of watching him maneuver each bend with relentless precision. It's clear why he's so highly regarded. He thrives in this environment, at the edge of danger. Watching him makes my stomach twist in ways I'm not ready to analyze. As the run ends and the engines cool, Zion emerges from the car, hair disheveled, adrenaline shining in his eyes. The words hover on my tongue, ready to say something, maybe a clipped compliment, when my phone buzzes again. Hoping it's Zara, I step aside to answer, only to see a blocked number. My heart sinks, but I pick up anyway. Nothing but static at first. Then a distorted voice says, "We know about the girl." My blood runs cold. What? The line goes dead. I stand there, pulse hammering in my ears. Girl could mean anyone, but my mind jumps straight to Zara. I clench the phone, fury rippling under my skin. Could this be a threat from my ex? Or is it related to Zion's father's syndicate? The word syndicate has been circling my thoughts ever since Zion admitted his father runs more than just a race team. Zion notices my expression from across the pit area. He frowns, striding over, wiping sweat off his forehead with a rag. Something wrong? I don't want to show panic, but the words slip out before I can stop them. A call. They said they know about the girl. His eyes narrow. My father's associates, maybe? Or does your ex stoop to that kind of trick? I swallow, trying to steady my voice. He's manipulative, but this is different. That voice didn't sound like him. It was distorted. You think it's your father's people? They've threatened you, but why mention the girl? Zion's jaw tightens. They could mean you, or they could mean someone else. We don't know. I grit my teeth. If they're threatening me, that's one thing. If they're threatening my daughter, my voice trails off, anger coiling in my stomach. I'll tell my mom to go into hiding. She knows some people. He sets a hand on my shoulder, the contact surprisingly gentle. Don't worry. I'll send some people to guard them. We won't let them hurt anyone. We'll figure this out. The moment is tense, charged with genuine fear for Zara. I want to shrug off his hand, insist I'm fine on my own, but for once, I'm too shaken to maintain my usual armor. I lean into that touch just for a second, letting his warmth ground me. Our eyes meet, and the market's chaos, the roaring engines, the swirl of people, it all fades into the background. We stand there, the Mumbai sun beating down, the smell of burning rubber and spiced air filling our lungs. Something shifts between us, a fragile thread of understanding. I see his concern, his resolve, and it mirrors my own rising protectiveness. The noise and turmoil of the track fades, replaced by the steady rhythm of my breathing and the awareness of his closeness. A sponsor official breaks our moment, rushing over to inform Zion of a TV interview waiting. He glances at me, hesitant to walk away after that call, but I wave him on. I can't let my emotions derail his obligations. So I watch him go, feeling the weight of that ominous message sinking deeper into my chest. My phone remains clenched in my hand, and I find myself wishing I could call Zara again, just to hear her laugh, to know she's okay. I inhale, forcing myself to focus. I'm here to protect him, but now there's a personal angle I can't ignore. They know about the girl. Whether it means me, Zara, or someone else entirely, the threat is too close to home. The Mumbai crowd's heat and noise press in on me, but I square my shoulders, stepping toward the fence to keep Zion in sight. He's on camera now, flashing a crooked grin that doesn't quite reach his eyes, fielding questions about the upcoming race. The tension around his mouth betrays his worry, and I realize that beneath all his bravado, he's rattled too. We're both grappling with storms bigger than ourselves, custody battles, crime syndicates, the weight of public scrutiny. Yet there's a spark of connection that flares whenever we're near each other, a sense that we might not have to face this alone. I press a hand to my chest, feeling my heart thud. Surrounded by roaring engines and the swirl of Mumbai life, I vow to shield Zara from any threat and keep Zion safe from whatever game his father is playing. Even if it means stepping out of my comfort zone, even if it means trusting him just a little. My fists tighten at my sides, anger mixing with a steely resolve. They know about the girl. Let them come. I'm not backing down. Zion meets my gaze from across the pit. The interview's still in progress. The corner of his mouth lifts in a subtle gesture, an unspoken reassurance. I give a faint nod, remembering the warmth of his hand on my shoulder. The sun blazes overhead, and the city's chaotic heartbeat pulses around us. But my focus is clear. We're both in this, one way or another, and I refuse to let fear dictate the outcome. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Zion. I stand on the pit lane at the Mumbai track, helmet in hand, sweat trickling down my forehead despite the thick cloud cover. The day is deceptively hot, the air heavy with the promise of rain. Nearby, local race crews bustle around cars, double-checking tire pressure and engine calibrations. My own team is smaller this time, just Javi, a few hired mechanics, and Indira watching everything like a hawk. I'm about to climb into the cockpit for a practice run when Javi appears at my side. His dark hair is tied back, face smudged with engine grease. He gives me a quick nod, eyes intense. "Car's prepped," he says. "Just don't push it too hard on the first lap. This track is new to you." "Easy," I joke. "I'm known for my gentle approach." He snorts. "Yeah, right. Keep your eyes open. Something's off about the system readouts, but I can't pinpoint the cause. Might be a fluke." I lean against the car, tapping a gloved finger on the chassis. "If it's not a fluke, we'll find out," he says. "Just trust your instincts." Before I can respond, I sense Indira approaching. She's a still presence behind me, quiet but unmissable. Even with the rumble of engines and the low chatter of the pit lane, I pick up on the shift in the air whenever she's close. Her voice carries over the noise. "You're up next?" "Yeah," I say, turning to face her. "1 or 2 laps. Should be simple enough." She looks at Javi, then back at me. "I'll keep watch from the pit wall. If anything feels wrong, back off." A corner of my mouth lifts. Where's the fun in that? Her eyes narrow slightly, but I catch a flicker of concern. "Don't test me, Vale." "Fine," I mutter, tugging on my helmet. "I'll be careful." Indira doesn't move, and for a second we just stand there. Sparks flick between us, a muted sizzle in the humid air. Javi coughs, reminding us we're not alone. I clear my throat, swing myself into the cockpit, and exhale slowly. There's something about strapping into a high-powered machine that both calms and excites me. The harness tightens across my chest, and my heart thuds in anticipation. "Ready," I say into the radio. Javi's voice crackles back, telling me the track is clear. I fire up the engine, feeling the vibration rattle through my spine. The aroma of fuel and scorched rubber floods my senses. The pit crew waves me forward. I ease onto the track, the open asphalt ahead reminding me of endless possibilities. I've driven all over the world, but each new circuit has its own rhythm. Mumbai's track is tight, with fewer overtaking spots. The corners come fast, forcing precision. The first lap goes smoothly enough, just me getting a feel for the turns, adjusting brake points. The second lap is where I press a bit harder, letting the adrenaline rise. My tires squeal as I accelerate out of a hairpin, the car responding with a surge of power. All at once, the dashboard flickers. A sudden jolt shudders through the car, the engine sputtering, lights dancing erratically. My heart spikes. Something's wrong. I wrestle with the steering wheel, the car fishtailing on a straight that should be stable. Brakes lock, then release unpredictably, sending me careening closer to the barrier. A burst of static crackles in my earpiece, Javi's panicked voice barely audible. I can't make out the words, but it sounds like "cut power." The engine bucks again. Fighting panic, I slam the brake pedal and feather the throttle, trying to keep the car out of the wall. My pulse hammers. Every muscle tenses in my arms, fighting the steering's sudden unresponsiveness. The barrier rushes at me, the narrow strip of track shrinking by the second. In a last-ditch move, I throw the car into a partial spin, scraping the side panel along the barrier, sparks flying in a cascade of bright flashes. I come to a jarring halt. My heart thuds hard, and I check that I'm still in one piece. The engine sputters and dies, smoke curling from under the hood. My visor fogs with my panicked breathing. Silence wraps around me, broken only by my harsh exhalations. Mechanics rush toward me, led by Javi and Indira. They unbuckle me, hauling me from the cockpit. My legs feel weak. I grip Javi's shoulder to steady myself. Indira stands close, her features tight with anger and worry. "Are you hurt?" she demands, eyes raking over me. "Just bruised my pride," I manage. "What the hell happened?" Javi yanks the helmet from my hands, scanning the battered car with a fierce grimace. "Electronics locked up. That's not normal. I told you I sensed something off. I think there was a device messing with the control systems." A wave of fury surges in my chest. "A device?" He nods, dropping to his knees and peering under the dashboard. Look at this. He pulls out a small, rectangular piece of hardware with wires dangling. This isn't standard equipment. Indira crouches beside him, examining the item. Her jaw sets in a grim line. Sabotage. My pulse thunders, the near-death adrenaline crash making me shake. I clench my fists, scanning the track for any sign of the saboteur. The pit crew has gathered, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. Sponsors and local staff stand at a distance, whispering. I can't believe someone dared to pull this here in broad daylight during a practice session. I snap at no one in particular. Who got near my car before I started? We keep a closed garage. This shouldn't be possible. Javi stands, tucking the device into his pocket. I'll check the cameras, but we have minimal coverage. I guarantee whoever did this knew what they were doing. Indira's hand wraps around my arm, guiding me away from the growing crowd of onlookers. Her voice is low. We need to talk, in private. I nod stiffly, letting her steer me across the pit lane to a side garage that's out of sight. The space is cramped, dimly lit by overhead fluorescent bulbs. Tools line the walls, and an old Formula car chassis sits in the corner like a skeleton. She releases me, arms folding over her chest. I grind my teeth, the echoes of that near crash clinging to my nerves. Somebody wants me dead. This is more than sabotage for a race. That device. It could have killed me. She nods, face stern. Or it could have left you alive but injured enough to ruin your career. Either way, it's targeted. I run a hand through my hair, which is still damp with sweat. My father's behind this. Or maybe that's Stormbringer's crew from Tokyo, or another rival team. She doesn't sugarcoat. We can't rule out any possibility, especially given your father's track record. Anger flares bright inside me. He's playing dirty, Indira. Will he really hurt you to protect his interests? Wouldn't it make sense to hire a bodyguard that will do the inside job? We stay silent, questions swirling. Her voice softens a fraction as she continues to say, We'll handle this. Together. Something in her tone eases the pressure on my chest. I meet her eyes, seeing determination mirrored there. She's not blinking or backing down. This isn't just about protecting me because she's paid to do it. There's genuine resolve beneath her stoic exterior. It's a strange feeling, having someone stand with me instead of pushing me around or using me for gain. My lips part with something unsaid, to say I can fight my own battles, but the words won't come. The reality of nearly crashing at a lethal speed is still sinking in. My father has always manipulated me through finances, PR control, emotional jabs. But a direct attempt to kill me or cripple me feels like a new level of cruelty. Indira breaks the silence. We can't let them see you rattled. Whoever's behind this wants you off balance or too scared to race. I push out a breath, forcing steadiness into my voice. I'm not quitting. If anything, this just makes me more determined. But we need answers. She nods. Javi will do a teardown of the car. Figure out exactly how that device was installed. Meanwhile, I'll increase security. No more letting random pit hands approach your car unsupervised. Agreed. I pace the length of the garage, footsteps echoing on the concrete floor. But if my father truly wants me out for good, the sabotage won't stop at a single attempt. She steps in front of me, effectively halting my restless movement. My pulse quickens again, an echo of that sizzling tension we always generate. Her eyes are dark, unwavering. I catch the faint scent of her soap or shampoo, something clean cutting through the metallic tang of the garage. We'll protect you, she says. I won't let them get another chance. The intensity in her voice stirs something in me, a combination of relief and a deeper emotion I won't name. Our gazes lock, and I feel that familiar current surge, the same spark that's been dancing around us since she first walked into my life. My chest tightens, a swirl of gratitude and attraction that I'm not prepared to handle. I swallow hard, trying to find my footing in this chaotic moment. Thanks. She shifts slightly, tension radiating from her posture. Don't look at me like that. I'm just doing my job. Sure, I whisper, even though I suspect it's more than that. I suspect she cares, even if she doesn't want to admit it. We stand there, the hum of distant engines and the muffled chatter of the track outside filtering in. Then, without warning, I slam my fist into the nearest metal table, rattling a set of wrenches. Fury pulses beneath my skin, roaring for an outlet. When I think about it again, I think that device meant to kill me, I say, voice shaking. I felt the car lock up. One wrong move, I'd be a smear on the barrier. She steps closer, not flinching at my outburst. I know. Every time I think I can handle my father's games, he ups the stakes. Or someone close to him does. I can't keep living like this. She lifts her chin. We'll stop it. Her confidence is a balm, even if I can't fully share it. I rub my bruised knuckles, wishing I could punch something else, something that represents my father's manipulations, the criminal underbelly that chases me, the entire system that sees me as a pawn. Indira's presence is the only thing tethering me to reason. A mechanic pokes his head into the garage, eyes wide. Zion, Javi found something else. You need to see it. I exchange a look with Indira, and we follow him back to the main pit area. Javi is crouched by the battered car, a flashlight in hand. He points to a hidden panel near the car's rear, normally sealed tight. The latch is pried open. Not just the device, he mutters, face ashen. They tampered with the wiring harness. Another few seconds and you could have lost all steering. We're talking a complete mechanical lock. A sense of vertigo hits me. I recall the barrier looming, the feeling of helplessness as I wrestled the wheel. It was only luck and reflexes that saved me. The crowd around us has thinned, mostly just my mechanics. Sponsor reps too squeamish to stand this close to the wreck. Indira sets a hand on my shoulder, grounding me. Javi stands, wiping sweat from his brow. We're dealing with professionals. This wasn't a random hack job. Professionals, I echo. Great. Indira's gaze sweeps the area. We can't let this rattle the entire team. Lock down the garage. Only you, me, or Javi touches the car from now on. Agreed? I nod, glancing at Javi, who lifts both hands in a sign of surrender. I'll stand guard if I have to. No one's sabotaging us again. She looks at me, voice steady. You'll race, but we'll control every variable. Let them come. We'll be ready. My chest aches with a swirl of fury and gratitude. In this moment, I realize how much I lean on her, not just for physical protection, but for clarity. She's the anchor in a storm I can't navigate alone. I see the same realization flicker across her face, though she quickly masks it with her usual stoic composure. I can't let her keep the emotional distance she clings to. The near crash, the sabotage, the looming threats, everything merges in my head, a kaleidoscope of chaos. Before I can overthink it, I grab her hand. My grip is tight, urgent. She stiffens, eyes widening in surprise. Indira, I say, voice raw. I can't do this alone. She doesn't pull away. 1,000 emotions flash in her expression. Annoyance, concern, a flicker of that magnetic pull we refuse to name. Slowly, her fingers curl around mine, a silent acknowledgement that we're in this together. I draw in a shaky breath, feeling the spark between us flare hotter. Javi clears his throat behind us. So, I'll sort out the security measures now, yeah? Indira and I release hands, stepping apart. My heart pounds with the lingering echo of that contact. Her expression shudders, returning to the calm detachment she wields like armor. Still, I know what I felt in her grip, unspoken resolve, maybe more. Javi disappears to organize the rest of the crew. Indira takes a small step back, arms folding over her chest as if to protect herself. We're in this until we find whoever tried to kill you. I drag a hand through tangled strands, exhaling. I appreciate it more than you know." She nods, glancing at the scorched paint on the side of the car. If they're willing to sabotage a practice session in broad daylight, they won't stop. We have to be ready for anything. The weight of her words presses down on me. I've always lived on the edge, fast driving, bar brawls, pushing my body to the breaking point to cope with my father's manipulations. But this is different. Someone is methodically trying to eliminate me. My father's empire is a labyrinth of secrets, and I'm not sure how deep it runs. Indira's voice softens. "Focus on what you do best, racing. Let me handle the threats outside the track." I inhale, a hint of relief soothing my raw nerves. "All right, but if things get worse..." She holds up a hand. "No if, we both know it will." I can't argue. My entire life has been a ticking clock, every victory overshadowed by the threat of my father's control. But it finally hits me I'm not facing it alone. Despite our constant push-pull, I trust Indira. She's proven she won't back down, even when threatened herself. A wave of exhaustion hits me, the adrenaline fading. I rest my palm against the twisted metal of the car. "So what now?" She glances at the track, where other drivers continue their practice laps. "We salvage what we can. Then we find out who wants you dead." Her words are straightforward, no hint of uncertainty. A small smile ghosts across my face, surprising even me. Sounds like a plan. She nods, stepping closer. The tension simmers again. The urge to close the distance, to rest my forehead against hers and let the chaos fade, surges inside me. But I keep my composure. There's too much at stake to complicate everything. Still, I can't deny the jolt of electricity coursing through me when our eyes meet. She notices something in my gaze, maybe the swirl of conflicting emotions, and her breath catches. We stand like that for a moment, suspended in time. Then, with a barely perceptible shake of her head, she pulls away as if reminding herself of her professional boundaries. The rest of the pit lane beckons, full of watchers and potential enemies. I can't let them see me vulnerable, or see the growing bond between us. So I turn on my heel, signaling the team to haul the ruined car back to the garage. Indira falls into step beside me, our shoulders nearly brushing. The sparks between us crackle, but we keep them contained, at least for now. As we re-enter the bustling area, people approach to ask about the crash, to offer advice or sympathy. I dodge their questions, face set in a grim mask. Javi picks up the device from his pocket, showing it to a local security officer who just arrived. Indira stands tall, scanning every face, every shadow. She's a fortress at my side, radiating calm authority. The day stretches on, a swirl of repairs, cover stories, and half-lies to keep the sponsors from panicking. Through it all, Indira remains close, directing foot traffic away from our workspace, barking orders at mechanics who come too near without clearance. Each time I catch her eye, a flicker of awareness passes between us. We might be battered by threats, haunted by sabotage, but there's a connection forging between us, stronger than either of us expected. Late into the evening, the track lights turn on, casting the asphalt in a cool glow. The car, battered and bruised, sits in a corner of the makeshift garage. Javi tinkers with the engine, muttering under his breath. I stand off to the side, feeling the day's exhaustion roll through me. Indira joins me, crossing her arms. "Long day," she murmurs. I laugh without humor. Could have been my last. Her eyes flick to mine. But it wasn't. We're still here. I nod, letting the steady hum of generators and overhead lights fill the silence. I think about my mother's legacy, the shares my father so desperately wants to keep from me, and the deadly lengths someone will go to ensure I never gain them. My voice comes out rough. I'm not giving up. If this was supposed to scare me off, it failed. "Then let's keep pushing," she says. "We'll stay vigilant." I watch her for a moment, the strong line of her jaw, the faint hint of vulnerability in her eyes she tries so hard to hide. It strikes me that I've never had someone stand in my corner like this. So I do something impulsive. I reach for her hand again, not with the same desperation as before, but with quiet gratitude. She tenses, then squeezes back. For a split second, everything else fades. There's just us, breathing in tandem under the harsh fluorescent lights, bound by survival and an undeniable spark. No words pass between us, but the meaning is clear. We're in this together. If someone thinks they can sabotage my life, they'll have to go through both of us. A low thrumming in my chest tells me we've crossed a line, one that might change everything. But right now, with the taste of danger fresh on my tongue, I can't bring myself to care. She doesn't pull away, and that's enough to steady me in the face of whatever comes next.
Chapter 9. Indira. The next day passes under silent pressure after what happened. I tug at the Velcro around Zion's boxing gloves, adjusting the tightness to keep them secure. The hotel gym is nearly empty at this hour, just a couple of treadmills humming quietly on the far side. Overhead lights buzz with a dull hum, casting long shadows on the mirrors and equipment. It feels like we're the only two people in the world, sealed off from Mumbai's noise for a moment. I can't decide if that's comforting or dangerous. He flexes his hands, testing the fit. You sure about this? Absolutely. I glance up, catching the tension in his posture. If you're so eager to punch something, might as well do it productively. His grin flickers, though there's strain behind it. The sabotage at the track earlier is still clawing at him. I see it in the way he jostles from foot to foot, eyes darting to the exit as if expecting more trouble. He's coiled like a spring. We're here to help him burn off that relentless energy before it explodes somewhere it shouldn't. He lifts his gloved fists. Lead the way, coach. I guide him to the far corner where a heavy bag sways from the ceiling. My plan is simple. Keep his mind occupied. Because if we go back to our rooms and let him stew alone, the walls might not survive, and I'm not in the mood to drag him out of a self-destructive spiral tonight. I adopt a strong stance, arms folded. Jab, cross, hook, slow and steady at first. Let your body remember the rhythm. He steps up to the bag, chest rising and falling in measured breaths. He looks over his shoulder. Don't get bored. If you want me bored, then take your sweet time. But if you want me impressed, show me something. A spark of challenge lights in his eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. He starts throwing jabs, each one landing with a pop against the vinyl. I circle around, observing his footwork. He's definitely not a trained fighter, but he's athletic, with a natural sense of timing. His shoulders tense with each strike, like he's channeling anger into every hit. I call out corrections, telling him to pivot, to keep his guard up. A few minutes pass, and sweat beads on his forehead. His pace picks up, fists flying faster. I watch the taut lines of his arms, the raw determination carved into his features. Something stirs in my chest as I notice how intently he focuses, how his frustration with the day's sabotage finds release in each punch. The adrenaline roiling off him is almost tangible, and it seeps into me too. I step closer, pressing a hand against his back to straighten his posture. Don't lean so far forward. You lose power. He stops punching, turning his head. Our faces end up inches apart, and I catch a flash of heat in his gaze that has no connection to the workout. My mouth goes dry. Show me then, he says, voice rough. Show me how you'd hit it. My pulse jumps. It's not just the challenge in his words. It's the echo of our tension since this morning, or even further back, from the first day we met. The sabotage, the threats, the constant collision of our personalities. It's all there, crackling in the stale gym air. I take a step back, clearing my throat. All right, watch closely. I slip on a pair of focus mitts, focusing on the heavy bag to demonstrate. Jab, I pop the bag lightly. Cross, another pop. Hook, I swing around the side, a fluid movement I learned in countless MMA drills. He smirks. That's all you got? I narrow my eyes. Don't test me, Vale. He shrugs. Hit it harder. I roll my shoulders, letting the tension in my arms build. Then I unleash a flurry, jab, cross, hook, and follow with an elbow I pull at the last second to avoid actually tearing the bag. The power resonates through the vinyl, making it shudder. I take a breath, heart pounding from the sudden exertion. Zion's grin is borderline provocative. You hit like a hammer. I glare. I can aim for softer spots. He exhales, stepping forward, gaze locked on mine. It's the hard ones that need your attention. The air feels electric. My blood thrums with adrenaline, but there's another current beneath it. An undeniable pull that flares hotter every time we trade barbs. Neither of us moves, standing there with sweat and tension hovering between us. I force myself to break the moment. Back to work, I say, moving aside so he can return to the heavy bag. He throws a combination, 1, 2, 3, then swings wide, hitting the bag with a satisfying thud. I call out corrections, forcing him to refine each strike. His jaw flexes, arms straining. I see the discipline in him, the way he can channel raw aggression into something focused. Maybe he's more fighter than he admits. Minutes pass, each blow on the bag echoing through the silent gym. I sense his frustration building. Sweat drips from his temple, and the cords of muscle along his neck stand out. He pushes faster, swinging harder until I worry he'll injure himself. Ease up, I warn, resting a hand on his forearm. You're going to tear something. He meets my eyes, breathing ragged. Maybe I want to. Don't be an idiot, I snap, stepping between him and the bag. You're no use to anyone with a busted shoulder. He opens his mouth to retort, then closes it. His gaze roves over my face, as if searching for something. Maybe it's concern. Maybe it's the same swirl of desire I've been fighting since we started this session. We stand so close I can feel the heat from his body, can almost count the drops of sweat rolling down his neck. I swallow, forcing a steady tone. Punching yourself into exhaustion won't fix anything. He lifts a gloved hand, wiping it across his mouth. So what will? My chest tightens. Time, strategy, not letting them see you break. He exhales sharply. I'm trying not to break. Then do it smarter. I flick my gaze at the bag. Control your power. Don't just swing blindly. A ghost of a smirk forms on his lips. I guess that's why I've got you. I roll my eyes, but inside I'm unraveling. Even in the damp gym air, the tension between us simmers, threatening to boil over. My heart drums in my ears, half of me wanting to keep this professional, the other half too aware of his closeness. He raises his gloves. Come on, one last round. I brace the bag for him, planting my feet. Fine, give it everything you've got, but don't lose technique. He unleashes a rapid-fire sequence of punches. The bag jolts, and so do I, absorbing the impact through my arms. With each strike, he exhales a ragged breath. Frustration pouring out of him, the sabotage, the threats to his life, the looming weight of his father's empire. It's all in his fists. Suddenly, he lands a final punch with a roar, then steps back, gloves dropping to his sides. His eyes flick to mine, raw with pent-up energy. I see a reflection of my own turmoil, the same tether of emotions bound so tightly it's ready to snap. Before I can blink, he rips off one glove and reaches out, grasping my wrist. Show me again. Show you what? I murmur, caught off guard. How to channel it without breaking. His voice is thick, tangling with the hush of the gym. I peel off my mitts, letting them drop to the floor. We can do a few combos, no bag. But if you want me to hold back, say it. He shakes his head, removing the other glove. Don't hold back. I exhale, stepping into a basic sparring stance. Careful, I've hurt men bigger than you. Good, I can take it. There's something reckless in his eyes, a dare that resonates with the part of me that once thrived on cage fights. We start slow, trading light jabs and blocks. He tries a hook. I evade. He attempts a body shot. I deflect. Our breathing sinks in short, heated bursts, each motion bringing us closer. He throws a sloppy punch, and I seize the opening, twisting his arm behind him gently, not enough to injure, but enough to pin him. His body curves into mine, and we're chest to chest. My heart pounds as I feel his breath on my neck. Harder, he whispers, voice trembling with adrenaline. I hesitate. Zion. He twists free, pivoting around to face me. No holding back, remember? He tries another strike, and I meet it, deflecting his forearm and stepping in for a quick jab. Our eyes lock mid-movement, the air thick with more than just sweat. My next punch goes wide, and he latches onto my wrist, pulling me forward so our bodies collide. Time seems to stutter. We're pressed together, panting. His hand slides up my arm, and I feel the ripple of muscle under his soaked t-shirt. The potent mix of exhaustion, anger, and raw attraction swirls around us, unstoppable. He tilts his head. You're shaking. I realize my hands are trembling from adrenaline. Long day. Me too. He brushes a thumb across my jaw. Hit me harder. It's more than a challenge. It's an invitation I don't fully understand, but I respond anyway. I break his hold, swinging a controlled punch that taps his shoulder. I follow with a light elbow that catches him just below the ribs. He groans, but there's a flicker of excitement in his eyes. That all you got? He taunts, chest heaving. My composure snaps. I swing again, a harder shot aimed at his midsection, but he sidesteps, hooking an arm around my waist. We stumble, nearly crashing into the mirrored wall. His grip tightens, and I realize the line between fighting and something else has blurred. Indira, he breathes. I can't answer. My pulse races, the heat of him pressed against me. My fists loosen, and I grip the front of his shirt instead. The shape of his collarbones, the curve of his neck, it all floods my senses. The gym lights flicker overhead, mirroring the spark about to erupt between us. He moves first. His mouth crashes onto mine, a fierce meeting of teeth and lips that's part frustration, part need. I gasp, fists twisting in his shirt, pulling him closer. The taste of salt and something uniquely him makes my head spin. We push off the wall, stumbling across the mat. My hand darts up to cup his jaw, guiding him deeper into the kiss. Our breathing turns ragged, each exhale fueling the next wave of urgency. He breaks away, voice hoarse. I need. Don't talk, I mutter, tugging him toward the doorway. Not here. We slip into the hallway, glancing around to ensure it's empty at this late hour. The adrenaline from our sparring shifts into a different kind of pulse, one that has me trembling with anticipation. We hurry to the elevator, awkwardly stepping inside as we glance at each other. A faint alarm in my mind warns me this is crossing lines, but I bury it. The day's tension, the sabotage, the near collisions both on and off the track. It's all culminating now, unstoppable. My suite is 3 floors up. The elevator ride stretches like an eternity. He's so close I can feel the heat radiating from him. When the doors open, we practically burst into the corridor, not bothering with the usual caution. We reach my door, and I fumble with the key card until it clicks green. The second we're inside, the door slams shut behind us. We collide again, a tangle of limbs and urgent hands. My back hits the wall, and he braces a hand beside my head, the other sliding around my waist. Our mouths find each other's in a desperate clash that stokes every pent-up emotion. I tug at his shirt, pulling it over his head, and he does the same with mine. Damp fabric peels away. revealing bruises and scars, proof of the fights we've survived. We pause, chest to chest, panting. The sight of him up close, raw and unguarded, sends a thrill through me that's equal parts power and surrender. His voice comes out in a rasp. "You're sure about this?" I don't bother replying. I just close the distance and kiss him like I'm starving. Like he's oxygen and I've been suffocating all day. My lips crash against his with no finesse. Just want. His mouth opens to me with a groan, like he's been holding back forever. My nails rake across his shoulders, dragging down the sweat-slicked lines of muscle, and the sound that breaks from his throat is pure, feral need. His hands grip my waist, firm, hot, trembling slightly as they slide beneath the waistband of my training pants. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He slides off the bed, finding his boxers and shirt. My eyes wander over his bruised ribs, the faint mark of my teeth near his collarbone. A swirl of conflicting emotions rises in my chest, but I bat it down. He dresses quickly, grabbing his shoes without meeting my eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he looks at me. His expression is unreadable, a mask that hides whatever he's feeling. "All right," he murmurs. "I'll see you in the morning." I fold my arms, nodding. He opens the door and steps into the hallway, the silence behind him more deafening than any argument we've had. I wait until the soft click echoes before letting out a ragged breath. A wave of remorse hits me like a physical blow, mingling with the lingering heat of his touch. I have this urge to chase after him, to apologize, but I hold firm. My career, my custody battle, everything depends on me maintaining control. I can't let the line blur again. I sink onto the edge of the bed, pressing a hand to my chest where my heart still thumps. The sheets are disheveled, a glaring reminder of what just happened. I close my eyes, cursing the surge of desire that flared between us, the ache that lingers, the way his voice sounded when he said my name. This was a collision I didn't plan, and the fallout is only beginning. My mind races with doubts, with the guilt of letting my professionalism slip, with the knowledge that I can't unring this bell. The adrenaline is gone, replaced by a hollow pang that resonates through the empty suite. Tomorrow, we'll face each other again, probably in another tense situation loaded with unspoken words. For now, I let the hush of the room settle around me, acknowledging what's done and the regrets that come with it. I whisper a single vow to myself: no more crossing lines. Even as I say it, I'm not sure who I'm trying to convince.
Chapter 10. Zion. I step off the private jet into Istanbul's crisp night air, an uneasy churning in my gut that is irrelevant to turbulence. Over the past 24 hours, I've barely slept. My mind keeps replaying every second of that night with Indira, how her body felt against mine, how she tasted of sweat and adrenaline, how she pulled away the next morning. I should be used to transitory hookups by now, but this time it feels different. I can't shake the sense that we crossed a line neither of us was prepared for. We walk across the tarmac, a subdued entourage of sponsors and a few team personnel trailing behind. Indira stays near me, but she's locked in her professional role. Her face is rigid, her posture controlled, like a dam holding back an ocean of unspoken things. If I didn't already know every subtle shift in her mood, I might miss the tension in her shoulders or the way her gaze keeps darting away from mine. A black SUV is waiting at the edge of the runway, windows tinted. The driver hops out to open the passenger door. Indira gestures for me to enter first, not meeting my eyes. I clench my jaw as I slide into the back seat. It's an irrational sting, the realization that she's maintaining a careful distance. She follows, settling across from me, arms folded. Two sponsors slip into the middle row, continuing a hushed conversation about track logistics. The ride to the hotel passes in a blur of city lights. Minarets and modern skyscrapers share the skyline, illuminated by pale moonlight and the glow of scattered street lamps. I can't focus on the beauty of the city. My thoughts keep drifting back to the way Indira told me it couldn't happen again. It shouldn't matter. We were both looking for release, some fleeting moment of respite in the madness. But it does matter, because now there's a gulf between us that wasn't there before. By the time we reach the hotel, a sleek tower overlooking the Bosphorus, my mood is sour. People welcome us in the lobby with polite bows, offering chilled towels and refreshments. I manage a forced smile. Indira sticks to my side, scanning the area for potential threats. For a moment, I recall how her gaze softened when we were alone, how her expression changed right before I push the thought aside. Right now, I have a press conference to survive. The Turkish Grand Prix has a massive media presence. My phone buzzes with messages from Greta Liang, the team's PR manager, reminding me of interviews, photo ops, sponsor meet and greets. The usual circus. A surge of irritation burns in my chest. If I had my way, I'd skip all of it and focus on the track. But with the sabotage attempts and my father's looming influence, I can't afford another scandal. We drop our luggage off in our respective suites. Mine is on the 15th floor, while Indira's is next door, as always. I sense her hesitating at her door, maybe wanting to say something. The sponsor reps bustle around us, effectively killing any chance for private conversation. She disappears inside her suite, and I stand there, anger flaring at how normal everything seems after we nearly burned each other to the ground. I let out a shaky breath and enter my room, a spacious suite with a panoramic view of Istanbul's nighttime panorama. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the water, lights shimmering across the strait. My phone buzzes again, Greta's name lighting up the screen with a text. Need you in VIP lounge in 1 hour. Press wants a statement regarding rumors of your personal life. Please cooperate. I toss the phone on the bed. Personal life? The only rumor I know of swirling around is about me and Indira. My pulse spikes at the thought. I can picture Greta's smug face, ready to exploit anything for a PR advantage. No way am I letting her twist what happened with Indira into some tabloid stunt. 45 minutes later, I'm dressed in a tailored jacket and dark jeans, hair still damp from a rushed shower. Indira hasn't emerged from her suite, and I don't bother knocking. She's made it clear she wants boundaries. Fine. I'll play along. I send a brief text to let her know I'm heading to the VIP lounge, then make my way downstairs. The lounge is tucked behind a private corridor, reserved for high-profile guests. I slip past a uniformed guard who checks my name off a list. Inside, the space is a study in opulence marble floors, curved sofas, subdued lighting. I spot Greta perched on a stylish chair, scrolling through her phone. She's wearing an ice blue pantsuit that matches her cool demeanor. The second she sees me, she stands, beckoning me over with that polished smile that never touches her eyes. "Zion, so glad you made it," she says, voice dripping professionalism. "We have a small press gathering in about 10 minutes. They want a quick interview regarding your transition to Istanbul, plus updates on your recent training schedule." I cross my arms. "Sure, but keep it short." She cocks her head. "I'll do my best, but there's one more topic we can't avoid." I grit my teeth. "Which is?" She arches a perfectly shaped brow. "Your bodyguard, Miss Khan. There have been whispers that you two are closer than a standard professional relationship. Some photographs have surfaced from that night in Mumbai, shots of you leaving a gym together, looking rather intimate. Anger flares in my gut, memories from that night crashing through my thoughts. We left the gym. That's it. She lifts a hand, palm out. No need to be defensive. It's my job to control the narrative. If the press wants a story, we have a few angles we can spin. Maybe we go with the tough, no-nonsense ex-MMA fighter taming the wild driver. A bold romance angle might actually boost your appeal. I step closer, voice dropping. Don't touch that story. She doesn't back down. Zion! I'm the PR manager! If the tabloids get wind of a fling, we can't afford to let them craft a negative spin. Better to own the narrative, maybe paint it as a redemption arc for you. Turning over a new leaf with a stable partner. My chest tightens. We're not a couple, Greta. And even if we were, you're not turning my life into some lurid saga for clicks. Her lips press together. I understand your perspective, but let's be pragmatic. Miss Khan is good publicity. The fans love a strong female lead in your circle, especially someone rumored to have taken on half a bar. And you... I said no, I snap, voice echoing in the lounge's hush. A few staffers glance our way, but Greta remains calm. Fine, she concedes with a sigh, smoothing an invisible wrinkle on her sleeve. We'll handle it your way. But if it spirals out of control, don't blame me for not warning you. I draw breath, ready to retort, but Indira appears at the lounge entrance, scanning the room. She's wearing simple black pants and a fitted blazer, hair pulled back. Her gaze locks with mine, and for a split second my heart stutters. The memory of her body pressed against mine floods my mind, unbidden and scorching. She gives a curt nod, then moves to stand by a pillar, arms behind her back. Greta follows my gaze, her lips curving in a knowing smirk. I'll gather the press, she murmurs, stepping away. Indira approaches cautiously, gaze flicking toward Greta. Trouble? I let out a slow breath. She wants to sell us as some tabloid romance. I told her to back off. Indira's jaw clenches. Smart. She better stay out of my personal life. I blink at her blunt response, that flash of ice in her tone. I'm guessing that means the other night is off limits? Her eyes dart away. It was a mistake. I swallow the surge of resentment that threatens to rise. Right, good to know. She stiffens but says nothing. A ripple of tension buzzes between us, as tangible as the overhead lights. I sense her discomfort, the professional walls she's erecting to keep me at bay. Fine. If she wants distance, I'll give it to her. A group of journalists files into the lounge, cameras and microphones at the ready. Greta re-emerges, all smiles, ushering me forward. I plaster on my public face, the one that exudes confidence, even if I'm seething inside. Indira lingers off to the side, scanning the area like a trained sentinel, refusing to meet my gaze. The reporters pepper me with questions about the Istanbul track, my thoughts on the local motorsport culture, my performance in recent races. I field them with clipped answers, trying not to let my annoyance show. A few start to drift into personal territory, asking about the sabotage rumors, the state of my relationship with my father, even whether I'm seeing anyone. Greta steps in smoothly, redirecting them to safer topics. I grit my teeth, thankful for her interference for once. As the condo winds down, Greta leads the reporters away for a quick photo op with sponsor backdrops. I stand by a gleaming table of refreshments, exhaling. My mind whirls, unsettled by Indira's coldness and the swirling rumors about us. I have this aching need to corner her right now, drag her aside, demand she admit there's more to this than a mistake. Another part of me warns that forcing the issue will only push her away further. A hand clasps my shoulder, making me tense. I turn to see a man in a sharp suit, mid-40s, with an impeccably groomed beard. It takes me a moment to recognize him. Don, one of my father's lesser associates, a mid-level exec in Vale Holdings. He's all smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Zion, he says, voice smooth. Long time no see. My heart rate spikes. Dawn, surprised to find you here. He shrugs. Corporate duties. We have some interest in the Istanbul region. The mention of interests sets off alarm bells. My father's empire is tangled in legitimate and not-so-legitimate ventures. Dawn's presence suggests more of my father's meddling. I remember Indira's warnings. Sabotage, threats, a bigger game in motion. Did you just arrive? I ask, forcing casualness into my tone. Flew in this morning, he replies. Heard about the Axie. Problems in Mumbai. He corrects himself, eyes gleaming with fake concern. Everything all right? Peachy, I lie, fighting the urge to lash out. No thanks to whoever tampered with my car. He nods solemnly. Yes, that's unfortunate. I hope you're not suggesting Vale Holdings had anything to do with it. The question is a trap. No, of course not, I say, my jaw tight. My father wouldn't stoop that low, right? He gives a hollow chuckle. Right. Before I can push further, Greta calls for me from across the lounge. I step away from Dawn, managing a curt farewell. He watches me go with a knowing look that sends a shiver down my spine. I join Greta and a few sponsors near a large window overlooking the city. Zion, Greta says, tapping her phone screen. Your father wants an update on your press coverage. I told him it's going smoothly. He's also inquiring about your personal life again. I scoff. Tell him to worry about his own life. She raises an eyebrow. You know he hates surprises, and he's not thrilled about your bodyguard overshadowing your brand. So do me a favor and keep the drama minimal. I stiffen. I can handle my father. Greta sighs. Just remember, you're under a microscope. Every misstep is another headline. If you can't keep it together, he'll step in. And we both know what that looks like. I turn to the window, letting my gaze wander over Istanbul's twinkling lights, mind teeming with frustration. My father's threats hang over me like a sword. Sabotage, cryptic warnings, and a PR manager who thinks turning my personal life into a media strategy is the solution. Meanwhile, Indira is drifting further away, barricading herself behind her stoic professionalism. The fact that she can compartmentalize so easily drives me crazy, especially since I can't get the memory of her out of my head. The press event wraps up in another 10 minutes, the journalists scattering with their quotes and photos. Greta gestures for me to join her in a quieter corner of the lounge so we can finalize next day's schedule. She's tapping away on her phone as I approach. Your itinerary is pretty full, she says, handing me a digital copy. Track practice in the morning, sponsor brunch at noon, then another press briefing at 2. After that, a promotional dinner with local VIPs. I skim the schedule with a sinking feeling. Non-stop. That's the price of stardom. She gives me a tight smile. You handle the track, let me handle the noise. And keep your bodyguard from fueling any romantic scandal. That's your responsibility. Her tone rankles me, but I force a nod. We're professional. Good. She angles her head, checking her phone again. If we play this right, we can salvage some good coverage. Your father wants me to call him with an update, so I'll do that in private. She excuses herself, stepping into a side hallway. I take the opportunity to slip away, searching the lounge for Indira. She stands near the entrance, arms crossed, gaze fixed on a distant point on the wall. I approach, but she doesn't look at me. You okay? I ask quietly. She nods once, posture unyielding. Just doing my job. I rub the back of my neck, struggling against the tension coiling in my chest. This press junket is exhausting. Thanks for sticking close. Her jaw clenches. Don't mention it. The awkward silence stretches, heavy with all the things we're not saying. Finally, I take a small step closer, lowering my voice so no one else can hear. We can't ignore what happened. Her eyes flick to mine, an undercurrent of conflict swirling there. We made a mistake. Nothing more. My stomach twists at her dismissive tone, but I keep my cool. If that's what you want? She glances away, shoulders rigid. It's what I need. I can't decide if I'm hurt or angry, but I know this conversation won't end well if I push. One of the sponsors strides by, greeting me with a smile, oblivious to the tension. I nod politely, and by the time I look back at Indira, she's already turning on her heel, striding out of the lounge. My hands ball into fists, frustration pulsing under my skin. So much for bridging the distance. I consider following her but decide against it. Instead, I wander deeper into the lounge, letting my thoughts swirl in private. A few scattered guests linger around tables, sipping on cocktails. Soft music plays in the background, an ambient jazz track. I'm about to head back to my suite when I hear Greta's voice from behind a partially closed door. Curiosity gets the better of me. I inch closer, straining to hear. She's on the phone, tone hushed but urgent. My name and my father's name crop up in the muffled conversation. I hold my breath, pressing my ear to the door, ignoring how shady it is to eavesdrop. No, Rupert, it's not unstoppable, she says, voice tense. But we have to pivot quickly. He's adamant about continuing. He's not backing down. A pause. My heart thuds. She's definitely talking to my father. Yes, she continues. I understand. Plan B is already in motion. We can't rely on small accidents anymore. If he refuses to comply, yes, I know the consequences. A chill washes over me. Plan B, small accidents, consequences. My father's direct interference and sabotage attempts is worse than I feared. Greta's part of it, or at least enabling it. I can almost see the final puzzle piece snapping into place. The near-fatal sabotage in Mumbai might have been just the beginning. I step back from the door, breathing shallow and fast. If Greta's taking orders from my father, then everything in my life is compromised. My racing, my crew, even Indira's presence as my supposed bodyguard. I need to find her, warn her, figure out how we can protect ourselves from the next move my father orchestrates. I slip out of the lounge, heart pounding. My father is done playing mild games. Plan B is in motion, meaning the next strike could be deadlier than a tampered car. Anger and fear twist in my gut, fusing with the tangled mess of emotions I already have for Indira. I can't lose everything to him. I won't. But the net is tightening, and there's no easy escape. In the corridor, a few staffers pass by, nodding politely. I can't muster a smile. I keep walking, scanning for any sign of Indira. She's not here, probably headed back to her suite. I'll have to confront her about this new intel. We might have to trust each other more than ever, even if she insists last night was a mistake. My father's power is lethal, and Greta's involvement means every step we take could be watched. The elevator dings and I step inside, pressing the button for my floor. My hands shake with adrenaline, and I jam them into my pockets. My thoughts tumble. Sabotage, father, Indira, the press. The glare of the elevator light seems too bright, reflecting off the mirrored walls. My reflection stares back with haunted eyes, reminding me that I can't fight this battle alone. But can I rely on someone who pushes me away at every turn? The doors open and I walk the hallway to my suite, every muscle tensed for an ambush that never comes. My father's words echo in my head. Plan B is in motion. For the first time, I feel truly cornered, with no clue how to dismantle his conspiracies from within. But I do know I need Indira. And that knowledge stings, because the one person who could stand by me is the same person who's determined to lock me out. Reaching my door, I fumble for the keycard, stepping inside the dark room. The city lights spill through the window, painting patterns on the carpet. I stand there, breathing in the silence. Anger and desperation churn in my gut. If Indira wants to keep her distance, fine. But I'm not letting my father destroy everything. Even if it means laying my pride aside, I'll have to speak to her about this new threat. My phone thrums against my thigh, an unknown number flashing across the screen. I consider ignoring it, but something compels me to answer. No voice greets me, just static. Then a low, distorted murmur. "Back out, or watch everything crumble." The line goes dead before I can speak. I stare at the phone, a hollow ache in my chest. Another warning from my father's camp. Or maybe a rival. Either way, I'm running out of time. I toss the phone onto the bed, tension singing through my veins. My father's net is weaving tighter around me, and now Greta's part of the trap. Despite Indira's rejection, I know she's the only person I can trust right now. If I can get her to break that icy wall just long enough to see that we need to work together, maybe we stand a chance. For a moment, I consider going to her suite, pounding on the door until she hears me out. But an image of her guarded expression stops me. She made it clear that personal entanglements are off the table. Still, we share one undeniable bond, the determination to stay alive and free. Tomorrow I'll corner her, lay out what I heard from Greta, and see if we can plan our next move. Right now, I need time for myself. Plan B might be well underway, but I'm not letting them win without a fight. And even though the thought of Indira's cool dismissal stings, I cling to the memory of her fierce loyalty whenever danger lurks. I can't let my father separate us, no matter how many obstacles he throws. We've come this far, and I refuse to fold. I stare out the window at Istanbul's sleeping spires, fists balled at my sides. The phone's ominous message echoes in my head. Maybe it's time to force a confrontation. Because the next sabotage attempt might not be as easy to walk away from. And the thought of Indira getting caught in the crossfire is more terrifying than I'm ready to admit.
Chapter 11. Indira. I navigate the narrow Istanbul streets with restless caution, each step echoing with the weight of unfinished business. This city is a whirl of ancient mosques and modern high-rises, of spice-scented breeze and traffic horns that cut through the air like static. Under different circumstances, I might pause to appreciate the ornate tile patterns or the music drifting from a distant cafe. But right now, my entire focus is locked on the man walking a few feet ahead of me. Zion moves with a tense energy, shoulders rigid beneath his jacket. I want him at my side, but he insisted on being in front, says he's tired of my protective hovering. The memory of last night's confrontation still grates on me. I told him not to wander off alone. He snapped that he's not a child. We traded barbs. We parted with a few harsh words and a silent vow to keep things strictly professional. Yet here we are again, forced into each other's space by the swirling thread around us. He glances over his shoulder, scowling when he catches me still dogging his steps. You realize I can walk without supervision, right? My stomach tightens. This city is a maze, and we have enemies. I'm not letting you out of my sight. He bristles, brushing off a vendor who tries to sell him a beaded bracelet. I'm not a prize to be guarded. I keep my tone level, controlling my frustration. Don't act naive. You know what's at stake. I can't protect you if you disappear. He stops abruptly, forcing me to halt so we don't collide. The midday sun gleams off the burnished domes in the distance, and the tang of roasted chestnuts reaches my nose. A swirl of pedestrians flows around us, making our argument feel painfully public. Zion leans in, voice low. I'm not your prisoner, Indira. If I want to see the city, I will. I set my jaw. Fine, see it, but do it with me or we go nowhere. His glare could ignite stone. We had one night, and suddenly you think you own me? A hot flush crawls up my neck. That's not what this is about. He exhales, fists balling at his sides. Then what is it about? I can't tell him it's partly about guilt. That after everything, I can't live with letting him out of my sight and risking an ambush. I can't speak of my own fear that if something happens to him, I won't forgive myself. Instead, I swallow the words and keep my face impassive. You have a target on your back, I say, quieter than before. I'm just doing my job. He smooths back a stray lock with a sigh, steps away, and beckons for me to follow. Then let's do it. We push deeper into the heart of Istanbul, weaving past stall after stall, hawking spices, lamps, ceramics. The labyrinth of the Grand Bazaar looms ahead, an ancient complex of arched corridors brimming with color and life. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of saffron, cardamom, leather, and countless other exotic goods. Vendors call out prices, beckoning passers-by to admire their wares. Zion moves with restless curiosity, scanning the jewelry displays and intricate rugs. People brush by him, not recognizing the famous driver under his baseball cap and subtle sunglasses. Occasionally, someone does a double take, but no one approaches. Despite the crush of bodies, I keep close, eyes flicking at every shape that shifts or lingers too long. We turn down another corridor, illuminated by hanging lanterns that cast a warm glow on the polished floor. Zion slows, pausing at a stall selling hammered metal jewelry. He lifts a small ring, turning it in his palm. I hover a step behind, checking over my shoulder. A sense of unease prickles along my spine, the kind I've honed from years in MMA fights and security gigs. I lean in, voice low. Let's keep moving. He tenses but sets the ring down. You're paranoid? Cautious, I correct, scanning the corners. I'm picking up a vibe. He doesn't argue. Though I see the muscle in his jaw tick, we continue onward. The bazaar's maze-like passages branching in every direction. The crowd thickens. Cloth merchants drape vivid fabrics across open counters. Gold shops display opulent necklaces that glitter under overhead lights. Halfway through another corridor, I notice a shape in the reflection of a mirror stall. Someone in a dark jacket, hood pulled low, lingering behind us. My senses jolt to high alert. I tap Zion's arm, murmuring, "Don't look, but we might have a tail." He shifts imperceptibly. Where? 6 o'clock, black hood. Moves when we move, stops when we stop. He tenses, the tension rolling off him. We lose them or confront them? Lose them, I say, guiding him around a corner. If they follow, we'll handle it. We speed up, weaving through throngs of shoppers. My heart thuds as I push aside a pair of tourists taking selfies. Zion slides behind a large stand of antique glassware. I toss a quick glance back. The figure emerges at the far end, scanning the crowd. They spot us, break into a purposeful stride. Zion curses under his breath. They're not giving up. Keep moving, I hiss, grabbing his wrist and pulling him around a bend. We slip into a smaller side alley branching off the main bazaar corridor, less crowded. The high walls close in, and we're forced to slow. Our footsteps echo on ancient cobblestones. I hate this, he mutters, breath quickening. Like we're rats scurrying in the dark. I press a finger to my lips, spotting the hooded figure sprinting after us. Another shape appears from a side passage, blocking the exit. My gut twists. Stay behind me, I order, stepping forward. He tries to protest, but there's no time. The hooded figure lunges, brandishing a short, curved blade that catches the overhead light. My instincts flare. I sidestep, pivoting on one foot, and slam the attacker's wrist. The blade clatters, and I follow with a swift punch to the jaw. They stagger, but don't drop. Zion shifts behind me, eyes wide, ready to jump in. I catch movement in my peripheral vision. Another assailant, face obscured by a scarf, charges from the right. I spin, raising a forearm to block a strike. Pain reverberates up my arm, but I grit my teeth and twist the attacker's elbow, forcing them to the ground with a grunt. The hooded figure recovers, rushing me again. I duck, narrowly avoiding a wild swing, then deliver a front kick to their chest. They slam against the wall, gasping. The second attacker scrambles to their feet, aiming a vicious backhand at my head. I tense for impact, but it never comes. Zion steps in, hooking the attacker's arm and shoving them aside. My pulse jumps, impressed despite the danger. He's not a trained fighter, but he channels adrenaline well. The attacker stumbles, and Zion lands a hasty punch that connects with their temple. They reel, crashing into a stack of wooden crates. The hooded figure tries to charge again, but I intercept with an elbow strike that floors them. Breath ragged, I kick the blade out of reach. Zion grabs my elbow. We have to get out of here before they regroup. I nod, scanning for more threats. The air smells of dust and sweat. Footsteps echo from the main corridor. Curious bystanders or more trouble. I kneel by the nearest attacker, who's disoriented, rummaging through their pockets. My fingers close around a phone, scuffed and battered. The lock screen glows with a single message in bold letters, Rupert Vale. Neutralize the threat before KL. My stomach plummets. I show it to Zion, whose face contorts with anger. KL, that must mean Kuala Lumpur, the next race after this one. I swallow, adrenaline still pounding. Your father wants you gone. We suspected as much, but this proves it. He runs a trembling hand through his hair, eyes alight with fury. He's not just sabotaging me, he's ordering hits. The attacker groans, trying to stand, but I plant a boot on their chest, pinning them. Zion's expression darkens like a thundercloud. My grip on the phone tightens. Evidence. Then I glance at the scattered onlookers starting to inch into the alley, alarmed by the commotion. We can't stick around. I pull Zion's arm. Come on. We dash down the narrow street, ignoring the shouts behind us. My mind races faster than my feet. If Rupert Vale is actively targeting Zion, we're more entangled than I feared. This is no longer about protecting him from opportunistic thugs. We're up against a well-funded, well-connected threat. My heart slams in my sternum as I recall the sabotage in Mumbai, the warnings in Tokyo, the cryptic calls. It all leads back to Zion's father. We emerge into a wider street, the midday sun glinting off passing cars. People stare, but we pretend to be just another pair of hurried tourists. Zion's breathing is ragged, eyes darting in every direction. I guide him around a corner, pressing our backs against a mosaic-tiled wall to catch our breath. The distant call to prayer echoes over the rooftops, a serene contrast to the chaos swirling in us. He stares at the phone in my hand, a muscle ticking in his jaw. We have to show this to someone, get help. Help from who? I retort, voice edged with bitterness. Your father has money, influence? He owns half the world's lawyers and PR teams? The local authorities might be under his thumb, or they'll just dismiss us as paranoid foreigners. His glare meets mine. Then what do? I rake a hand over my scalp, frustration biting deep. We plan. We keep you alive until the next race, maybe gather more evidence. If we can prove your father's behind it, we might corner him. He slumps back against the wall, exhaling. I'm so tired of this. Every day another ambush. Another reason to watch my back. My chest tightens at his raw vulnerability. I want to say something comforting, but my own fear tangles my words. Instead, I grab his arm and pull him away from the wall. We can't linger here. Let's move. We walk briskly, zigzagging through side streets. Eventually, we hail a taxi and slip inside, scanning behind us for any sign of pursuit. My pulse refuses to settle. Zion's tension thrums against my side, his leg bouncing with jittery energy. The phone in my pocket feels like a ticking bomb. He fidgets, looking at me with haunted eyes. We should have seen this coming, but I still held on to some pathetic hope that he wouldn't go this far. I lay my palm gently over his knee to still his frantic movement. The gesture is more intimate than I intend, a silent reassurance. He notices, gaze flicking to where my hand rests, but neither of us pulls away. He's not your father in any real sense, I say softly. He's a power-hungry man who sees you as a threat. You need to accept that. He nods, swallowing hard. I know, it just hurts. The honesty in his tone strips away the brash facade he usually wears. I blink back the sudden urge to comfort him more than I should. We've been dancing around each other since that night in Mumbai, both of us refusing to talk about it. Yet each time we face lethal danger together, I feel a bond forging neither of us knows how to deny. The taxi swerves onto a main road, minarets rising on the horizon like silent sentinels. I tighten my seatbelt, scanning for tails. Nothing obvious stands out. A notification rattles my attention. It's call from a sponsor rep, probably wondering why we missed a scheduled photo op. I reject it, not in the mood to feign normalcy. Zion exhales, leaning forward. What if we leave the city entirely? Skip Istanbul? Go underground? My gut twists. Running won't solve this. Your father's reach is global. He'd track you anywhere. His fists clench. So we fight? We gather evidence, find an angle. Or we endure until we can force his hand. But we're not letting him scare us off the circuit, right? His gaze sharpens. That defiant spark returning. Right. The taxi drops us off near a discreet side entrance to our hotel. I pay the driver and slip him a tip for silence. We hurry into the lobby, avoiding the main entrance where press might lurk. I keep a hand on Zion's elbow, guiding him to the elevator. My eyes roam over the suits and tourists meandering about. No suspicious faces. Still, the tension in my shoulders doesn't ease. Up in my suite, I lock the door behind us. The curtains are drawn, leaving the room in a hush of dim light. Zion paces. His fingers drag through his thick hair, messing up the curls that tried to lie flat. I check the phone we took from the attacker, scanning the text once more. Neutralize the threat before KL. KL, Kuala Lumpur, looms in my mind like a black hole. If we make it through Istanbul, we'll fly straight to Malaysia for the next race. That means we have days, maybe less, to figure out a plan. Zion stands by the window, shoulders tense. We can't do this alone, Indira. One of these times they'll catch me off guard. I set the phone on the table. We have to trust someone, but not many. Javi, maybe? He's loyal to you. Zion's expression softens at the mention of his mechanic friend. Javi could work. He's not easily bought. I nod, crossing my arms. And we keep eyes on your PR manager, too. She's too close to your father's orbit. He grimaces. Greta Liang, yes. She's spinning every narrative to suit him. We stand in loaded silence, the weight of the day pressing on us. The tension from our earlier argument throbs beneath the surface. He meets my eyes, and my stomach flips with that familiar spark. I remind myself that we're here to strategize, not to reignite what we shared. But the air hums with unspoken emotion. I'm sorry, he says, voice quiet. For blowing up at you. I know you're only trying to keep me safe. I swallow. It's my job. He steps closer, the lines of his face etched with weariness. Right. Your job. My chest constricts. Zion. He shakes his head, a bittersweet smile curving his lips. Forget it. The unspoken tension crackles, thick with regret and longing. I look away, forcing myself to focus on the phone resting on the table. We should see if there's more data on that device. Zion exhales sharply. He scrubs at his head in agitation. Yes, let's do that. We share a nod, a silent agreement to shelve the personal turmoil. The phone is locked, but I might know someone who can crack it. An old contact from my security circles. We agree to get in touch discreetly, hoping to glean more about Rupert Vale's network. The sense of looming danger pulses with every breath. Outside, the call to prayer resonates across Istanbul's skyline, a haunting melody that reverberates through the window. It reminds me of the city's deep history, how many conflicts have played out in these streets over centuries. Our problem might seem small on the grand scale, but it's all-consuming for us. The lines of trust are thin, the stakes high. Zion walks to the kitchenette, runs water into a glass, and takes a long drink. His hand shakes slightly as he sets it down. I notice the bruise forming on his knuckles, probably from punching that attacker. My instinct to check the injury battles with my resolve to keep boundaries. He glances at me, reading the concern on my face. "I'm fine," he says, not quite convincing. "You?" "I'm used to bruises," I mutter. He hesitates, stepping forward. "Still, you took a hit." I shrug, ignoring the ache in my ribs. "Nothing serious." A fleeting hush falls between us. The memory of us fighting side by side in that alley stirs something protective and intimate I can't suppress. I tear my eyes away, scanning the suite. The furniture is standard, the decor minimalist. But the tension we carry in here electrifies the air. My mind flashes to the attacks, the sabotage, the cryptic warnings. My chest constricts with a mixture of fear and determination. "We'll figure this out," I say, voice steadier than I feel. "No matter what your father throws at us." Zion's eyes flick with a dangerous fire. I'm done letting him manipulate me. If he wants a war, we'll give him one. I lift my chin, acknowledging that unwavering spirit. He won't see us coming. He attempts a half smile, but it's tinged with bitterness. We're both exhausted, mentally and physically. The day's chaos, the earlier argument, the swirl of unresolved feelings. It all weighs on us. Yet the closeness of crisis forces us together, forging an alliance that's too important to be derailed by personal conflict. I check my phone, ignoring missed calls from the sponsor rep. We have bigger problems than media appearances. The minutes tick by, both of us restless in the confined space. Finally, we decide to contact my security contact about the attacker's phone. We'll arrange a discreet meeting in a day or two, see if we can glean any leads from the data. Until then, we lie low. Zion exhales, running a hand over his face. "No more wandering, I promise, but you have to let me breathe." My jaw tightens. "I'll back off if you stay within sight. No more impromptu tours without me." He shakes his head with a weary laugh. "Deal. This is the weirdest arrangement, you realize that?" A reluctant smile tugs at my lips. "I'm the best bodyguard in the business." His eyes linger on me, something unspoken flickering in them. "Yeah," he murmurs, voice low. "You are." A tremor runs through me at the warmth in his tone, but I push it aside. We've agreed not to cross that line again. My duty is to keep him alive, nothing more. He turns away, gazing out the window at the rooftops of Istanbul, the call to prayer fading into evening. Light and shadow merge, painting the city in dusky gold. Tension hums beneath our fragile alliance. But for now, we need each other too much to let pride or regret tear us apart. We stand there in loaded silence until the sun sets behind the domes and minarets. The reflection of city lights gleams in Zion's eyes, and I wonder if he's replaying all the close calls in his head. My stomach churns with the knowledge that the next one could be worse, especially with his father's directive. We exchange a final glance, resolved yet uneasy. The stakes have risen, and so has the friction between us, both professionally and personally. We can't afford the luxury of avoidance. The labyrinth of Istanbul might be behind us for now, but the real maze is the twisted path leading to Rupert Vale's downfall. If we have to fight through more ambushes and betrayals, so be it. I only pray we can hold ourselves and each other together long enough to see it through. thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Zion. Kuala Lumpur's skyline gleams against the inky night. I stare out the car window, heart pounding with a mix of dread and anticipation. The flight from Istanbul sapped whatever patience I had left. After everything we discovered, my father's direct involvement in these attempts, I'm on edge, unsure who to trust. Even the well-lit highways leading into the city feel ominous. Each time the driver merges between lanes, I half expect a van to pull up and open fire. Indira sits beside me in the back seat, posture stiff, gaze locked on the passing buildings. Her presence steadies me more than I care to admit. Tension lingers between us, always will, but I've stopped trying to name it. We've shared more close calls than I can count, each forging a bond that makes us helpless against it. The car glides into the basement parking of a towering skyscraper that doubles as a luxury hotel and event venue. A local sponsor arranged a high-stakes street race tonight, part promotional stunt, part underground spectacle. I'd usually be thrilled for the adrenaline, but the threat from my father hangs over me like a dark cloud. If anyone wants me gone, this is the perfect stage. Crowded streets, shifting alliances, my attention split between racing and survival. We exit the car, Indira scanning the garage with that unwavering focus I've come to rely on. She motions for me to stay close, and for once I don't argue. The memory of the Istanbul ambush still burns in my mind. Another inch, and she could have been the one lying in a hospital. I swallow the guilt, forcing myself not to dwell on what nearly happened. A sponsor rep greets us in the lobby, handing me a lanyard with VIP access for the rooftop party. Indira's pass is identical, but she ignores it, too busy watching the flow of guests. Through the windows, I see the city's lights stretch far in every direction, a tapestry of skyscrapers and bustling roads. The thought of weaving through these streets in a customized race car should fill me with excitement. Instead, I just feel the creeping sense that time is running out. We take an express elevator to the rooftop, a posh space cordoned off for a private event. Plush lounge furniture, ambient lighting, and sleek bars stocked with top-shelf liquor create a glamorous illusion. A scattering of local elites mingle with sponsors, socialites, and a handful of other drivers. The air is muggy, typical of Malaysia, but the breeze at this height offers minor relief. I step out onto the deck, eyes skimming the crowd. Multiple staffers in black attire carry trays of exotic cocktails. Soft music drifts from hidden speakers. The city sprawls below like a living tapestry, headlights weaving in the distance. If it weren't for the ever-present tension coiling in my gut, I might appreciate the view. But every shadow feels like a potential ambush. Indira slides up beside me, discreetly tugging on my sleeve. Stay in the center. Don't edge near the railing. I force a small nod. Got it. She doesn't respond, but I catch the flicker of concern in her eyes. A pang of guilt slices through me that she has to live with this constant anxiety, protecting me from enemies I wish I could handle myself. Before I can say anything, a sponsor official approaches, beaming, leading a small group of local journalists. He announces me like a prized exhibit, arms wide, voice loud. Zion, my friend! Over here, these reporters want a quick chat before the race. I school my features into a polite smile. Indira stays close, exuding a quiet authority that makes the sponsor official give her a respectful nod. The journalists pepper me with questions about the upcoming race, my thoughts on the city's street circuits, and the rumored rivalry with another top driver. I rattle off practiced responses, every muscle tense. A flash from a camera momentarily blinds me, but I blink away the spots, scanning the crowd for any sign of trouble. As the questions wind down, a hush seems to settle over the gathering. The music dims, or maybe my ears just tune it out. Something in the air shifts. I glance at Indira. She's scanning the perimeter, jaw clenched, the same sense of looming danger etched into her posture. My pulse spikes. I step away from the journalists, murmuring a quick excuse. Indira shadows me, brow furrowed. We cross the deck toward a quieter corner, near an arrangement of tall potted plants and a low glass wall that offers a panoramic view of the city. The moment we reach it, she leans in. Something feels off, she whispers, scanning the guests. I saw a figure on the far side who looked out of place. I follow her line of sight. At first glance, everyone seems normal, partygoers laughing, staffers smiling politely. Then I spot a man in a dark suit hovering by a pillar, face partially obscured by a wide hat. He's watching us, his stance too rigid for a casual attendee. My stomach twists. Before I can respond, I catch a flash of metal glinting under the deck lights. My heart slams. I grab Indira's arm, about to warn her, but she's already moving. We pivot, hearing the sudden pop, pop, pop of suppressed gunfire. People scream and duck, scattering in every direction. The air smells of cordite. I see a muzzle flare from behind a row of planters, the shooter's silhouette crouched low. Indira reacts with lightning reflexes, spinning to shove me behind a concrete pillar. Bullets chip the stone, sparks flying. My ears ring. My chest tightens with terror and white-hot fury. How did they get guns up here? My father must have arranged it, or at least funded it. This is no random rivalry stunt. Indira presses herself against the pillar, scanning for the assailant. Another shot cracks the night air, and I hear glass shatter. Staffers and guests shriek, diving for cover. The shooter's vantage point is perfect. He's pinned us near the edge of the rooftop. My mind races, adrenaline surging. I spot a door leading inside, but it's too far, too exposed. The gunman can pick us off if we sprint. Indira locks eyes with me. Stay behind me. I grip her wrist, voice shaking. No, we get out together. She's about to argue when a second figure appears to our right, stepping out from behind an ornate column. He raises a sidearm. My heart seizes, and I brace for the shot. But Indira lunges, sweeping his arm upward. The bullet goes wild, punching a hole in an overhead canopy. She pivots, drives an elbow into his jaw, and wrenches the gun loose. It clatters to the floor. She tries to deliver a follow-up strike, but the man twists free, catching her with a backhand that sends her stumbling. I roar in fury, stepping forward. A fierce punch to the side of his temple staggers him. He reels, nearly toppling over the glass wall, but he recovers, eyes wild. We grapple, adrenaline fueling each motion. My fists connect with his ribs, each impact a release of fear and rage. He gasps, staggering backward. Suddenly, more bullets tear through the air. I flinch, ducking low. The first shooter is still out there, pinned behind a row of lounge chairs. Indira recovers, face set in grim determination. She aims the captured pistol at the new attacker, firing 2 shots that shatter a potted plant near him. He dives for cover, cursing. "Zion, move!" she yells, jerking her head toward a cluster of large AC units near the rooftop's corner. We sprint for it, hearts pounding. Bullets whine overhead, and the rooftop descends into chaos. The sponsor official is nowhere to be seen, probably fled. A few other guests lie prone, whimpering behind overturned tables. Indira leads me to the AC units, pressing her back against the metal box. Her breath hitches, and I notice a dark patch blossoming on her shoulder. Shock slices through me. "You're hit," I rasp, reaching out. She brushes my hand away, face tight with pain. "Just grazed. Focus on survival." Anger combusts in my chest. Another shot zings off the AC unit, sending sparks of metal fragments. I steal a glance at the shooter's location. 2 men crouch behind an upturned bar, one reloading, the other scanning for targets. The second figure, my father's second assassin, no doubt, is creeping around to flank us. I can't stand it. Indira's wounded, pinned by these scum, and I'm sick of running. Without thinking, I break from cover, ignoring Indira's shout. The air feels charged, every sense sharpening to a razor edge. I sprint across open ground, arms pumping. The shooter emerges, raising his gun. I drop to a knee, grab a metal tray from the floor, and fling it at his face. He ducks too late, and it clips him. I tackle him in a blur of motion, adrenaline fueling each muscle. We crash onto the slick rooftop tiles. He's bigger than me, heavier, but I'm too enraged to care. I rip the gun from his grasp, flinging it aside. My fist slams into his jaw once, twice. I hear Indira shouting for me to stop, but my fury is unstoppable. Memories flood my mind. My father's smug face, the sabotage attempts, the bullets that nearly killed Indira. Another punch smashes into the man's cheek. Blood spatters my knuckles. "Zion!" Indira's voice cuts through the haze. "Enough!" But I can't break free from the red mist. This is my father's doing. This man tried to kill Indira, to take her from me. Rage blinds me. I raise my fist again, ready to pummel him until he's unrecognizable. A hand clamps around my wrist, yanking me back. I twist, ready to strike whoever dares interrupt. Then I see Indira's face, tight with pain, eyes blazing with equal parts fury and concern. Blood seeps from the tear in her jacket, staining the fabric. A surge of fear jolts me like an electric shock. She's wounded. I drop my hand, panting, heart hammering against my ribs. The attacker lies beneath me, groaning, half-conscious. Indira drags me up, forcing me away from him. "We can't stay," she snarls, ignoring the agony etched on her face. More could be coming. I breathe hard, glancing around. The second gunman is down, either fled or unconscious from Indira's shots. Sirens wail in the distance. Someone must have alerted the authorities. The rooftop stinks of gunpowder and panic. I look at Indira's bloodied shoulder, a stark reminder of how close we came to losing everything. "Let me see," I murmur, adrenaline flooding out of me. My hands tremble as I brush aside the torn fabric. The wound oozes, not too deep, but enough to make me dizzy with worry. She shrugs off my touch. "I'm fine." "You're not fine," I snap. "You're shot." Her eyes flick with frustration. "Grazed, not a bullet lodged inside. Don't fuss." I exhale, anger mixing with terror. "Don't tell me how to feel." For a moment, neither of us moves. Gunshots gave way to sirens, security guards rushing onto the rooftop. I see a few more shapes scanning the carnage, shouting to each other in frantic voices. Indira staggers, and I catch her. A fresh wave of panic grips me. I've never seen her so vulnerable, shoulders sagging from blood loss or shock. "Come on," I say, voice rough, wrapping an arm around her waist to support her. "We've got to get out before the police swarm. No telling who's on my father's payroll." She hesitates, hissing through clenched teeth. "You can't race tonight, not like this." I tighten my hold on her, ignoring the sting of my bruised knuckles. "I'll handle the race. First, we handle you. Let's go." We descend a narrow back staircase that leads away from the rooftop. The stairwell is dim, emergency lights casting our shadows on the concrete walls. I half carry, half guide her, hearing each ragged breath she struggles to contain. My chest twists with guilt and something deeper I don't want to label. We emerge into a deserted service corridor. Neon signs flicker through a nearby window, proclaiming the city's nightlife. Indira leans against the wall, pressing a hand to her shoulder. Sweat dots her forehead, but she tries to remain stoic. "Don't pass out," I say, voice trembling with worry. She exhales sharply. "I won't. We need medical help, but not a hospital. Your father's people might find us." My frustration boils over. "He's out of control, ordering hits in broad daylight. We can't keep playing cat and mouse." Her gaze meets mine, fierce despite the pain. "We'll figure something out. Right now, find a safe spot to patch me up." I nod, fumbling for my phone. Javi's number is the first that comes to mind. He might be busy prepping the car, but he's the only person I trust without question. As it rings, I eye Indira, whose breath rattles from the strain. "Javi," I say when he picks up, voice taut. "We're in trouble, rooftop ambush. Indira's hurt. We need a place to lay low." His concerned curses fill my ear. "The pit garage is too exposed. Sponsors, cameras everywhere. We need to avoid the hospital as much as possible." I grit my teeth. "Any ideas?" He pauses. "The old warehouse near the river, behind the vendor stalls. I can meet you there. No one uses it now. Hurry." I hang up, pocketing the phone. Warehouse by the river. Javi's on his way. Indira gives a curt nod. "Lead." I'll follow. A fresh wave of guilt tears at me. She can barely stand, yet she's insisting on pushing through. We quietly exit the service corridor into the bustling street. The night glows with the promise of the upcoming street race. Floodlights, throngs of spectators along barricades, the distant rev of engines. My mind whirls with the realization that I'm supposed to race in less than an hour, but Indira's injury overrides every other priority. We hail a battered taxi, ignoring the driver's suspicious look at Indira's bleeding shoulder. I give him an address near the warehouse, voice shaky. He nods, pulling into the flow of traffic. Time drags as the cab weaves through congested roads, the city's lights blurring. I keep an arm around Indira's waist, feeling her shallow breaths. The memory of her saving me from a bullet never stops haunting me. She could have died, all because my father wants me out of the picture. We reach the rendezvous. Javi waits outside, pacing. He waves us over, eyes widening at the sight of Indira's wound. He ushers us into the dilapidated warehouse, dust motes swirling under a single flickering bulb. Rusted shelves line the walls, crates stacked haphazardly. The air smells of engine oil and stale air. "Set her down," Javi instructs, clearing a space on a wooden crate. "Let me see." I lower Indira carefully. She grimaces, sweat glistening on her brow. Javi retrieves a basic first aid kit from his bag, fumbling with gauze and antiseptic. He peels back the torn jacket, wincing at the bloody tear. I stand beside him, hands trembling, adrenaline still coursing through me. Javi gently cleans the wound, Indira's breath hitching at the sting. My own heart twists at the sight of her pain. She tries to maintain her stoic expression, but I see the flicker of fear beneath. The bullet skimmed her collarbone, leaving a nasty groove in the flesh. Nothing life-threatening, but serious enough to keep me frantic. While Javi works, I turn away, mind racing. The night race is set to start soon. Sponsors and fans expect me at the grid. If I skip it, the rumors swirl. My father gains leverage. But how can I focus on racing when Indira's bleeding in a warehouse because of me? She senses my turmoil. "Go!" she rasps, voice thick with pain. "You have a race. Don't let him scare you off." I whirl, meeting her gaze. "You almost died tonight." Her eyes blaze. "I'm alive. We can't let your father win. You said it yourself." Anger and worry war in my chest. Javi glances up, brow knit. "She's right. I'll stay with her. Make sure she's stable. You have to race, or your father's sabotage pays off." My heart pounds. Indira's breathing steadies as Javi finishes bandaging her wound, but she looks pale. I hate leaving her side, but I also know the second I yield to fear, my father wins. I clench my fists, forcing logic over emotion. "Fine," I manage. "I'll race. But if anything changes..." She cuts me off. "You'll hear from us, go. Show your father he can't break you." Motion tightens my throat. I crouch beside her, voice low. "I can't lose you." Her expression softens fractionally. "You won't. Now stop stalling." I nod, pressing my forehead to hers for the briefest second before standing. Javi gives me a tense smile. "Call me if you need a pit strategy. And Zion, don't let them see you bleed." I exhale slowly, turning away, chest tight with conflicting emotions. As I hurry out of the warehouse, I glance back once, catching Indira's gaze. There's a warmth in her eyes that both comforts and hurts, a silent reminder of everything at risk. I grab a taxi outside, urging the driver to hurry to the race location. The city blurs past in streaks of neon. My chest aches with every thought of Indira's wound, her bravery, the way she told me to go. My father's vile plan nearly succeeded tonight, but we're still standing. For how long? I can't say. But I'll give him a fight he never saw coming. At the makeshift racetrack downtown, the crowd is massive. Engines roar, headlights flood the starting grid. I slip into the pit area, ignoring startled looks from the crew. My blood-smeared knuckles draw questions, but I wave them off. No time for explanations. The clock ticks. My father's presence looms in every shadow, but I swear to myself I won't yield. A mechanic hands me my helmet, eyes wide at my disheveled state. I jam it on, feeling the familiar weight, ignoring the swirl of dizziness from the night's chaos. Javi isn't here to run final checks, but I trust the basics are handled. My pulse pounds as I slide into the cockpit, harnessing myself in. The engine rumbles, vibrating through my bones. All around me, colorful cars line up, their drivers revving engines, cheering crowds behind barricades. I picture Indira, wounded but defiant. My father's attempts to kill me reverberate in my mind, fueling a fury that transforms into focus. This race is more than a spectacle. It's a statement that I'm not bowing to him. I flick the ignition switch, feeling the car roar to life. Beneath my helmet, my jaw sets. Adrenaline burns away the lingering fear. The starting lights illuminate, counting down. I grip the wheel, every sense honed. The roars of the crowd fade to a dull roar in my ears. All that matters is the track ahead, my heart hammering in sync with the engine's thrum. The light turns green and I unleash the throttle, tires screeching as I surge forward. Streetlights blur past, neon signs reflecting off the glossy pavement. I thread through corners, adrenaline merging with the raw determination to defy every trap set for me. The pack of racers jockeys for position, their headlights weaving behind me. Danger pulses at every turn, not just from the high-speed corners, but from the knowledge that bullets can come from anywhere. Yet I push harder, each second a testament to my refusal to be beaten. Tires squeal around a hairpin, and I skid dangerously close to the guardrail. There's a voice like a whisper I can't shake, and Indira's not here to yank me out of my self-destructive spiral. I fight that voice, telling myself I can handle this. The memory of her holding me back from killing that assassin surges. She's become my brake, my anchor. Without her, I might be unstoppable in the worst way. Laps blur together, the city a kaleidoscope of rushing lights. My arms ache. Sweat trickles down my neck. Each gear shift resonates with my heartbeat. This is the rush that once defined me: speed, risk, the edge of life and death. But now, for the first time, the thrill pales next to the thought of Indira lying in that warehouse, bleeding because of my father's vendetta. The sense of protectiveness roars in me, fueling every turn. When the final lap dawns, I force the car faster, the speedometer flirting with redline. The crowd roars in a cascade of cheers. I slam past the finish line, tires screaming. Cameras flash, capturing the moment. I exhale in a shuddering breath, tears stinging my eyes beneath the visor. I won. Maybe I placed truthfully. I barely notice. All I know is I survived another night, defying my father's attempts to snuff me out. Post-race chaos engulfs me. Reporters push in, yelling questions about my bruises, the blood on my suit. Sponsors approach with forced smiles, eager for a triumphant photo op. I brush them off, climbing out of the car. My hands shake so badly I can hardly unclip the harness. The noise of the crowd fades to static as I picture Indira waiting for me, wounded but alive. I slip away from the throng, ignoring protestations from the pit crew. My father's influence might overshadow everything, but tonight I proved he can't chain me. I hurry to where a car waits to whisk me back to the warehouse. The driver glances in the rear view, eyebrow arched at my ragged appearance, but I offer no explanation. My leg bounces restlessly the entire ride, anxiety coiling tight. The warehouse looms in the moonlit shadows, the city's glow faint at this distance. I push through the door, heart pounding. Javi looks up from where he sits on a crate. Relief floods me when I see Indira propped against a wall, eyes fluttering open at my entrance. She's pale but conscious, bandaged stark against her dark skin. I hurry over, crouching beside her, chest tight. "Hey, I finished the race." She half smiles, wincing. "You're still in one piece?" I swallow thickly. Somehow. Her hand shifts, gently brushing my arm. The simple contact tugs at something deep in my chest. Adrenaline from the race still buzzes, but it's overshadowed by an ache that feels a lot like fear of losing her. I cradle her uninjured side, voice trembling with honesty I can't hold back. "You matter," I rasp. "More than racing, more than all this madness. I almost lost it tonight when you got hurt." Her gaze softens, the flicker of 1,000 unspoken emotions crossing her face. "I'm still here. So are you. Because of you," I manage. My throat closes. Memories of her pushing me out of the bullet's path hammering in my mind. She risked her life to save mine, again. She doesn't reply, just leans her forehead against my shoulder, exhaustion etched in every line of her body. Javi discreetly drifts to another part of the warehouse, giving us space. I press my lips into Indira's hair, inhaling the faint scent of antiseptic and her own lingering intensity. My father's war rages on. But for this moment we're together, battered, but not broken. I never expected to care for anyone this way, to feel my heart twist at the thought of them in danger. Racing used to be my sole obsession, my reason to keep breathing. Now I realized Indira's presence outshines any victory. She is reason enough to fight, to live, to outsmart my father's lethal games. My arms tighten around her. Even as fresh tears burn behind my eyes, I relish the proof that we're still alive. Tomorrow, we'll plan the next move. Tonight, I let the bond between us speak louder than words, her fragile warmth grounding me in a world gone savage. Despite the bullet wound, the swirling threats, we hold each other in the hush of that old warehouse. And for a moment, that's all that matters.
Chapter 13. Indira. I awake to the crisp scent of antiseptic and the soft beep of a heart monitor nearby. My body feels uncomfortably stiff. A dull throb pulsing in my shoulder where the bullet grazed me. I blink, adjusting to the overhead fluorescent glow that blankets the small hospital room. There's an ache in my throat too, probably from arguing with the nurses last night when they insisted on keeping me for observation. He brought me in a hospital still last night, when I had a fever even after I told him I was fine. The warehouse served its purpose, and I didn't want to draw heat on us. Fortunately, this hospital is small and discreet. Zion sits slouched in a plastic chair, arms crossed, eyes hooded with exhaustion. When he sees me stir, he straightens, something close to relief momentarily softening his guard. I inhale slowly, forcing away the mental images of the rooftop ambush. If my timing had been off by a second, that bullet would have been in his chest instead of burning across my shoulder. How do you feel? His tone is quiet, each word laced with worry. I shift, grimacing at the tug of bandages. Better than I look. He presses his lips together, as if fighting the urge to fuss over me. Doctor said it's a flesh wound. You'll be fine if you don't strain it. I try sitting up. The hospital bed's stiff mattress protests under me, but I manage, ignoring the twinge of pain. Zion moves closer, still tense but ready to help if I stumble. My throat tightens. A memory surfaces. How furious he looked when I went down, the uncontrolled rage in his eyes as he nearly beat that attacker unconscious. That was hours ago, but the echo of it lingers between us. Why are you still here? My voice is rough. You need rest. He scoffs, eyes flicking to the IV in my arm. I'm not leaving you alone in some random ward. That's not happening. The corners of my mouth twitch despite the pain. Stubborn as ever? He shrugs. Same goes for you. A nurse enters, checking vitals, and giving me a disapproving look when she sees me upright, but I wave off the concern. She warns me not to strain my arm, then glances at Zion with something like admiration. He doesn't notice. He's too busy hovering near me, arms crossed in a protective stance. Once the nurse finishes, she leaves us alone again. I try to smooth the hospital blanket, focusing on anything but the tension thickening the air. I'm tempted to snap at him, to remind him that I'm perfectly capable of handling my own injury, but the raw look in his eyes stops me. He's not here to coddle me. He's here because he almost lost me last night. My chest tightens, a swirl of anger and relief entwined. I don't want to stay here, I say quietly. The staff's nice, but this place isn't secure. Your father's reach. You never know where it ends. We can't go back to the warehouse. Zion's jaw flexes. We can go to my suite. I've got private security on that floor, plus Javi's helping coordinate. We'll keep watch. I hesitate, picturing his hotel room filled with reminders of what we are, not just bodyguard and client, but two people who crossed lines, collided, and then tried to pretend it didn't matter. I swallow hard. I'll manage. He steps closer, voice tight. Don't start. You took a bullet for me. It was a graze. He looks at me like I'm speaking nonsense. Your arm's in a sling. That's more than a scratch. I can't bring myself to argue. The truth is, my shoulder aches worse than I want to admit. The bullet tore through muscle, and any movement sends a spike of pain. The doctor insisted I stay at least one more night, but with Rupert Vale's threats hanging over us, that's a risk I can't afford. Zion must sense my resolve because he nods, pulling out his phone to contact someone. Half an hour later, after a hastily signed discharge form and some half-hearted protests from the staff, we move out of the hospital through a back exit. Javi stands guard near an unmarked car, eyes flicking with worry when he sees me. He opens the door and I slide in, biting my lip to keep from wincing. Zion settles beside me, jaw set in a grim line. The memory of the bullets is fresh in both our minds. The ride to the hotel is silent, except for the driver's occasional murmur into a walkie-talkie. Darkness blankets Kuala Lumpur. City lights reflecting off glass towers. My pulse quickens at every flash of neon. Another reminder of how close death can loom in this world. Zion remains quiet, though his hand hovers near me, as if he wants to offer comfort but isn't sure how. When we reach the hotel, a discreet side entrance leads us to a private elevator. Zion's security detail stands at attention in the lobby. Everything smells of polished marble and money. By the time we reach his suite on a high floor, I'm half exhausted from the pain and the tension. The doors slide open to reveal a spacious living area with floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the city's skyline. The soft hum of the air conditioning and the muted glow of lamps create a calm I haven't felt in days. Sit, Zion orders, pointing to a plush sofa. His voice is sharp, but there's a tremor beneath it. I'm too drained to protest. Easing down, I brace my good arm against the cushions. The city lights cast patterns across the floor, and I focus on them, hoping they'll distract from the ache in my shoulder. Zion disappears into the bedroom, returning moments later with a first aid kit and water. He sets them on the coffee table, then stands over me, eyes stormy. You need pain meds, he says. I'll be fine. He exhales roughly. Stop acting invincible. I glare. I'm not invincible, just tough. Something flickers in his gaze. Worry, anger, maybe both. Let me see the bandage. I grind my teeth, but let him peel back the edges of the hospital wrap. The cool air against my skin makes me shiver. His hands are surprisingly gentle, no trace of the furious driver who nearly lost control on that rooftop. I catch his face, so close to mine, etched with remorse. I hate this, he murmurs, fingers brushing near the wound. You almost died. I force a calm I don't feel. We knew the risks. His jaw tightens. Not this. I never wanted. Zion, I interrupt, trying to keep my voice steady. You're not responsible for your father's actions. His eyes flash with something raw. He's doing it because of me, though. I can't argue. Rupert Vale sees his son as a threat, and I'm collateral damage. But the concern in Zion's expression makes my chest tighten. Despite everything, we're here, alive, and I'm too exhausted to maintain the usual walls. My shoulder burns, and a wave of dizziness hits. Sit, he repeats, this time softer, guiding me to lean back against the cushions. He fetches a glass of water and painkillers from the kit. I swallow them, grimacing at the aftertaste. Silence stretches between us as the city's glow bathes the suite in a subdued luminescence. He settles on the couch beside me, close enough that I feel his warmth. It's dangerously comforting. I'll be fine, I say, voice hushed. Give me a day and I'll be back on my feet. He nods, gaze dropping to my sling. I know you will. The tenderness in his tone unbalances me more than the bullet wound. I try to shift away, but he places a hand on my knee, not forceful, just enough to keep me grounded. My throat goes dry. "Don't," I whisper. "I'm not fragile?" He swallows. "You're not, but I still need to protect you." My heart stutters. The last thing I want is for him to see me as something he has to guard. That's my job, ironically. But a part of me craves the solace of his concern, especially after almost bleeding out on a rooftop. Anger wars with gratitude, and I don't know which is stronger. He notices my turmoil, leaning closer. "Why are you pushing me away again?" "Because we can't afford distractions," I snap, though my voice trembles. "You have a father trying to kill you. I have a daughter who needs me alive. This, whatever we are, just complicates everything." He exhales, frustration clear. "You think I don't know that? But I can't lose you, Indira. I need you more than I need this win, more than I need any damn trophy. I just realized that while freaking driving." A shiver crawls up my spine at his admission. I almost protest, but the words don't form. Instead, I see the fear etched in his features, the same fear I felt when I thought I might not survive the night. The weight of near-death experiences cracks both of us open, and for a moment, I can't hide behind my usual defenses. He shifts closer, careful not to jostle my wounded shoulder. The quiet hush of the suite magnifies every heartbeat, every breath. My pulse thrums with a mix of pain and longing, memories flashing of the last time we crashed into each other. That was frantic, fueled by adrenaline. This is different, heavier. "Let me help," he murmurs, tentatively reaching for the edge of my sling. "At least get you more comfortable." I nod numbly, allowing him to slip the sling off gently. The bandage is fresh, no blood soaking through, but the slightest pressure sends a sting. He sets the sling aside, watching me with caution. I sense his desire to hold me, but also his fear of causing pain. The tension between us thickens. I let out a shaky exhale. "Zion, I'm sorry, He places a finger against my lips, halting my words. "Don't. We both messed up. We keep messing up. But we're still here." My eyes sting unexpectedly. This closeness is dangerous. But I can't find the strength to push him away anymore. The throbbing pain on my shoulder reminds me how fleeting life can be. I tilt my head, meeting his gaze. There's a sincerity that sparks a new ache in me, one that has no bearing on physical wounds. He lifts his free hand, brushing hair from my cheek. His touch is gentle, a stark contrast to the violence we've faced. My heart pounds, every nerve taut. I remember the last time we gave in to this attraction. Wild, uncontrollable. Now it's slower, weighed down by the realization that we could lose each other any second. I hate feeling this vulnerable, I admit, voice cracking. His lips twitch in a sad half-smile. Me too. We stare at each other, unspoken emotions swirling. Before I can second-guess, I lean forward, pressing my forehead against his. He inhales sharply, warmth fanning across my skin. The moment stretches, laced with tension and relief. "Let me in," he whispers. Something inside me snaps. I kiss him, not like I'm asking for permission, but like I'm claiming breath, hope, him. It tastes like painkillers and something scorched beneath my ribs, like every second we almost didn't get. Zion kisses me back with restraint, laced in desperation, lips soft and slow but aching for more. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We stay that way, locked in the hush of his hotel suite, the city lights flickering across our entwined bodies. My eyes drift closed, exhaustion tugging me under. Zion's heartbeat thuds steadily under my ear, a lullaby that momentarily banishes the horrors waiting outside these walls. Despite the lingering fear, I find a fragile sense of peace in his arms. Tomorrow we'll face the unstoppable force of his father's empire, the cunning sabotage, the relentless headlines. I'll face a custody case that threatens to take my daughter from me. But tonight, after so many close calls, I allow myself this fleeting moment of sanctuary. I let his warmth fold around me, my hand resting over his heart, feeling it beat with a fierce will to survive. In that quiet space between desperation and hope, we share more than physical closeness. We exchange a vow, unspoken but understood. We will fight for each other, even if it means uprooting everything we thought we wanted. For now, the hush of the suite cradles us, and I dare to believe that maybe, just maybe, we'll find a way through this darkness together.
Chapter 14. Zion. I hold the wheel harder than I need to, my eyes locked on the narrow back road slicing through Kuala Lumpur's industrial outskirts. The glare of streetlights recedes behind us, replaced by the looming silhouettes of abandoned warehouses. Rain taps lightly on the windshield, each drop a pinprick of tension beneath my skin. Indira sits in the passenger seat, her injured shoulder still wrapped, jaw set with that fierce determination I'm beginning to think is the only thing holding me together. She keeps scanning the side mirrors, watchful. "Which building?" she asks, voice low, careful. I glance at my phone for the pinned location. About 200 meters ahead, on the right. My contact didn't give a name, just instructions and a promise. New evidence that my father is moving to seize my mother's shares if I fail to finish the racing tour. If we can confirm that, I'll know exactly how dirty I have to fight to bring him down. We pass a row of rusted shipping containers, weeds sprouting between them. Moonlight cuts across the rooftop edges, casting jagged shadows on concrete. I slow the car in front of a tall, padlocked gate, the chain rusted but freshly cut. Tension sinks into my gut. If the contact is a trap, we're cornered. I glance at Indira, searching her gaze for a flicker of doubt, but she just gives a curt nod. "Let's do it," she says. I kill the engine, stepping into the damp night air. A battered metal door stands ajar on the side of the warehouse, orange light flickering inside. My pulse kicks up, the faint smell of mildew mixing with stale oil. The faint hum of distant traffic underscores how isolated we are. Indira moves to my left, body angled to protect her injured shoulder while keeping her strong arm free. My heart twists at the memory of that bullet wound. She saved my life again. I swallow the guilt and push forward, caution spiking every nerve. The interior is a yawning space of concrete floors and metal rafters. A single overhead bulb buzzes near the center, illuminating dust motes swirling in the stale air. The rest is shadow. A figure stands near a rickety folding table, wearing a hooded jacket. At the sound of our footsteps, they tilt their head. Dim light catches a glint in their eyes. I sense Indira's shoulders tighten, her posture coiling like a spring. I raise a hand to signal her to wait. This meeting is my gamble. I need her near, but I also have to show I'm not about to bolt. The figure lifts a manila envelope and sets it on the table. Zion Vale. The voice is rasping, gender masked by a low timbre. "You came alone?" I glance at Indira, then back. "She's my protection. Don't worry, we're not about to jump you. The hooded contact chuckles without humor. Smart, given how your father's hunting you. They gesture at the envelope. Everything you need is there. I approach with careful steps, Indira matching my pace. My heart drums. If this contact is legit, we'll have more than rumors about my father's empire. We'll have proof. But if it's a setup, we could end up with a bullet in the back. I reach the table, eyes flicking to the contact's half-concealed face. You said you had info on Vale Holdings, I say, throat tight. Proof of arms deals, bribes, all of it. A nod from under the hood. He's building alliances with corrupt officials, doping entire markets with black market weapons. Your father's funneling money into shells, using your mother's shares as leverage. If you don't finish the tour, he'll claim you're unfit to inherit. That leaves him free to do anything. My stomach clenches. I knew he was dirty, but hearing the scale hits me like a hammer to the chest. The contact taps the envelope again. There are documents from his private server's bank statements, shipping manifests, some blackmail material on key politicians. Enough to bury him if it goes public. But he's not unstoppable for nothing. People vanish when they cross him. Indira steps closer, brow furrowed. Why trust you? How do we know these aren't fake? The contact shrugs. Check the encryption keys yourself. You'll find my reference codes in there. I'm risking everything to hand this over. Don't blame me if your father figures out you have it and tries to kill you again. A dry laugh escapes me. That's his favorite pastime. I shoot Indira a look, a fleeting blend of anger and gratitude. She's the reason I'm still breathing. If I want any chance at a life beyond running and sabotage, I need real leverage. I pick up the envelope, flipping it open. Inside are printouts, data disks, the faint whiff of fresh toner. My heart stutters. This might be the key to toppling my father. Indira flicks her gaze over the top sheet, a bank statement linking Vale Holdings to an offshore account with suspicious wire transfers. She exhales. This is big. The contact shifts. Once you confirm it's legit, do something. Don't just keep racing like nothing's wrong. My fist tightens around the envelope. I can't exactly walk away. If I do, he claims the shares and cements his power. Yes, the contact murmurs. He's counting on you either dying or giving up. That's how he wins. Indira's voice edges with steel. What if we fight? Use this to expose him? The contact's posture stiffens, silhouette stark in the flickering light. Exposing him publicly might cause a domino effect. Your father will lash out, and innocent people could get caught. You better be ready to face the blowback. My mind reels with the weight of that threat. Innocent people could be in the crossfire, and my father wouldn't hesitate to use lethal force to shield his empire. I swallow the fear, glancing at Indira. Her determined eyes hold mine, urging me forward. Thank you, I say, forcing steadiness. We'll do what's right. The contact snorts. What's right isn't always safe. I'd lay low if I were you. With that final warning, they turn and melt into the shadows beyond the light's reach. Indira tenses, hand drifting near her hip, but no one else emerges. The night hushes, leaving us alone in the flicker of the overhead bulb. The envelope in my grip feels heavy with destiny, if that isn't too dramatic. My father's name is all over these papers, detailing bribed politicians, shipments of illegal arms, laundered funds. It's bigger than I imagined. I stare at Indira. Her face is solemn, jaw set. He's unstoppable, she says quietly, voice trembling with anger. Or we always believed he was. I flex my fingers, calming the tremor in them. Not unstoppable, we have this. We can use it. She meets my gaze, the tension palpable. What do you want to do? My breath catches, a swirl of conflicting emotion rising. I used to believe that continuing the race was my only shot at inheriting my mother's shares, the only way to unshackle myself from Rupert Vale. But now I see a new path. Keep racing to stay relevant, gather enough evidence from each location, piece it all together, then bring him crashing down. A cold fury flickers through me, tempered by the memory of Indira's bullet wound. "I'll finish the tour," I say, voice tight. "But not to secure some sponsor glory. I'll race to keep my father's eyes on me so he won't suspect I'm collecting everything I need to end him." Indira's eyebrows lift. "That's going to be dangerous. He'll keep sending hit squads." I swallow. "I know, but we can't let him consolidate power. If I vanish, he claims everything. If I keep racing, he's forced to keep playing cat and mouse. In the meantime, we leak bits of evidence or we wait until we can deliver a killing blow to his empire. We'll figure out how to protect you and your daughter, too. No more illusions." She exhales, tension coiling in her shoulders. "I'm with you, but we have to be smart. One slip, he'll cut us down." My pulse thunders as I nod. "I won't hide from him anymore. He wants me cowering, but I'm not backing down." Her mouth twists in a grim half-smile. "You're reckless." "Too reckless," I agree, stepping closer. My gaze falls to the bandage on her shoulder, peeking out from under her jacket. Anger simmers at the sight, a reminder that my father's cruelty nearly killed her. "I'm sorry you got dragged into this." She narrows her eyes. "I'm here by choice. Don't you dare pity me." The conviction in her tone tightens something in my chest. We stand there facing each other in the warehouse gloom, the hum of insects beyond the walls. A swirl of dread and excitement churns my stomach. Right now, I see a real path to victory, albeit a treacherous one. Indira senses it too. A faint rustle from outside makes us both stiffen, but it's just the wind scraping metal against concrete. I exhale, some of the adrenaline easing off. "Let's go," I say, pocketing the envelope carefully. "We can analyze this in a safer place." She nods. "You're sweet, or we find a different hideout." I hesitate, thinking of her injury, the swirl of our complicated relationship. "Let's go back to the suite," I decide. "We have resources there, and your shoulder needs rest." She arches a brow. "You're the one chasing a motherload of evidence. I don't see you resting." A humorless laugh escapes me. Rest is a luxury we can't afford. We slip out of the warehouse, the night air sticky against my skin. The car waits where we left it, windows still fogged from humidity. My nerves remain on edge, scanning for any watchers. But the street lies empty except for a stray dog slinking under a broken fence. Once inside, I rev the engine, hating how vulnerable we are every moment we linger. Indira remains silent during the drive, occasionally pressing a hand to her shoulder. My chest constricts at the memory of her pushing me aside to take that bullet. I tighten my grip on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening. We have to end this. And soon. As we near the city's bright core, neon signs glint off the windshield. My mobile vibrates with a message likely Javi or the PR manager trying to corral me for the next race schedule. I ignore it, mind locked on the envelope's contents. The scale of my father's operation is staggering. Arms deals, extortion, blackmail. He stands on top of a tower built on blood money. I can almost see him sneering at me, daring me to topple him. We reach the hotel's underground garage, the hum of fluorescent lights bouncing off polished floors. Security staff glance our way, but I wave them off, guiding Indira inside. We ride the elevator in tense silence. A faint beep signals our floor, and we step out into a hushed corridor lined with plush carpeting. The door to my suite greets us with too much normalcy, as if the world outside isn't on fire. Once inside, I lock the door, double-check the security system. Indira shrugs off her jacket, moving stiffly. Despite the flush of concern, I can't help the flicker of admiration for her resilience. She meets my gaze, a note of challenge in her eyes. I cross to the table, depositing the envelope like it's an explosive. The city lights cast flickering patterns on the sleek tabletop. My heart pounds as I open the folder and sift through the documents with her at my side. We find receipts for container shipments linked to Vale Holdings, logs referencing coded arms deals, even correspondences implicating key officials in multiple countries. My father's network is monstrous, a labyrinth of bribes and intimidation. My chest tightens. I sense Indira's shock as well. This is insane, she breathes, glancing at a letter from one of my father's enforcers to an arms supplier. He's basically controlling entire corridors of crime. I swallow around the lump in my throat. He's unstoppable unless I become worse than him. Or I outsmart him. Her voice quivers with anger. We outsmart him. I lift my gaze, studying her face in the half-light. She's wounded, exhausted, probably terrified for her daughter. Yet she stands unwavering, ready to walk through the fire with me. Gratitude and guilt twist my chest. I reach out, covering her hand with mine. Her breath catches, eyes flicking to the contact, but she doesn't pull away. We'll do this, I say, voice low. But you need to keep safe. No more taking bullets for me. She snorts softly. If it comes to it. I will, you know that. Emotion swells, stinging my eyes. I blink it back. I owe you my life 1,000 times. Her grip tightens briefly before she lets go, picking up one of the papers referencing my mother's shares. So if you finish the tour, you legally gain control of her stake in Vale Holdings. If you fail, your father seizes it and cements his empire. I nod, bitterness churning. That's always been the deal. I thought if I just outraced his sabotage, I could wrest control away. But now I see the bigger picture. Even if I inherit those shares, he'll still have all this. I need actual evidence to dismantle it from within. She exhales, setting the paper down. You'll keep racing. Meanwhile, we gather data from every place we go, contacts, shipping routes. Maybe the next race location holds more clues. Then we strike. The plan forms a blueprint in my mind, forging a path of deception. I'll pretend I'm just chasing the title. Let my father believe I'm reckless enough not to notice his deeper activities. Then when I have enough, I'll blow it all wide open. Her eyes spark with that fierce determination. I'm in. I rake my hair away from my face, relief mingling with the dread. We can't trust anyone, not sponsors, not even the local authorities. Only Javi, maybe some of your security contacts. She sets her jaw. Agreed. We move carefully. A hush settles, the enormity of our decision pressing down. The overhead lights glow softly on her bandaged arm, the memory of her wincing in pain. The rooftop bullets, still fresh in my mind. My father's kill squads lurk in the background, a menacing shadow we can't outrun. But for the first time, we have a direction, an actual plan to fight back. I gather the documents, sliding them back into the envelope. Tomorrow we'll start cross-referencing data. Maybe we'll find patterns in the shipments, track them to sources we can exploit. For now, my pulse still pounds, the aftermath of new truths crashing in. My father is bigger, more vicious than I ever dared to believe, and I'm deciding to confront him anyway. A flicker of fear attempts to worm its way in, but Indira's presence steals me. She watches me, expression unreadable. This changes everything, you know. If we fail or get caught, it's not just your father's wrath we face. It's entire governments. A tremor flickers along my spine. I know, but I can't keep living on the run, waiting for him to kill me. And if it means going dirty, she asks softly, using blackmail, deception, risking civilian fallout? I hesitate, heart pounding. I recall the helplessness I felt each time he sabotaged me, each time Indira took a bullet meant for me, each attempt that nearly ended us. I'll do what I have to do, I murmur. No more illusions. I won't become him, but I won't let him hide behind smokescreens either. She inclines her head. Good. We stand there, tension sizzling. The scent of her lingering shampoo drifts in the air, stirring memories of a more intimate night we shared. This is different, heavy with the knowledge we might not survive. Yet the closeness remains, a lifeline we can't deny. I clear my throat, turning to gaze out the window. Kuala Lumpur's skyline shimmers in the distance, a patchwork of lights. The city sleeps, unaware of the storms we're conjuring. We should rest, I say quietly. Tomorrow we start sifting through these files, figuring out our next move. She nods, though her posture stays rigid. Get some sleep, Vale. You'll need it. I catch the flicker of warmth in her tone, that undertone of concern that sets my heart thrumming. But I keep my expression neutral, forcing myself not to dwell on how her presence steadies me. Without another word, we part ways. She heads toward the guest room, I to the bedroom. The envelope remains on the table, a silent promise of war. Inside the bedroom, I pause, leaning against the closed door, breath ragged. My father built an empire on blood, corruption, and fear. I was too blind or naive to see its full extent. My mother's shares were the only shield I believed in. Now I realize I have to be more than a shield. I have to be the sword that cuts him down. The thought terrifies me. I can't lose Indira in the crossfire, can't face a world where her battered body is the price of my vendetta. My phone pings with a sponsor's text about the next practice session. I ignore it, tossing the device onto the nightstand. Racing used to be my identity, my escape from the worthless shell my father molded me into. Now it's a means to an end, a stage on which I'll pretend to play his game while plotting his downfall. My chest tightens at the possibility that, in the end, it might mean destroying everything I once loved about the sport. I flick off the light, the darkness a stark reminder of what we're facing. In the hush, I hear Indira's faint footsteps outside, a soft rustle as she settles into bed. A wave of gratitude washes over me. She's risking her life for my cause, all while battling her own struggles. Tomorrow we'll delve into the evidence and pave our path to war. For now, exhaustion claims me, and I let the darkness ease the edges of my fear. I dream of roaring engines and my father's cold laugh echoing across the track. But beneath that nightmare, a quieter memory flickers. Indira's hand in mine as we vow to stand together. I cling to that as I slip into uneasy sleep, steeling myself for the showdown to come.
Chapter 15. Indira. I stare out the tinted window of the SUV, watching Dubai's glittering skyline come into view again. We're back here. Towering spires pierce the night sky, each one shimmering with opulence that makes my stomach tighten. I should be used to these displays of wealth by now. Sponsors and race circuits toss money around like confetti. But this city feels different. The final race looms, carrying all the weight of the season, and I can't suppress the dread gnawing in my gut. My phone buzzes with a message from my lawyer, Derek. A reminder that my custody hearing is just 7 days away. I read his words, eyes stinging. My ex is gathering every scrap of evidence to paint me as violent, unfit. The bullet wound in my shoulder doesn't help my case. Nor do the swirling rumors that I'm embroiled in scandal after scandal with Zion Vale, a man rumored to be mere steps from an early grave. I set my phone aside, exhaling a shaky breath. The SUV cruises down a broad avenue lined with towering palm trees, lit by strings of white lights. In the seat next to me, Zion tugs at his suit jacket, looking just as uneasy. He's wearing a crisp black ensemble, meticulously chosen for the gala, but his posture is tense. We've come a long way from the day I first met him in that London training facility. Now I can't imagine stepping away, even though every rational part of me knows I should. Do we really need to attend this pre-race gala? He mutters, adjusting his collar. Feels like an invitation for trouble. I shift, pretending the pain in my shoulder doesn't hurt. Sponsors demand it, and we can't let your father sense any hesitation. If he thinks we're spooked, he'll escalate. Zion grimaces. Right. We act like everything's normal, even though we're one bullet away from chaos. My heart clenches at his tone. We nearly lost each other in Kuala Lumpur. The memory of that rooftop ambush sizzles in my mind like a recurring nightmare. He's wearing long sleeves now, but I recall the raw bruises along his forearms, the furious set of his jaw when he pounded that attacker. I thought I might never see him calm down again. The SUV glides to a stop in front of an opulent glass building. Cameras flash the second the door opens. Zion's posture stiffens, and I clamp a hand over his wrist. "Don't explode on them," I say quietly. "Smile, wave if you have to, then we get inside." A muscle in his jaw ticks, but he nods. The driver steps out and opens the back door. The swirl of paparazzi lights blinds me for an instant, forcing me to blink rapidly. I step out first, scanning for threats. A group of sponsors stands by a red-carpeted walkway, wearing polished smiles. Photographers jostle, calling Zion's name, demanding quotes about his comeback, about rumors of sabotage. I hustle him past them, ignoring the barrage of questions. Inside, the gala is a lavish affair. Reflective floors, massive crystal chandeliers, and an indoor fountain that arcs water in graceful loops. The hum of conversation mingles with faint orchestral music, piped through hidden speakers. Everywhere I look, men and women in designer wear hold champagne flutes, their eyes half-lidded with cultivated boredom. They're here for the spectacle, for a glimpse of the racer who defies odds, or so the headlines say. Zion sidles next to me, dropping his voice. "This place makes me itch." I understand the sentiment. The polished marble beneath our feet, the subtle perfume that hangs in the air, the shallow smiles. It's a far cry from the fight-or-flight world we've been living in. I scan the edges of the room, noticing hulking security men stationed at discrete intervals. My gaze catches a pair of them wearing matching suits, standing too rigidly near a corner. Recognition flashes. They're part of Rupert Vale's personal detail. My pulse spikes. "Your father's men are here." Zion's expression darkens. "Of course they are." We drift deeper into the crowd, careful to maintain the facade. Sponsors greet us with stiff courtesy. Journalists snap a few candid shots, whispering about whether Zion can clinch the season. I hold my posture tight, ignoring the twinge in my shoulder. The music shifts from orchestral to a smooth jazz piece, but my nerves vibrate with tension. I catch movement from the farthest reach of my vision, a waiter offering champagne flutes. Zion shakes his head, refusing. I do the same. My eyes flick once more to the pair of men by the wall. One of them lifts a phone to his ear, eyes trained on us. Anger flares in my chest. I hate feeling like a target. Zion notices my stiff posture. "You good?" "Fine," I lie, swallowing. "But they're watching us closely." He glances that way, lips twisting in a sneer. "Let them watch." Before I can reply, we're intercepted by an elegant older woman in a sequin gown. She introduces herself as a sponsor for the racing team, praising Zion's grit and congratulating him on making it this far. Her gaze flicks to me, an uncertain smile forming. I sense her calculating who I am in relation to him. Bodyguard, rumored fling, partner in scandal. I keep my face neutral, polite. Eventually, the woman drifts away, her attention caught by another potential conversation. The moment she leaves, Zion turns to me. "Let's find a quieter spot. I need air." I nod gratefully. We cut across the marble floor, passing more groups of onlookers and socialites. The interior courtyard, if you can call it that, is a glass-enclosed space featuring lush greenery and a small water feature. Fewer people hover here, just a couple whispering in hushed tones. We settle near a tall palm, the overhead light reflecting off the glass ceiling. Zion exhales, tension coiling in his shoulders. "This is maddening. My father's men skulking around, your custody hearing in a week, the final race in days, and we're forced to pretend everything's fine." I brush imaginary dust off my black dress, forcibly calming my breath. Acting fine is our best defense. If we show cracks, we become easy prey. He nods, glancing around. You're worried about the hearing, aren't you? A pang hits me. I am. My ex claims I'm endangering Zara by living in a world of guns and sabotage. He's not entirely wrong. Zion's gaze flickers with empathy. You're not the danger. The people chasing us are. Try telling that to a judge. His jaw sets. I'll tell them, if I have to. I'll testify that you're the reason I'm still alive, that you're the most capable, protective parent any child could hope for. Emotion swells in my chest, catching me off guard. I look away, blinking rapidly. Thanks, but it might not be enough. He has resources. My ex knows how to twist a narrative. Zion lifts a hand, hesitates, then gently touches my uninjured shoulder. The warmth of his palm radiates through the fabric. We'll find a way. You're not losing your daughter. Not after everything. My throat constricts. A quiet hush settles around us, broken only by the faint trickle of water from the fountain. For a moment, I let myself lean into his touch, recalling how a bullet almost took me out, how each day could be our last. Anxiety tightens my spine. I stand straighter, trying to mask the swirl of emotions. He reads me too well. A whisper of a smile goes across his lips. We're in deep, aren't we? The question hits me like a punch. I recall the nights we've shared, the close calls, the confessions. Slowly, I nod. We are. His eyes flick with something that makes my pulse stutter. I'm not letting you go, Indira. My heart pounds, a quiet panic rising. This is the moment we've danced around. The silent truth that we're more than bodyguard and client, more than adrenaline-driven entanglements. Fear collides with longing, tangling my thoughts. He swallows, voice husky. I don't say this lightly, but A shout interrupts, echoing from the main hall. We both snap into alertness, stepping from behind the palm. A sponsor official calls for Zion, beckoning him to the front. The moment shatters, replaced by the clamor of cameras and people surging forward. My lungs tighten with frustration. Another perfect example of how this world keeps us from finishing a single conversation. The official calls again, voice insistent. Zion glances at me, regret flickering. We'll talk later. I nod, forcing calm. Go. I'll keep watch. He steps away, and I trail behind at a slight distance. The official leads him to a small stage where a microphone stands. They want him to give a short speech, hyping the final race, praising sponsors, maybe hinting at the drama that's plagued his season. The crowd gathers, camera phones flashing. My chest tightens at the spectacle. Rupert Vale's men linger at the edges, quietly predatory. Zion clears his throat, launching into a brief statement about how honored he is to compete in Dubai, how the last race is a dream for any driver. His words sound hollow to me, but the audience laps it up. Polite applause follows, while he casts a quick glance my way, eyes hooded with complicated emotion. I remain near a pillar, scanning for potential threats. Once the speech ends, another sponsor figure steps up, ushering him away. The throng tries to follow, but I slip in, blocking them with a polite but firm stance. Zion extricates himself from the sponsor's grip, making his way to a quieter corridor leading off the main gala area. I stick close, noting the tension in his posture. We end up near an alcove that overlooks the city. Massive glass windows frame the glittering skyline beyond. He stands there, shoulders rigid. I approach slowly, heart still thrumming from the partial confession earlier. He exhales. I hate this. Every second we're paraded around. My father's men lurking, your hearing looming. He stops, scanning the hallway to ensure we're alone. Then he pulls a slim folder from inside his jacket. My breath stills as he presses it into my hand. The weight of it feels both ominous and vital. Take this, he says, voice hushed. It's proof of my father's criminal ties. The stuff we gleaned from the contact in Kuala Lumpur. Plus updates. Documents that link him to bribes, shipments, everything. Use it if anything happens to me. My pulse hammers. What do you mean if anything happens to you? He averts his gaze, jaw set. I'm finishing this race. I can't promise I'll come out unscathed. Rupert Vale is tightening his net. If I fail, if I die, if anything stops me from turning this over, you deliver it. You bring him down so he can't hurt you or anyone else again. A spark of panic ignites in my chest. Stop talking like that. We agreed to gather enough evidence. You're not sacrificing yourself. His eyes darken. This is the final race, Indira. The last chance. If he can't sabotage me quietly, he might escalate. I won't let him kill me without a fight, but I need you to have a backup plan. My hands tremble around the folder. Don't do anything reckless. A grim smile tugs at his lips. You know me better than that. Frustration surges. Zion, your father's already tried to murder you multiple times. He put a bullet in me to get to you. Doesn't that? He cuts me off with a gently placed finger to my lips. I know, and it kills me inside, seeing you hurt. I'm telling you, I won't roll over, but if worse comes to worst, you have the means to end him for good. Protecting you, protecting your daughter, means more to me than a trophy. Emotion lances through me. We stand so close, the tension threatening to snap. My mind replays the bullet that tore through my shoulder, the nights we've spent tangled in fear and longing, the raw confessions neither of us know how to handle. A flicker of something deeper stirs in my chest. I realize with a jolt that I love him in a way that terrifies me. He's more than a job or a fling. But how can I confess that when everything around us is poised to tear us apart? He swallows hard, reading the conflict in my expression. His hand slides to cut my cheek, a tender gesture that cracks the barrier I keep around my heart. Warmth radiates from his touch, drowning out the glittering crowd behind us. I'm not losing you, he whispers. No matter what, understand? Something heavy lodges behind my tongue. You can't promise that. His eyes flick with fierce devotion. Maybe not, but I'll try. And if I fail, you use that file, burn my father's empire to ashes, then take care of your little girl without looking back. Tears prick my eyes, and I fight them off. The world around us seems to fade. No cameras, no watchers, just the two of us standing in this corridor, hearts pounding with unsaid truths. My chest tightens with a compulsion to say something real, something final. Instead, I press my free hand over his, the folder clutched tight in the other. I'll keep you alive, I say, voice trembling. That's my job. And I'll keep you out of his crosshairs so you can raise Zara, he counters, a quiet vow in his tone. My heart flutters at the mention of my daughter's name on his lips. He's never spoken it so intimately, like a promise he intends to keep. I search his face, seeing all the bruises, the faint lines of worry, the determination glowing in his eyes. A hush extends between us, more intimate than any physical touch. There's a confession hovering, a spark of "I love you" that neither of us can quite say. But we feel it, an unspoken weight that pulses in the space we share. Footsteps echo from the main hall, bringing us back to the chaos of the gala. I tear my gaze away, tucking the folder into my small purse with utmost care. Zion squeezes my hand once before stepping back. His expression is raw, lips parted as if he wants to speak. Then the footsteps grow louder, and a sponsor's voice calls his name again. We separate, hiding the electricity that crackles between us. I watch him walk away, every cell in my body screaming that I might not see him again if his father's plan plays out. The folder weighs heavy at my side. This is more than blackmail or revenge. It's the future of both our lives, my custody battle, and the fate of an empire built on corruption. Fear swamps me, but a flicker of warmth remains. His vow that I matter more than any race. The first glimmer of "I love you" sits unspoken in my chest, fueling me to keep him alive. Keep us both standing until this final showdown is done. I grip the folder tightly, ignoring the swirl of watchers around me. That silent confession we nearly voiced lingers, intensifying the stakes in ways I never thought possible. One more race, one last chance. I straighten my shoulders, scanning the crowd. Rupert Vale's men lurk, but I refuse to cower. For Zion, for Zara, I will see this through, even if it means walking into the fire and trusting that we'll come out the other side together.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 16. Zion. I stand on the pit lane in Dubai, sweat trickling down my neck despite the early morning sun still emerging over the horizon. The final race is hours away, but the track is already alive with activity. Mechanics scramble, sponsors murmur, and cameras flash at every angle. My chest tightens with anticipation. This is it. The moment I've waited for, dreaded, craved. The ultimate showdown with my father's dark shadow looming in the background. I close my eyes, taking a slow breath. The roar of distant engines warms my blood, but my mind churns with the danger we face. Rupert Vale, my father, arrived in Dubai last night, his presence thick as poison. I sense him even before I spot him. A crisp black suit leaning over the pit wall, gaze cold and predatory. My hands clench into fists, knuckles tensing. It's not enough for him to sabotage me behind the scenes. He wants to watch me squirm, or worse, watch me fail. The memory of the file I gave Indira last night hovers in my thoughts. If I don't make it through this, she'll use that evidence to destroy him. Part of me hopes I never see that day, but a darker part wonders if it's our only salvation. Across the pit lane, Indira stands with her arms folded, scanning everything. She still moves gingerly, her bullet wound barely healed. Yet she radiates an unbreakable calm that bolsters me more than any sponsor's pep talk. Our eyes meet, a silent exchange of confidence and dread. We both know what's at stake, my freedom, her custody case, and the end of my father's empire if we play our cards right. I walk over to her. "You okay?" I ask, voice low. She nods, tension shadowing her features. "Got a bad feeling your father's men are prowling, and your pit crew has an unfamiliar face." My gut twists. The pit crew is supposed to be comprised of trusted colleagues, but we know my father can plant insiders anywhere. Where? She juts her chin toward the far side of the garage. A stocky man in a team jumpsuit lingers by the tires, feigning busy work. He flicks glances at us, clearly on edge. I swallow. Any sign of sabotage yet? She tightens her jaw. I've watched him tamper with something near your refueling hose. Could be nothing, Or it could be everything. Anger flares. I was so close to trusting this final race would only be about skill and speed, not lethal interference. But I should have known better. My father never plays fair. I thread my fingers through my hair, scanning the swarm of vehicles and engineers. The day is only beginning, yet my heart pounds as if I've already done 100 laps at full throttle. I turn to Indira. Keep eyes on him. If he makes a move, stop him. Her lips press together. I won't let him out of my sight. A voice crackles over the loudspeakers, announcing the warm-up session before the race. I push the dread down, forcing myself to focus on practical tasks. My father stands at the pit wall, arms folded, an expression of barely contained superiority carving lines into his face. He sees me approach and offers a slow, chilling smile. You look nervous, son, he drawls. Big day. My pulse spikes. I'm ready. Quit acting like a damn supportive father. You know what you're doing. He arches an eyebrow. So sure you'll finish or even survive? Rage coils in my chest. He's not hiding his intentions anymore. He wants me unsettled, wants me to sense the threat. But I can't let him break me. You'll see. He laughs, the sound hollow. Enjoy the pole position while it lasts. I clench my jaw, stepping away before I do something reckless. My father's men watch from the sidelines, each wearing the same blank expression. I spot a flicker of movement near the back of the garage. Indira is tailing that suspicious crew member, her posture taut like a lioness on the hunt. Relief and worry blend in my mind. She's unstoppable, but she's also not fully healed. If a fight breaks out, how much can she handle? Sponsors flood the pit, wanting last-minute photos, words of encouragement. I indulge them with half-smiles, ignoring the churning in my gut. I slip into my racing suit. Each zipper and Velcro strap a reminder that in minutes, I'll be doing the one thing that ever gave me pure, untainted freedom, driving. Yet now it's stained by the knowledge that sabotage waits around every corner. My chief mechanic, Javi, arrives, handing me a helmet with freshly applied sponsor decals. Car's in good shape, boss, he says, though his tone carries unease. Just watch your six, got a weird vibe. I force a crooked grin. Join the club. Keep an eye on anyone not recognized in the pit. He nods grimly, then motions for me to get in the car. The other drivers begin their own preparations, engines revving up and down the pit lane. I slip into the cockpit, adjusting the seat and steering wheel. My pulse slows as I strap in, the familiar closeness of the harness pressing against my torso. For a fleeting second, I savor the only serenity I've ever known. The moment before, the world blurs at top speed. In the corner of my eye, I glimpse Indira near the front wing, scanning the tire guys, the hoses, everything. She meets my gaze for a heartbeat, mouth set in a grim line. A rush of warmth floods my veins. I exhale, flicking the switches on the dash. The engine roars to life, a thundering promise of potential. I inch out onto the track for the formation lap, adrenaline sharpening my senses. Crowds line the grandstands, roaring as I pass. Banners wave overhead, the final race hype at its peak. I circle once, tires warming, scanning each turn for anything amiss. As I pull back onto the starting grid, I see my father leaning against the wall again. His glare sends a chill down my spine, but I steel myself. One race. One chance to secure my mother's shares to keep Indira safe, to cripple my father's empire from the inside. The lights count down, my heart beating in sync with the red bulbs overhead. Engines rev, the track trembling. My grip on the wheel tightens. The final light blinks off and I slam the accelerator. Tires scream and I shoot forward. Pole position gives me a clean line into the first corner. I hear the thunder of competitors behind me, but I block them out, focusing on the apex. This is it. I have to drive to get the shares, to protect what I love, and ultimately to survive. Chapter 17. Zion. I taste salt in the back of my throat as I grip the steering wheel, knuckles white, heart pounding with every vibration of the engine. This is it, the final lap of the season. The roar of the Dubai crowd echoes in my ears, muffled by the hum of the car and the adrenaline rushing through my veins. Sponsors line the track, neon banners flickering under the massive floodlights. My father stands somewhere on the sidelines, eyes on me, waiting for me to falter or to cross a line I can't come back from. I push the car around the last hairpin, tires squealing. The leader is a dozen meters ahead, in a position I could easily challenge if I truly wanted to. My skill thrums through my blood, telling me to chase that victory I've craved since I first set foot on a track. But the memory of Indira's haunted eyes, the blackmail threat, and the chain of sabotage logs swirl in my mind. If I cross that line first, Rupert Vale will detonate every piece of slander he's prepared. Indira's custody battle will be dragged through the dirt, tarnished by scandal. Worse, he'll brand me a cheat and unravel any hope of using my mother's shares as leverage to dismantle his empire. My chest clenches. If I fight for the finish, I lose everything. If I back off, I still lose the championship. But I might protect Indira from the fallout. The tension stings, a coil wound so tight it hurts to breathe. Over the radio, the commentator's excitement crackles, urging me to close the gap, praising me as the unstoppable driver who could seize the title at the very last second. If only they knew how twisted this moment really is. I flick a glance at the rearview mirror. The next car is seconds behind, trailing my slipstream. My father's ultimatum echoes in my head. Win and face public destruction. Lose, and you keep your life in tatters. There's no scenario in which I come away clean. The only difference is whether Indira gets dragged down with me. A flood of memories blindsides me. Indira risking her life to take a bullet meant for me in Kuala Lumpur, her weary eyes as she insisted she wouldn't leave my side, the quiet nights when we bared our souls and comforted each other's bruises. The file with all of Vale's incriminating records weighs on my conscience. We spent so long gathering evidence, hoping to finish the race on top, then unleash a final blow to my father's empire. But now everything points to me needing a different solution, a final stand that might ruin me but spare Indira. My chest burns with anger, but I know what I have to do. The stands erupt as we round the final corner, the leader's car in front of me like a taunt. I ease off the throttle, heart pounding with equal parts fury and resolve. The engine scream fades to a distressed whine, the car decelerating. The crowd's confusion reverberates in the stadium. I glimpse the blinking of camera flashes. They don't understand why I'm letting the race slip through my fingers. Only Indira will suspect the truth. Time moves in slow motion as the checkered flag comes into view. The leader streaks past it with fireworks exploding overhead. I cross a fraction of a second behind, close enough to taste the podium but far enough to forfeit the crown. The entire stadium roars, disbelief crackling in every corner. This is the biggest shock of the season. A driver with an undeniable chance of victory, letting it go in the final heartbeat. I coast to a stop at the finish line, the car sputtering. My hands tremble on the steering wheel. Rage lingers, heartbreak thick in my throat. Marshals wave me on to the cool-down area, but I ignore them for a moment. My chest heaves. The bitterness is almost overwhelming. I think of Indira's determined face, the promise in her eyes. This is for her daughter, for a future that might still be free from my father's suffocating grip. Eventually, I pull the car forward into the designated lane. Reporters crowd the barrier, hungry for an explanation. My father stands behind them, wearing a smug expression of triumph. He's certain he's beaten me. Cameras swivel in my direction, capturing the moment I exit the cockpit, push up my visor. My entire body shakes with frustration. I want to roar at the sky, tear down every last piece of this charade. But I keep my composure, letting the weight of this moment solidify into cold determination. A race official guides me toward the winner's podium. The champion is celebrating at the top step, confetti raining down. The second-place slot is pointed out to me, but I hesitate. My father's men lurk at the edges, watching the street for chaos to strike. Indira stands near a barricade, eyes locked on me, fists clenched. She knows me too well. She can tell I'm about to do something drastic. I move toward the podium, but not to step onto the second rung. Instead, I approach the stage manager, forcibly grabbing the microphone from his startled grip. Security tenses, but something in my expression or my father's presence holds them back. I stare at the massive cameras pointed at the podium, broadcasting to millions worldwide. My breath stutters, adrenaline and heartbreak swirling as I realize I'm about to detonate the final bomb. I raise the mic. I have something to say. My voice booms across the stadium, silencing the crowd. The champion halts his celebration, confusion etched on his face. Sponsors stare from behind velvet ropes. My father stiffens at the back, mouth twisting in alarm. He suspects I'm about to break the script. Good. I force calm into my tone, steadying the quiver in my arms. I'm Zion Vale. Everyone expected me to fight for first place, to claim the mother's shares in Vale Holdings, to stand triumphant, but I can't hide the truth anymore. I pull out a small USB device from my race suit pocket, the same one Indira and I protected with all we had. My father's eyes widen. He tries to gesture to his men, but the cameras are rolling. I wave the USB. On this device is every record, every bribe, every gun shipment my father has orchestrated for years. I have reasons of not winning this race, more important than my inheritance, but I also can't let my father remain in his seat. I glare at him across the swath of silent onlookers, voice trembling with defiance. Rupert Vale is no hero of motorsport. He's a criminal, a man who threatened to destroy my life and the lives of those I love if I dared cross him. A wave of gasps ripples through the stands. Journalists scramble, filming every second. The champion stands speechless, overshadowed by this sudden reveal. I flick my gaze to Indira, who stands in shock, worry dancing across her face. My father steps forward, face livid, barking orders to his men. They move in, but the crowd swells, cameras blocking their path. I hold the mic tighter, voice rising. He blackmailed me to throw the race, threatened doping allegations, pinned sabotage attempts on me, and nearly got my bodyguard shot. All because he won't let anyone else claim the Vale Empire. But I won't let him crush more people under his boots. My breath shakes. So here, in front of the whole world, I'm releasing it all. I yank out the cable from a broadcaster's equipment trunk, jamming in my USB. The giant screens flicker, images shifting from the bewildered champion's face to a series of damning documents, wire transfers, shipping manifests, signed bribes. The crowd's confusion escalates to near panic as they realize what's flashing across the screens. My father's men push forward, but security officials and astonished camera crews block them. The entire stadium sees the truth. Rupert Vale's empire is built on blood money and corruption. Shouts and screams erupt. Sponsors reel backward, horrified. The champion steps off the podium, overshadowed by a much bigger story. For a second, I hear Indira's voice cutting through the chaos, calling my name, but I can't stop now. The broadcast feed is compromised, stadium producers frantic to cut it, but I override the system with a quick command Javi taught me. I lift the mic one last time, voice cracking. You want to talk about real legacy, Father? This is mine, a confession, a freedom. Let the world see who you really are. My father lunges through the crowd, face contorted with rage, trying to snatch the mic. The stadium feed cuts in and out, flickering with his scowling face. The damning files, my battered expression. The confusion spirals into a massive uproar. People flood the pit area, unstoppable as the cameras roll. Officials scramble, shouting for someone to kill the broadcast. The giant screens spark and flicker, but the images remain burned into everyone's retinas. A sense of finality sweeps over me, mingled with an ache that this might be the last time I stand in the spotlight. My father's men struggle to get to me, but the throng is too dense. I see Indira pushing against the tide, her eyes brimming with panic as she calls out. She knows what this means. By exposing my father publicly, I've made myself the prime target for his vengeance, and I've ruined any chance of a normal life in the racing world, or maybe any world. I drop the mic, letting it clatter on the podium. My father's shout resonates across the stage, a vicious curse. I can't distinguish his exact words over the roar of the crowd. Tears prick my eyes, part relief, part heartbreak. I think of Indira's future, her daughter, the promise I made. She'll be safer if I vanish now, if I'm not around to draw Vale's attention toward her. This is my final gesture, freeing her from the backlash while finishing my father's hold, even if it costs me everything. I leap off the stage, landing awkwardly, almost colliding with a sponsor who shrinks away. A wave of journalists tries to corner me, but I shoulder past, pushing into the stampede of bodies. I sense Indira's presence behind me, but I don't dare let her see what I'm about to do. If I lead her with me, my father will tie her to my downfall. She has a child to protect, a life beyond this madness. Security guards fumble to restore order. The thunder of voices around me merges with the deafening thump of my heart. I slip between the mass of spectators, weaving frantically. My father's men are close behind. I can feel their wrath in the air. Clutching the edges of my race suit, I pull the hood of a bystander's sweatshirt over my head, half crouching behind a row of plastic seats. The stands are in pandemonium, half the fans screaming over the revelations plastered on the jumbotron, half enthralled by the spectacle of the biggest scandal in motorsport history. I catch a fleeting glimpse of Indira battling the flow, calling my name. For a brutal second, I want to run to her, hold her, tell her she means more to me than any race. But that would unravel the entire point of my sacrifice. I don't want to drag her deeper into my problems. My father won't stop at this. I grit my teeth, forcing my legs to move. My father's men swarm the stage, scanning for me. I circle behind them, using the frantic crowd as cover. Tears threaten to blur my vision, but I suck in a ragged breath. This is the end of my public identity. Let the cameras record my father's downfall. Let Indira keep the evidence safe if the broadcast feed is cut. I vanish now, so the blame can't be pinned on her. My father might try, but without me there to hold, he's left with an empty target. She can disclaim involvement, focus on her daughter's custody hearing. I cling to that hope as I push through the turnstile exit into a back corridor, heart pounding like I've run a marathon. A stadium official gawks at me, mouth open, but I dash past before they can question me. My entire body trembles with the realization. I gave up the championship, my legacy, my safety, to ensure Indira and her daughter remain free from Vale's retribution. My father can't blackmail me anymore, not when I broadcast everything first. The illusions of control are shattered. And in the confusion, I slip away, a phantom in the wreckage. Stepping into a narrow alley behind the stadium, I tear off the race suit top, letting it fall in a crumpled heap. The night air is thick with sand and the lingering heat. My father's empire is laid bare to the world. The scoreboard calls me second place, but in reality I'm out of the game for good. A part of me howls with rage and grief for the dream lost, but an even bigger part breathes relief. Indira is safe, or safer than she was. That alone justifies what I've done. Far behind me I hear sirens wail, stadium alarms triggered. I slip into the shadows, ignoring the burn of exhaustion in my calves. The meltdown I caused is unstoppable now, cameras capturing every angle. Let them spin the story however they want. I'm no longer Zion Vale, the hotshot driver fighting for a crown. I'm just a man who defied his father to save the one person who means more to me than any trophy. With that, I disappear into the labyrinth of Dubai's streets, leaving the chaos behind. I exhale a final breath, picturing Indira's face. She'll hate that I ran. She'll hate that I left her in the crossfire. But it's the only way. I shuffle onward, footsteps echoing in the deserted alley, repeating the same truth in my mind. I had to protect her, even if it means I'll never see her again.
Chapter 18. Indira. Weeks later, I clutch the armrest of the wooden bench, heart thumping as the judge clears his throat. The air in this small New York City courtroom feels heavy, even more than the bulletproof vest I used to wear on assignments. My ex's lawyer shuffles papers at his table, sending me one last haughty glance before focusing on the judge. My own lawyer, Derek, stands at my side, looking composed but exhausted, like he's poured months of sleepless nights into this moment. My phone vibrates softly in my bag, probably another message from a distant sponsor or a well-wisher from the racing world. I ignore it, keeping my posture straight and steady. Zara sits behind me with my mother, her little legs swinging, wide eyes peeking out from behind the pew. This hearing is about her, about proving I'm not the danger my ex tries to paint me as. My bullet scar still twinges, reminding me of the countless close calls with Zion. The swirl of that life, half a world away, feels unreal under the fluorescent lights of family court. The judge's voice breaks the hush. I've reviewed the evidence presented, as well as the contradictory claims brought forward by Mr. Shaw's counsel. After careful consideration, I find no grounds to deem Ms. Khan unfit. The arguments alleging a dangerous environment appear unsubstantiated, particularly in light of the newly withdrawn evidence. My ex's lawyer stiffens. She tries to speak, but the judge waves her down. Ms. Khan, I grant you full custody of Zara. Mr. Shaw will have visitation rights according to the previously established schedule. My breath catches. Relief overwhelms me, chest tightening with gratitude. Derek grips my shoulder, whispering, "We did it." I exhale shakily, turning to see Zara's grin. She clambers up, ignoring the quiet hush expected in a courtroom, and I scoop her into my arms. My mother stands behind, tears in her eyes, murmuring thanks. I'm shaking from head to toe, the weight of 1,000 nightmares lifting in an instant. My ex stands off to the side, face stony. He nods stiffly, then stalks out, his lawyer trailing. They vanish through the doors, leaving me with a surreal sense of victory. After all the near-fatal races, bullets, sabotage, and Zion's father's threats, I can't help but feel this is the first time in weeks that something good has happened. Truly good. A court officer motions for us to leave. I hold Zara's hand, heart still drumming from the adrenaline. Derek insists on celebrating with dinner, but I need quiet, time to breathe. My mother nods, understanding. She kisses my cheek, says she'll meet me at home. The swirl of attorneys, guardians, and staff fades behind us as we step into the cool hallway. Derek pats my arm. I'll file the final paperwork. You go enjoy your day with Zara. Thank you, I manage, voice thick. For everything. He smiles, lines of exhaustion crinkling around his eyes. Couldn't have done it without that mysterious disappearance of so-called evidence. I'm not complaining, but it was very sudden. I recall the last hearing prep, how my ex's lawyer boasted they'd show security footage or a bullet-ridden scenario. Then, overnight, it all vanished. No explanation. My ex's entire strategy collapsed, replaced by half-baked accusations. At the same time, a large donation hit my legal fees, ensuring I could match him in court. My stomach clenches with a mix of gratitude and heartbreak. I know who was behind it, even though his name never appears on any check. I thank Derek again, lead Zara out to the sidewalk. The New York morning sun feels gentler than a racetrack's glare, but my nerves remain raw, overshadowed by memories of faster times. I hail a taxi, ignoring the sting in my shoulder as I lift Zara onto the seat. The bullet wound might be mostly healed, but it lingers as a reminder of the life I left behind, or maybe the life that left me. Zara chatters about how she wants to eat ice cream, how she missed me so much, how she hated living with her father's rules. I nod, smiling at her excitement, but a hollow ache gnaws at me. I keep recalling how Zion disappeared in the chaos after that final race, how he hijacked the broadcast, exposed Rupert Vale, and vanished before I could reach him. Days turned into weeks, frantic phone calls leading nowhere. I heard rumors. Some said he fled the country. Others swore they saw him in London, but no official trace. I keep searching for him, but no luck. The taxi stops outside my small apartment building in Harlem, worn bricks shining in the midday glow. I slip out, lead Zara upstairs. Each step echoes a quiet sense of relief. Despite the building's scuffed walls, it's ours, safe from the swirling danger overseas. We reach our apartment, the chipped paint on the door almost comforting in its familiarity. I unlock it, guiding Zara inside. She darts to her room, excited to see her toys again. My heart squeezes at her sheer joy, a jarring mismatch with the violence and conspiracies that nearly cost me her forever. At least I have this, a piece of normal. The quiet of the apartment soothes me, broken only by the low buzz of the old fridge. I close the door, inhaling the faint smell of cooking spices from a neighbor's kitchen. I flick on a lamp, noticing a stack of mail on the floor by the door. Probably the usual bills, plus a few leftover summons, or sponsor invites I never responded to. My pulse quickens when I spot a slim envelope with no return address, just my name in black ink. Something about the neat handwriting makes my stomach clench. I set the rest aside, carefully tearing open this one. Inside lies a single Polaroid. My breath catches. It shows a dusty racetrack, half-broken cars in the background, some desert landscape I can't immediately place. But then I notice faint Arabic script on a sign, the kind I saw in Jordan. My heart thuds. Printed across the bottom in scrawled pen. Still fighting? I swallow a gasp. Zion, he's alive. My throat tightens, tears prickling at the corners of my eyes. This must be from him. A message that he's out there, hidden. Jordan. That country once gleaned in his stories, a place he'd mentioned wanting to visit, or maybe rummaging about old cars for underprivileged kids. The knowledge that he's not dead, not lost forever, jolts me with relief. Yet sadness burns too. Why not contact me directly? Why just a cryptic Polaroid? The photo trembles in my fingers. I recall how he insisted on vanishing to protect me, how he turned the final race into a stage for his father's downfall, then disappeared into the crowd. My arms ache with the memory of clinging to him, wanting to drag him away from that madness. Now he's drifting in some dusty racetrack in Jordan, presumably burying himself in simpler pursuits. The tears I've held back threaten to spill. I close my eyes, breathing slowly, forcing calm. Zara's voice echoes from her room, singing to herself, sweet and oblivious. I can't let her see me unravel. This is supposed to be our day of victory. Full custody, no more living under my ex's roof. The donation that wiped out my debts ensures I can stay afloat. He must have arranged that too, ensuring no one ties his name to the money. Always behind the scenes, always with that self-sacrificial streak. My chest twists with longing. I set the Polaroid on the kitchen table, smoothing the edges. The corner is bent, as if he carried it in a pocket. My mind drifts to the question scrawled across the bottom. Still fighting? A pang of determination flickers in me. Yes, I'm fighting for my daughter's future, for my own sense of peace, and maybe for a chance to see him again. The silence around me magnifies the swirl of emotions tumbling through me. Relief, sorrow, hope, anger at him for leaving me behind. Zara peeks out from her room, her big eyes bright. "Mama, can we get ice cream now?" I blink, drawing a shaky breath. "Sure, baby. Just give me a minute." She nods. Bounding back, my gaze lingers on the Polaroid. Pinned under my palm, could I track him down in Jordan? Would that jeopardize the stable life I'm finally carving out for Zara? The question stings. I want to rush off, hunt him, demand answers, but I also know how fragile our victory is. My ex might challenge the ruling again, or new troubles could arise if I'm not careful. I clear my throat, gently tucking the photo into an old recipe box. I can't leave it lying around, not with my ex's capacity for meddling. For now, I'll keep it hidden, a secret spark of hope that if I ever break free of all the constraints, I'll find him on that dusty track. I focus on the present. Zara, safe in her room, the sweet normalcy I spent years fighting for. I rinse my face with cold water in the bathroom, staring at my reflection in the mirror. Dark circles under my eyes speak to countless sleepless nights. The bullet scar near my shoulder stands out like a reminder of how close I came to losing everything. But here I am, on the other side. I let out a slow breath, whispering to myself, "Thank you, Zion." My voice wavers, and I quickly regain composure. No point in unraveling when Zara's waiting for ice cream. Gathering my purse, I walk to Zara's room. She's busy tucking a stuffed lion into bed, smiling at me. I grin back, heart sore but grateful. Ready for that ice cream? She leaps up, hugging me. "Yes! Can we get sprinkles?" I laugh, a warm ache in my chest. "Absolutely. Anything you want, kiddo." We head out into the midday sun, the city's bustle greeting us with honking taxis and throngs of pedestrians. Zara chatters about flavors, chocolate or strawberry or both, while I keep a watchful eye. Old habits die hard. Even though Rupert Vale's empire took a massive hit after Zion's broadcast, I still feel the ghost of that world. They might not be after me anymore, or maybe they've moved on. I can't be sure. But I walk tall, shoulders squared. I refuse to live in fear forever. At the ice cream shop, Zara rushes to the counter, pressing her nose against the glass to admire all the options. I stand behind her, adjusting the sling bag on my uninjured shoulder, glancing at the reflection in the polished metal rim. My posture still has that readiness, that fighter's tension. But for now, I allow a small measure of ease. I order her a double scoop with rainbow sprinkles, and for myself, a small vanilla. The shop's AC kisses my skin with cool relief. We settle at a table by the window. Zara happily licking her cone, swirling it with color. I watch her, the wave of gratitude nearly overwhelming. I've fought for her freedom, for my own. The racing world feels distant, like another life I glimpsed from a half-finished dream. I wonder if Zion's out there, hammered by the desert sun, tinkering with battered cars, ignoring the world's condemnation. I wonder if he misses me, if he regrets disappearing. Zara bumps my arm gently, her eyes curious. "Mama, are you okay?" I blink away the flood of thoughts, forcing a smile. "I'm okay, baby, just thinking." She cocks her head in that perceptive way. "About that boy?" My heart skips. "What boy?" She rolls her eyes like only a child can. "The one you talk about in your sleep. You said his name, Zion." I bite my lip, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. I had no idea I'd been talking in my sleep. "He's a friend." She nods, unconvinced. "Maybe you can talk to him again." My throat tightens, not wanting to lie. "Yeah, maybe someday." She shrugs, going back to her ice cream, untroubled by the complexities that hound adults. I envy her innocence, but it also reminds me why I made every sacrifice. If my heartbreak means she can grow up safe, so be it. Yet I can't deny the ache of not knowing Zion's fate, or how to reach him. After finishing, we wander home through the sweltering city streets, Zara's sticky hand clasped in mine. Her contentment buoys me, letting me appreciate the calm. At the apartment, she curls up for a nap in my bed, exhausted from the emotional roller coaster of court. I watch her breathe for a long moment, heart full. Despite everything, we're together. That's victory enough for now.
Chapter 19. Zion. The midday sun in Jordan is relentless, beating down on the dusty racetrack like it wants to bake the earth solid. I'm crouched beside a battered old hatchback, tugging stubborn spark plugs free with calloused fingers. The sweat rolling down my neck stings, but I barely notice anymore. This is my life now, fixing junkers in a desert workshop for street kids who want to race, tinker, or just escape. It feels right in a way my glitzy motorsport career never did, but there's always a hollow ache in my chest, a reminder of everything I left behind. I stand, brushing grime off my ripped jeans, eyeing the line of mismatched vehicles parked on the cracked pavement. They're a ragtag fleet-bent fenders, rust-riddled frames, yet I've poured my energy into giving them a second chance. The local youths drift in after school, wide-eyed, hungry to learn about engines and the rush of wheels on sand. They call me Z, and I let them, because Zion Vale is a name that belongs to another world. Squinting against the sun, I scan the horizon. The desert stretches for miles, golden dunes shimmering under a haze of heat. Far to the west, the town's minarets poke into the sky. The track we've carved out here is a rough ring of packed dirt, dotted with old tires as barriers. Sometimes at night I run laps alone, pushing a rusted coupe until it nearly breaks, my heart hammering with the memory of a lost dream. But mostly, I stay busy teaching or wandering the silence. It keeps me from obsessing about Indira, about how I left her, about the Polaroids I mailed as a half-baked invitation. I sigh, rummaging in a battered toolbox for a crescent wrench. My father's empire is a smoking ruin now, thanks to that final broadcast. By all reports, he's tangled up in legal battles across continents, indicted on arms smuggling and bribery charges. I should feel triumphant. Instead, I live in the corners of the world, unregistered and off the grid, wanting to protect the one person who matters, and her daughter. She's safer if I'm invisible. That's what I tell myself. But every night, the memory of her eyes, her voice, her unyielding spirit cuts deeper than any bullet. The desert wind picks up, scattering sand across the metal carcasses. A teenage boy named Khalil jogs over, shading his eyes. Z, you want me to test the motor in that sedan? I nod, forcing a half smile. Sure. But watch the brakes. We replaced them last week, not sure if they'll hold. He grins, hurrying off with a swirl of dust. I rub my forehead, trying to quell the surge of longing that always strikes when the day drags on, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Every so often, a car stops by, travelers or curiosity seekers who heard about a crazy ex-racer teaching kids to drive. No one's recognized me yet, or if they do, they pretend otherwise. Suits me fine. A low rumble of an approaching engine drifts across the dunes. My heart skips for no logical reason. Could be a stray tourist, an official, or a local vendor. I wipe my hands on a rag, stepping around a battered truck chassis to see who's come calling. The glare is brutal, making me raise a hand to my brow. At first, all I see is a swirl of dusty air. Then the shape of an SUV materializes, sleek but well-worn, pulling up near the improvised gate. The engine idles, dust settling around the tires. My pulse thuds. I can't explain it, but something about the silhouette makes my breath hitch. The driver's door creaks open. My throat tightens. Indira steps out, wearing cargo pants and a tank top that reveals the faint line of a scar on her shoulder. She's got that same quiet dominance in her posture, that calm stillness that used to unnerve me as much as it thrilled me. For a second, I think I'm hallucinating. Then she slams the door, scanning the dusty lot. Time jolts to a standstill. I glance behind her, seeing a small figure climb from the passenger side. A jolt of shock. Zara. My chest constricts. She's grown a little, or maybe it's just the realization of how much time has passed. She takes Indira's hand, glancing around with cautious curiosity. My heart stutters. I'm unsure if I should hide or step forward. But Indira's gaze locks onto me, that dark intensity sparking under the bright sun, and I can't move. She crosses the dusty ground, each stride purposeful. Zara trails behind, lips parted in awe of the battered cars and half-finished track. I swallow, uncertain what to say, how to greet the woman I abandoned to protect her. My nerves sizzle. The kids nearby sense the tension, drifting away to give space. Indira stops a few feet from me. Her eyes glisten, emotions swirling that I can't read. She's a testament to survival, the bullet wound that once threatened her now, only a memory. My chest aches. I parted from her believing it was best, but seeing her in the flesh makes every justification crumble. She speaks first, voice low. "I got your Polaroids." I manage a nod, throat too tight to form words. Zara stands close, peering at me with wide curiosity. My gaze flickers from mother to daughter, heart pounding. I left them behind so they could live free from Rupert Vale's retribution. But here they are, bridging the distance I never dared to close. A hush settles, the desert wind brushing Indira's hair across her face. She lifts a hand, tucking strands behind her ear. "You vanish," she says softly. Then send cryptic pictures and a note asking if I'm still fighting. "You had no phone number, no address, just an old racetrack in Jordan. You think I wouldn't come?" My pulse hammers, guilt flooding me. "Indira, I thought you'd be safer without me." She exhales, frustration and relief mingling in her eyes. "You underestimate me. I handle my own safety." I glance at Zara, who's listening quietly. "Did I mess up your new life?" I ask, voice trembling. "I heard you won custody, that your ex lost the case. You're free." Indira nods, a faint smile ghosting her lips. "Yes, thanks to your anonymous donation and the miracle of missing evidence. But freedom doesn't mean burying the rest of me, or forgetting the man who sacrificed everything to protect us." Emotion surges, forcing me to look away, blinking. My father's empire is in shambles, sure, but part of me believed I had to stay hidden to keep Vale's associates from turning on Indira. I never guessed she'd track me here, walking straight into the scorching sun with her daughter at her side. Zara steps forward, eyes flicking across the wrecked cars. "Mama said you fixed these for kids who want to race?" I find my voice, scratchy. "I do. Trying to give them a chance, like I once had." Her gaze is steady, startlingly mature for a child her age. "I like it. They're broken, but you make them run again." My throat constricts. Is that how Indira sees me? Broken but fixable? The tension in the air thickens. I shift my attention to Indira's face, searching for a sign that she forgives me for leaving. My voice comes out rough. "I'm sorry." She exhales. "For what?" "For everything. For disappearing. For letting you handle the fallout alone, for thinking I was saving you by staying away." The words hitch in my chest. "I missed you." A flash of hurt crosses her expression, quickly replaced by quiet determination. "I missed you too. We're here because Zara deserves to meet the man who risked his life to keep her safe. And I had to see for myself if you still wanted us around." My heart stutters. "Wanted God, Indira, it's all I've wanted, but after that final race, I thought—" She interrupts with a gentle hand on my arm. "Enough! We're here now. You protected me from Vale's retaliation, so it's my turn to show you we can stand together." Zara tugs at her mother's hand, glancing from me to the rusted car behind me. "So can I help fix something?" I chuckle, the sound shaky, relief flooding me. "Sure, if your mom is okay with you getting dirty." Indira snorts. "She's your student, if you'll have her." Warmth blooms in my chest, overshadowing the months of loneliness. I beckon them to the battered hatchback. "Watch your step. There's a scattered wrench set on the ground." Zara hops around them, curious. Indira follows, scanning the area with that protective watchfulness. But I see a glimmer of peace in her eyes, like she's found a piece of home. The day unfolds in slow, sun-drenched moments. Zara tries tightening bolts with my guidance, squealing when she almost strips a screw. Indira stands nearby, occasionally stepping in to give tips. Her voice is calm, confident, reminiscent of how she used to coach me through my anger. We banter lightly, mindful of Zara's presence, letting laughter slip into a place once haunted by regret. As evening approaches, the desert wind cools, brushing the horizon with an orange glow. The other kids from the program have gone home, leaving the track quiet. Zara's curled up in a makeshift lounge chair, dozing off from a day of excitement. Indira and I stand by an old muscle car I'm halfway through restoring, a beast of chipped red paint and a throaty engine I salvaged from a junkyard. She runs her fingers over a dented fender. Never pegged you for the philanthropic teacher type. I shrug. Racing saved me once. Maybe I can give these kids a shot. She nods, absorbing the transformation in me. I sense her uncertainty. What happens next? Are we a temporary meeting? Or something more? My heart pounds. I can't lose her again. I turn, catching her gaze. The tension simmers, unspoken desire we kept at bay for too long. She inhales, lips parting. Zion, I want to stay. Not just for a visit, but I want a life that doesn't revolve around fear or distance. Hope blooms in my chest. You're serious? Her eyes gleam. I'm done living half a world away. Zara likes it here, the idea of open space, and I don't need a driver. I need a co-pilot. The air crackles. My hands shake with longing. Indira never wastes words, so hearing that confession unleashes months of pent-up emotion. I manage a crooked grin, stepping closer. Co-pilot, huh? You sure you want me? Her laugh is a quiet exhale. Is that even a question? I don't wait any longer. I close the distance, fingers gently cupping her chin, searching her eyes for any last shred of doubt. I find only a fierce, tender acceptance. We kiss, the desert hush swallowing all hesitation. Her arms slide around my waist, pulling me against her. It's a kiss of relief, of hope, a dam breaking after months of separation. Heat sparks through me, not just from the desert air, but from every memory of how her body once fit against mine. We break apart, breathing hard, foreheads touching. Zara's asleep, she whispers, voice thick with suggestion. My pulse jumps. I glance at the makeshift garage we use as a workshop. It's half empty now, the kids gone, the overhead lamps casting a warm glow on the concrete floor. I swallow, heart pounding. Follow me. We slip inside, careful not to rouse Zara. The evening hush envelops the workshop, tools lined up on a rickety table, the smell of engine grease lingering. I lead her to a spare corner room, a cramped space used for storing tires, a small cot in the corner for the nights I can't stomach returning to the cramped trailer I live in. The walls are bare, chipped paint revealing concrete. Still, it's private. She steps in, eyes flicking over the rough environment. A small laugh escapes her. Romantic! I smirk. Best I've got right now. She shakes her head, catching my collar. It's enough. We come together with desperate energy, brushing away the months of anguish. Her fingers thread through my hair, my palms settle on her hips. The air crackles, hearts pounding. We shed the day's dust and the world's weight. My mouth claims hers, a deep, searing kiss that erases every regret. Her breath hitches, nails digging lightly into my shoulders. She's unguarded, a side I rarely see. It sends a thrill through me, the knowledge she trusts me enough to let her armor fall. I pull her gently toward the cot, mindful of her old bullet scar, still faint on her shoulder. Her lips part with a quiet gasp when I graze it, a mix of memory and relief that we both survived. We sink onto the makeshift bed, ignoring the squeak of battered springs, our movements slow, unhurried, cherishing each unburdened moment. No bullets, no sabotage. Just us, forging something real amid the desert.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We stay wrapped around each other, the desert air cool against our skin, our bodies still humming. Outside, the wind shifts, stirring the sand. But inside this little corner of the world, nothing can touch us. Not the past, not the ghosts, just us, found again, claimed again, whole again. And this time, we're not letting go. Outside, the sky shifts from orange to deep indigo, the last rays of sunlight falling behind the dunes. We dress in comfortable silence, exchanging shy smiles and stolen kisses. My entire body hums with the sense of having found my place. No race, no sponsor, no father shadow. Just us. We step out of the makeshift room, the warm night air brushing our cheeks. Zara remains asleep on a small chair near the workshop's entrance. Indira gathers her gently, cradling her daughter's head against her shoulder. I feel a surge of protectiveness envelop me. This is my family now, the future I never dared to hope for. As we leave the workshop, I pause by a half-rebuilt engine resting on a stand. My personal project for months, a battered old street racer I plan to donate. With Indira by my side, I flick a switch, letting the overhead lamp illuminate the rusted hood. She sets Zara down gently on a padded seat at a safe distance, returning to stand with me. Her eyes roam the engine, appreciative of the long hours I invested. I grin, grabbing a rag to wipe away the last traces of grease. You want to hear it? She nods, so I climb behind the wheel, hooking up a temporary fuel line. With a turn of the key, the engine coughs, then roars to life, rattling the workshop. A triumphant thrill rushes through me. I see Indira's lips part in awe, then curve into that fierce, proud smile. The noise wakes Zara slightly, but she rubs her eyes, enchanted by the rumbling machine. She crawls off the seat, stepping closer to watch. I kill the engine, the echo fading into the desert night. Indira meets my gaze, and I see the spark in her eyes that used to come alive whenever danger lurked. But this time, it's excitement without fear. She lays a hand on my arm, eyebrows lifting. I smirk. What? Her lips twitch. Ready to take it for a spin? I chuckle, glancing at Zara. You okay with that, kiddo? Zara's grin is big, any lingering sleepiness gone. Yes, I want to see it drive. I hop out, hooking up a makeshift seat in the back for Zara's safety. She clambers in, Indira slides into the passenger side, and I slip behind the wheel. We ease out of the workshop, headlights slicing through the darkness. The desert track spreads out before us, a wide loop of packed sand. My heart thrums with a different kind of adrenaline, pure joy, untainted by sabotage or fear. I press the gas gently, the engine rumbling. We roll forward, the car bumping over uneven ground. Indira laughs under her breath, a sound that warms my chest. Zara leans forward between the seats, eyes shining with wonder. We pick up speed, the night breeze whipping through the open windows. It's not a professional circuit, but it's enough to remind me that driving can be about freedom, not just competition. We circle the track a few times, dust trailing behind us, stars blazing overhead. My chest feels lighter than it has in years. Indira's hand rests on my thigh, affectionate and certain. Zara squeals whenever we hit a small bump, clapping excitedly. This is the first time in a long while that I taste happiness without bitterness on its edges. Finally, I brake near the workshop. We kill the engine, stepping out into the moonlit desert. Zara runs ahead, chasing her own shadow in the sand. Indira leans against the car, eyes on me, a quiet satisfaction in her posture. I slip an arm around her waist, inhaling the scent of warm night air clinging to her skin. She murmurs, "You're good at this." I tilt my head. "Good at what?" Showing a kid how to feel alive without fear. A lump forms in my throat. "I had a great teacher." She turns, pressing her forehead to mine. "We both survived a war. Now, it's time we start living."
Chapter 20. Indira. 6 months have passed since I first set foot on Jordan's dusty racetrack with Zara, searching for the man who left everything behind to shield us from danger. Now, the desert heat has given way to the crisp, golden air of early autumn, and I'm standing on a small terrace overlooking the city skyline of Amman. The sun is just slipping below the rooftops, painting the horizon in shades of peach and lavender. My heart thrums with quiet happiness. This life we've built with Zion is unlike anything I ever imagined. A strange and beautiful blend of battered cars, desert nights, and unspoken devotion. I slip a hand over my slight baby bump, still amazed at how quickly our world changed. After the final chaos with Rupert Vale, we decided to settle in Jordan for a while. Zion continued restoring old cars for local kids, and I found ways to help women's self-defense programs in the city. Zara adapted with astonishing ease, picking up bits of Arabic from neighborhood children. It feels as if every day we move further from that violent past and closer to the future we want. I lean against the railing, watching the final rays of sunlight vanish behind the buildings. From inside the modest apartment we rent, I hear the quiet hum of an old radio playing a local pop station. Laughter filters through the window. Zion is in there, probably teaching Zara how to twirl some makeshift baton. My chest warms at the thought of them together. A slow grin curves my lips. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd find peace like this. Suddenly, the door behind me creaks open. I turn, heart fluttering at the sight of Zion. He wears worn jeans and a simple white t-shirt, hair still slightly damp from the shower. There's an uncharacteristic nervousness in his eyes that makes me raise an eyebrow. "Hey," I say softly, hand still resting on my growing belly. "Everything okay?" He rubs the back of his neck. "Yeah, can I talk to you?" My pulse gives a traitorous leap. I nod, following him back inside. Zara sits cross-legged on the rug, flipping through a children's book in Arabic, her brows knitted in concentration. She glances up as we pass, catching an unspoken exchange between Zion and me. Her face lights with an impish smile. "Mama, come sit with us." "Just a minute, baby," I say, mildly suspicious. Zara's eyes gleam like she's in on a secret. I let Zion guide me through the living room to the small dining table near the window. My stomach flips. He never fidgets like this unless something monumental is about to happen. He pulls out a chair, gesturing for me to sit. I do, heart pounding with an unfamiliar wave of anticipation. He drops to one knee beside me, ignoring the second chair altogether. My breath catches. There's no question about what this looks like, but a rush of emotion floods me anyway, overshadowing logic. "Zion?" My voice trembles. He captures my hand gently. "Indira, you turned my world right side up when it was crashing. You taught me to fight for what matters. Taught me that love isn't just about winning or losing. It's about surviving together, building something that can't be destroyed." Tears burn at the corners of my eyes. Zara appears behind him, clutching something in her small fist. I realize it's a small ring box, and a jolt of shock and delight slams through me. She offers it to him with a grin, no doubt orchestrated by Zion beforehand. He takes the box, expression turning wry. "I had help from my best girl." His eyes flick at Zara, who giggles. Then he focuses back on me. I know we didn't start in the easiest way. We had bullets, sabotage, blackmail, all the worst the world could throw at us. But we're still here. I can't imagine facing tomorrow without you by my side. He breathes in, voice thick with emotion. Marry me. My heart flutters so hard I can hardly speak. The ring in the box is simple, a delicate band, a tiny emerald stone. Not flashy, not overpriced, but perfect. I blink away tears, nodding before words form. Yes, I whisper, voice cracking. Yes. A gentle cheer sounds behind Zion. Zara jumps up, arms flailing in excitement. He slips the ring onto my finger, eyes glimmering with relief. I laugh, a slightly breathless sound, then tug him up into a tight embrace. He kisses my forehead, my nose, my mouth, all while Zara squeals in delight. I love you, I murmur between quick kisses, ignoring my watery eyes. Zion, I love you so much. He cradles my face, whispering, I love you more than you'll ever know. Zara bounds around us, chanting some half-formed celebration. Warmth floods me, but there's another secret I've been holding on to for days now, waiting for the perfect moment. My chest tightens with anticipation. Maybe this is that moment. I place a hand on his chest, gently pushing him back so I can look into his eyes. I have something to tell you too. He arches an eyebrow. What? Zara quiets, sensing the shift. I take a deep breath, sliding my palm over my small belly. We're going to have a baby. His eyes widen, flicking down to my hand, then back up. 1,000 emotions flicker across his face. Shock, awe, unbridled joy. You! He can't form words, so he laughs, pulling me into a fierce hug. Indira, are you serious? I nod, tears threatening again. About 2 months along, I wanted to be sure before telling you. He laughs with pure elation, pressing a hand gently against my abdomen. A baby, he murmurs. You and me and Zara and Holy. This is everything, Indira. Zara's mouth forms a delighted O. I get a sibling? I blink, turning to her. Yes, sweet girl. She practically leaps on us, arms thrown around my waist, squealing about being a big sister. Zion's grin never fades, tears shining in his eyes. I'm overwhelmed, pressed between their embraces, anchored by the reality that we're forging a family out of the broken pieces we once were. Later that night, after dinner, and a flurry of phone calls to my mother and Derek, both overjoyed at the news, we gather on the couch, light-hearted jokes about baby names drifting around. The ring glints on my finger, a tangible promise we're no longer wandering. Zara yawns, eventually falling asleep on Zion's lap, the day's excitement catching up to her. We carry her to bed, tucking her under a thin sheet in the small bedroom we share. She's out like a light, hugging a stuffed lion I bought her from the local souk. Zion and I tiptoe back into the living room. The desert breeze wafts through the open window, ruffling the curtains. My entire body hums with pent-up emotion. We linger in the soft glow of a single lamp, arms slipping around each other. I can't stop smiling. He bends his head, lips brushing mine in a slow, tender kiss. A shiver of anticipation sparks, a reminder that while we've shared plenty of closeness, tonight feels different, like a fresh start. He strokes my cheek, murmuring, I can't believe you said yes. I huff a quiet laugh. Why wouldn't I? He kisses the corner of my mouth, eyes brimming with affection. I'm not exactly the perfect catch, but I promise you, I'll spend every day proving I can be. I pinch his shirt, pulling him closer. You've already proven it 1,000 times, Zion Vale. My voice softens. I want to marry you, raise our kids with you, drive across deserts or mountains, whatever the future holds. He exhales shakily, pressing his forehead to mine. We stand in that hush for a beat, hearts pounding. Then he lifts me in a sudden, playful swoop, carrying me to the small bedroom we share. I giggle at the unexpected motion, burying my face in his neck as he navigates around furniture. He pushes the door closed behind us, flicking the lamp to a faint glow. My breath stutters, tension crackling with desire. He sets me down gently, eyes skimming my face. We've come so far from bullet wounds and sabotage. I arch an eyebrow. You sure you don't miss the adrenaline? His grin is half laugh, half smolder. Maybe a little, but I prefer this kind of adrenaline now. My heart flips. We move together in unhurried unison, peeling away clothes with quiet reverence. 6 months of living side by side has turned us comfortable, but the spark remains, an undercurrent of longing that never fades. We tumble onto the bed, lips pressing, hands exploring. The band on my finger glimmers in the low light, a promise that we've chosen each other for better or worse. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We lie still, hearts pounding, limbs entwined. I nestle my head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat gradually slow. He strokes my hair, breathing unsteady. A faint, contented laugh escapes me. Thank you, he murmurs, voice rough with emotion. I tilt my head. For what? Existing, he says with a shaky grin. Fighting. Loving me even when it meant bullets and sabotage and endless conspiracies. I press my lips to his collarbone. It was mutual. You gave me a reason to believe in something bigger than survival. He holds me closer, the metal band clinging to my skin glinting in the lamp's soft glow. A flash of excitement flickers for the wedding we'll plan, a small, intimate affair. No paparazzi, no veil empire, just family and friends who stuck by us. My mother will weep with joy, Zara will stand proud as a flower girl, and maybe Derek will show up with a sly grin, proud we overcame it all. My eyelids grow heavy, the comfortable haze of lovemaking and contentment soothing me. He shifts to blow out the lamp, darkness wrapping around us. We breathe in unison, a single warm entity under the sheets. As sleep tugs at me, I picture the day we'll stand together, exchanging vows, unafraid of any threats lurking in the shadows. This time, we're unstoppable because we share everything. Trust, love, a future full of open roads. Morning comes with golden light streaming through the window. I wake to the smell of coffee wafting from the tiny kitchenette and the soft murmur of Zara's voice in the background. Wrapping a robe around me, I wander out to find them at the table. Zara coloring a wedding invitation design on a scrap of paper. Zion stirring sugar into 2 mugs. He catches my eye and smiles in that slow, tender way that makes my heart swell. I settle beside Zara, admiring her childlike swirl of hearts and flowers. She looks up, beaming. Mama, is this the color you want for your dress? I feel tears threaten again, but I keep it together, leaning to kiss her hair. Looks perfect, baby. Zion sets a mug in front of me, palm resting on my shoulder for a moment. We can do the ceremony here or in Amman or wherever you want. Something simple, yeah? I nod, cradling the mug. Simple is all I need. Just you, me, Zara, and a handful of people we trust. My hand drifts to my belly. I can't risk a big production anyway. He laughs softly, gaze lingering on the bump. We'll keep it modest. Maybe a short trip to a quiet spot in the desert, an officiant, a few friends. My chest floods with gratitude. I no longer sense a trace of Vale's shadow. Rupert's indicted, his assets seized, and the Vale name is no longer attached to sabotage. Zion stands on the cusp of a brand new identity, husband, father, teacher of racing misfits. And I'm ready to stand with him, forging a life that once felt impossible. A month slides by in a rush of last-minute planning, baby checkups, and quiet evenings discussing our future. We eventually choose a small hillside near the racetrack as our wedding venue, ringed by wildflowers and flanked by the dunes. On the day itself, Zara helps me into a simple white gown, sleeveless, breathable, hugging my small bump gently. I press my finger, smoothing my hair, nerves humming. Outside, I hear the soft chords of a guitar from a local friend, playing the wedding march we improvised. Stepping out, I see Zion waiting by a makeshift arch of desert flowers, wearing a linen shirt and the same worn boots he refuses to part with. His eyes shine with love and anticipation. My mother stands to the side, tears in her eyes, and Javi somehow made it, grinning from ear to ear. The group is small, just enough to share our joy, without overshadowing the intimacy. My heart pounds as I walk down the short path, Zara holding my hand, scattering petals. Zion's gaze never leaves mine. He looks every inch the man who overcame darkness, forging a kinder path. The officiant, a local friend, greets us with a gentle smile, and we recite vows we wrote ourselves, raw and heartfelt. My voice shakes with emotion, especially when I promise to stand by him through every curve life throws. He does the same, voice husky, admitting I saved him from his own demons. Tears glisten in both our eyes. When we say I do, the small crowd cheers, and we share a kiss that tastes of dust, sunshine, and tears of gratitude. A few pictures are snapped, Javi whooping in the background. My mother dabs her eyes while Zara giggles, hugging our legs. I can't stop smiling, chest alive with hope. Zion's hands cradle my belly for a moment, a silent vow that will raise this child together, free from sabotage and bullets. We feast on a modest spread of local dishes, exchanging laughter in the orange glow of evening. Then, as twilight descends, we slip away for our wedding night, finding the same spare workshop corner that ironically served as a hideaway for our first steps toward love. But this time, it's decorated with soft lanterns and a few wildflowers Zara insisted on placing there. The space feels transformed, intimate rather than utilitarian. Zion closes the door, turning to face me in the gentle lamplight. I can't help but recall the tangle of guns and sabotage that once defined us. Now there's just a hush of desert wind, a quiet vow we've already made. He steps forward, brushing my hair aside, kissing my temple. I exhale, heart thundering in anticipation. This is our wedding night, unburdened by fear. Time fades. Eventually we shift, lying side by side on the bedroll. He traces light patterns on my forearm, voice thick with emotion. I never thought I could have this. Real love, a family, a future that doesn't involve sabotage or bullets. I close my eyes, pressing a palm over his chest. We both paid a steep price for it, but we made it. He kisses my cheek. Yes, we did. And I promise every day from now on, I'll prove we deserve it. My throat tightens. You don't have to prove anything. Just be here. Outside, the desert wind sighs, carrying traces of music from the party's aftermath. I imagine Javi telling tall tales, My mother clucking over the minimal decorations, Zara dozing in safe arms. My chest swells with peace. We hold each other quietly, drifting in and out of whispers about baby names, about maybe building a small house near the track, about letting Zara start a junior race program if she wants. The world stretches infinitely with possibility. As night deepens, we dress in lazy motions, giggling at each other's tousled hair and love-bruised lips. Our wedding night might be unconventional, a dusty workshop in Jordan, paper lanterns flickering overhead, but it's ours. We step outside under the stars, hand in hand. The glow of the distant city silhouettes the dunes, turning them into rolling waves of shadow. He glances at me with a quiet smile. We should see if the engine still wants to roar. For old time's sake. I laugh, entwining my fingers with his. Let's do it, Mr. Vale. We retrieve a rebuilt coupe from the side of the workshop, a project Javi helped finalize for the day's celebration. Zara stands near the open door, still awake, bright-eyed. She bounces with excitement when she sees us, small arms wide for a hug. We scoop her up, pressing kisses to her cheeks. She giggles, pointing at the coupe. Can I ride with you, please? I meet Zion's gaze, reading the pure joy in his expression. Of course, we say together. He gets behind the wheel, Zara on my lap in the passenger seat, engine purring under the hood. The headlights wash over the improvised track, revealing the gentle slope of the desert beyond. We rev the engine, the powerful rumble echoing across the silent sands. The three of us grin, hearts bursting with the knowledge that we're free to drive any direction we want. Zion eases the coupe forward, dust trailing behind us in the moonlight. The wedding party cheers from the sidelines as we pass, waving frantically. My mother's laughter follows, Javi's thumbs up visible in the glow. We wave back, pressing forward into the desert night. In the rearview mirror, the faint twinkle of lanterns recedes, replaced by infinite starlight. I feel Zion's hand slip over mine on the gear shift, anchor me with that gentle pressure. Zara squeals softly when we pick up speed, hugging my arm. I exchange a look with Zion. This is our life now, unstoppable, rolling on an open road with no fear of sabotage or manipulative fathers. My free hand settles on my belly, where a new spark of life stirs. Zion notices, offering a brief, tender smile. Under the endless Jordanian sky, we accelerate into the future, forging a path built on love, second chances, and the unbreakable bonds that made us a family. The engine roars, sending vibrations through my seat, a comforting echo of everything I used to fight for. But this time, I'm not battling alone. I glance over at Zion, the ring on my finger glinting under the faint dash lights. He mouths the words, "I love you." I respond in kind, voice lost in the rush of wind. We drive deeper into the desert night, hearts aligned, knowing that wherever the road leads, we have each other, Zara, and a new life on the way. Our ultimate victory over the chaos that tried to tear us apart.